Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising Sign. I want to talk about the month of July 2026. This is just an overview video. What I've actually created already is the all signs videos that are appended after the first 30 minutes of this video to the rest of this very long video format. And those all signs videos were done in my recording studio here before I had baffling in a carpet. And some of them, I think the audio setting changed by mistake to stereo. So sorry about some of the echo. You guys commented on that. But I think I've got a better sound right now. I'm giving Riverside a try. I've got a new mic and I've got a carpet. And I think I'm not in an echo chamber. So I want to say some things about July as an overview. And then I want us to ponder the deeper picture, I guess, the deeper picture. July is a bit of a runway or a ramp up to the eclipses that are happening in August. We have an eclipse on August the 12th at 20 degrees, total solar eclipse. And that is the real true beginning of the new eclipse cycle, because although we had an Aquarius eclipse back in February on the 17th at the end of the sign of Aquarius, that Aquarius eclipse was yet to have the nodal axis shifting signs. And the nodal axis shifting signs is a big deal. So the real first true home-brewed eclipse from the South Node in Leo and the North Node in Aquarius will be activated on August the 12th. And a lot of what we're doing now as we move towards August is we're in what we call a pre-eclipse portal or shadow or window. And so some of the month of July is preparation for the eclipse more than it is anything else. So keep that in mind. Understand that this is the getting ready for. And I think that the other thing it's important to point to is the retrogradation factor in July. Neptune has retrograde in early July, and then Saturn on July 26th. And while these planets, especially Saturn, are getting ready to turn retrograde for 4 months, Saturn's a slow-moving beast, almost 5 months retrograde, what it's pointing to is slowdowns in planetary motion. Neptune and Saturn are now moving much slower, and they're becoming stationary. And that means they're kind of like power packed in some fundamental way. They have a huge amount of impact. They are literally activating on steroids. And Saturn retrograde can sometimes feel like that was easy, because Saturn direct is like, that was hard. Saturn direct is like, are you kidding me? That was a lot of work. Sometimes when Saturn does go retrograde, and he will be in that retrograde movement throughout August, by the way, we might feel a little less taskmaster and a more introspective understanding of the deeper parts of our life that we want to grind into and persevere with, whereas there's those that aren't really worth the hard effort. So keep in mind, Saturn retrograde isn't the end of the world, but we do have those two retrogrades in July. And so we have some backwards motion. Mercury is also retrograding in July. So it's 3 planets. Sorry about that. Mercury will be retrograding as we get to June 30th and continue to retrograde into July 23rd. There's a quality about July that is like, close but not quite, or not quite yet, or you think you know what you want to do or where you're going, but you're not sure you're ready, because you have to go back a bit, especially Mercury. Mercury will retrograde back to the past, back to people you've known in the sign of Cancer. And in the all signs videos, I will be talking a lot about the idea of what Mercury does as a retrograde planet. But all said and done, when Mercury's going backwards in time, we are all traveling back with him. He's pretty close to us, guys. He's between the sun and the earth. He impacts our daily lives. So depending on where Mercury sits in your chart, and I've already put about an all signs Mercury retrograde video out, depends on where Mercury sits in your chart, which your whole sign Cancer house it is. If it's your 7th house of marriage, old exes come back, or romantic partners if he's retrograding in the 5th, and the 10th house, career opportunities from the past, or rethinking your career, and on we go. So please go watch the Mercury retrograde all signs video. It's not any Mercury retrograde. He's also retrograding in a way we haven't seen since 2019, and part of an elemental water year story. So we have some exceptional energies playing out. The biggest thing about the month of July is the conjunction between Mars and Uranus happening on July 4th or so, around 4th, 5th. It's going to bake itself into the U.S. natal chart, Sibley birthday chart. Happy birthday, America. Unfortunately, Mars and Uranus are explosive energies together, often leading to unexpected, explosive, and difficult things in the world. Yes, you know what I mean, right? Unexpected. Mars is violence and aggression and conflict. Uranus is shocking, unexpected, explosive. And you could be a little concerned with the energy of that around July the 4th, 5th as an acute energy. And yet at the same time, it may be something that the United States of America will kind of bake into its entirety of its birthday year, the Sibley chart birthday. That happens on July the 4th. And it kind of it embeds this archetypal energy of Mars and Uranus for that entire year, July to July, like a birthday chart, like a solar return chart, which it is. And at the same time, Jupiter squares Chiron in the same time frame, July 4th, in a tight square. There's a lot going on. And it could be that there's a lot of conflict around agriculture, droughts, hot weather. Yes, hot weather. Jupiter in Leo expanding the solar heat. The sun rules Leo. So we know that there's an El Nino. We know that it may be a super El Nino. And yet at the same time, the sky astrologically also points in the same direction. It points to an amplification of solar energy, the Jupiter moving into Leo as of June the 30th. Jupiter in the sign of Leo will expand the intensity of anything to do with the sun. So solar flares, sunspots, it'll be there for a year and increase things to do with solar radiation, which is heat. So our weather patterns will increasingly be hot and turbulent as well. And in a square to Chiron, testing the Taurus Earth between June the 19th and the 17th of September. This takes us back to oil and gas prices starting to rise during the Carter administration, oil and gas shortages and pipeline breakdowns for oil and gas. It takes us back to the revolution of Iran in 1979 and the moving into those 80s, Chiron and Taurus. And it takes us also back to energy that really is all about the wounds to the earth herself. So that can be shaking earth, high prices for things that grow. There's for sure something we can consider happening this summer. The Dust Bowl and the drought of the Dust Bowl of the 1930s happened when Chiron was moving in the sign of Taurus during a part of that journey through our story. So cycle repetition, pattern recognition, we're probably going to see more of that as well. Now, one of the things I would say about the month of July, all said and done, is the Barbault Basket / cradle has been hyped up by all astrologers. And there is a sense that Andre Barbault, who had predicted that we would come into a pandemic around 2000, 2001, and accurately forecast that. And Andre Barbault, who's passed away, French astrologer, has also been accurate on the money, even with things like the 2008 financial crisis prediction. He had predicted that 2025-26 was the beginning of a dawning of a golden age for humanity. And his predictions were based simply on the idea that we had a we had a Neptune, Saturn conjunction, by the way, 0 Aries, the world axis, not seen for 6,000 years, and that's still playing out. And at the same time, we ended up with a triangle in the sky between Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune. It's called a miniature grand trine, and we haven't seen that in historical record either in this particular formation, in these particular signs. So Pluto in Aquarius, right? Neptune in Aries and Uranus in Gemini. And his idea around that was this was going to be the beginning of a new era for humanity, a kind of return home to our spiritual truth, a beginning of an opening for a new world and a better world, like a golden age of some type. And whether that's true and we're just being wishful, because we could be, or it will emerge. It may be emerging through the chaos. And the chaos is what we're seeing right now. Order can come from chaos and new order can come from chaos, but we're seeing a lot of breaking down of structures that were assumed to be solid. And these are like NATO and the Bretton Woods institutions and even the United Nations. And that's a lot to do with Pluto now, moving out of bounds every single late summer into the end of the year. And Pluto out of the declination or the channel that the sun travels in, it's ecliptic as we see it move through our sky. So between the Capricorn and Cancer tropics in our globe, the celestial equator, we see Pluto literally breaking the rules. And when he breaks the rules and gets out of the leash or the tether of the sun or the solar system's grand boss, the grand poobah there, he forms revolutions. But in the south declination, the revolution is the people against the powerful, the everyday person against those in control and power. For example, the French Revolution and American Revolution happened during Pluto out of bounds in the south declination. And at the same time, we also see that same energy during the Protestant Reformation, where the people were taking back the power of the Catholic Church or the Roman Catholic Church. And the Protestant Reformation was a whole for the people movement. And it also led to a lot of change regarding the need for an intercessory to God, right? You didn't need to have the priest in between you and your own relationship with the divine, people taking back the power. So you'll see a lot of this increased revolutionary and people revolting as we move through the month of July, but it's the beginning of something we'll see a lot of in the next decade. After a decade from now, when Pluto no longer goes out of bounds in the south declination, Pluto will no longer go out of bounds in the north or south declination in foreseeable future history, because our software isn't able to calculate when that might happen next again. Pluto in the north declination gave us the FBI and the central intelligence agencies, and it gave us the Bretton Woods institutions and like the IMF, International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. This was happening in the aftermath as well, when the nation of Israel was formed in 1948. We see a lot of what we now consider the deep state or the intelligence agencies and some parts of the world system that may not particularly be awesomely enjoying right now, the blue and white nation, the aggressive blue and white nation with the greater ISRAEL project. So that all kind of came into formation and came into being during Pluto's roughly decade run time through the end of the World War II into the early 1950s, establishing what we now consider to be difficult world organizations that are clearly failing to do the job they were promised to do. The United Nations doesn't have any real power in the world and hasn't been able to stop a genocide even. And even the courts like the ICC, same kind of archetype, are ineffective and impotent. So those structures are crumbling before our eyes just in terms of their inability to work. And I think that this is what we're seeing in the next 10 years as the South declination unravels that story. But it's funny that we get sirens when I'm talking to you about the unraveling of the old world order. The new world order won't be a surveillance state, an oligarch or autocratic system, because it can't be. When Pluto's out of bounds, the people always take back the power. And we may not see the full extent of that until the early 1930s, 1930s, until 2030s to know the full lay of the land and what happens. But we can just guess that something good is trying to happen here. And the Barbault Basket, or the cradle, is formed by not just the three mini trine planets of Pluto, Aquarius, Neptune in Aries, and Uranus in Gemini, forming a little triangle. It's also going to be Pluto at 4 degrees of Leo in July, starting around the 18th, 19th is pretty exact. Jupiter in Leo, 4 degrees. Pluto across the way at 4 degrees of Aquarius. And then underneath it, the other planets form what looks like a basket or a handle without handles, right? I think a basket catches something like a bushel of apples, right? And when I did the all signs reading for this, I talked about the basket, which I've done a session on already. I'm actually talking about what are you going to put in that basket for your sign. So go check that one out. It's been put out already. I can't remember what that video is called, so bear with me. And lastly, I want to say I feel like the energy of July, it's mostly a waiting game. Okay, it's a waiting game because a lot of what we're waiting on is to see the determination of oil and gas prices going up or down, stock market stable or unstable, AI bubble real or Memorex. We're waiting on whether or not a memorandum of understanding is going to create any solid lasting peace in the Middle East at this time, but we're doubtful of that because of an interfering state who we could call rogue and pariah, shouldn't you like to call it that? And I think that this is very tenuous, and there's a sense of being on like a tightrope in the month of July, where things are on like a tenterhook way of, are things that we're trying to stabilize in June actually going to work? And with Mercury retrograde, when the Memorandum of Understanding was created, there was actually a Mercury in the shadow of the retrograde, meaning that things that are formed, signed, or agreed upon, such as a Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran, they may not hold because the retrograde will reverse something that was in motion in the pre-shadow period, and it has to be revised, revisioned, or rethought. My worst fear about July is that we're going to end up with an event. You know what the kind of event is? All right. It starts with a T, and it would involve an event on probably the soil, the ground of United States. And that kind of event, should that happen anytime in July, particularly worrisome around July 4th, will likely be pegged on another country, blamed for doing it, which I don't know that the United States general population is jaded enough yet to not believe what anything is at face value. Just like Tucker Carlson and a bunch of people have already pulled back the curtain, many people have, on people like Kennedy, and also and his brother Robert, and also on the event in New York City, right, that happened. Hope it doesn't get me banned on this video. Those sorts of things, the curtain has been pulled back on it, right? People realize now there's a lot more under the hood that met the eye, and that there was a lot of either complicity or allowance or usage of those events in order to usually create some kind of consensus narrative. And the responsibility for these unalivings in particular, I should have used that word, like Robert Kennedy and his brother John F. Kennedy, these unalivings, where did they come from? Who had the agenda? Who was served by the unalivings the most? And a lot of research is pointing to somebody in another country with a blue and white flag. Those people may have some involvement. Ultimately speaking, the long game story of July, besides a waiting game in the global collective for when the pin will drop and what the outcomes will be. Mercury turns direct July 23rd, for example. Saturn is stationary retrograde, but doesn't turn retrograde till July 27th. There's this kind of window there for around the third week of July where we might be seeing some structural change in the world connected to situations where negotiations had happened. By structural, I mean rules or laws or boundaries changed. In any kind of negotiating and warlike situation, we might see between July 23rd and 27th a consolidation moment with some new printed out idea of where things are going, an agreement maybe. Now, finally, the last thing I want to say, I hope, about this, the nodes of fate at the end of the month, around the 27th, will move into Leo and will move into Aquarius, North Node in Aquarius and South Node in Leo. This is the beginning, as I mentioned, of the real energy of the eclipses. And so it's kind of like this edge we're on in July, the edge of the next thing, the edge of everyone's holding their breath in July. And except for the July 4th Mars-Uranus conjunction, a day or two before, 3 days before, up to 4 days after, that could be quite the shocking event that may be about aggression or violence. But the rest of the month is kind of like everyone's just biting their nails, waiting to see what will happen. And we don't know, because Mercury retrograde doesn't give us the answers yet. We need him to station direct on the 23rd or 24th of July. We need him to get out of the pro-shadow window, which is around August the 6th, and then he leaves Cancer on August the 9th. So there's a sense that we're all waiting on the will of Mercury to some extent. Mercury had a staff that he carried that brought peace in the world. It was the staff of Hermes, and it could be for peaceful negotiations. And while Venus brings fairness, balance, and harmony, Mercury is the god of peaceful negotiations. We need his complicity or help in forming any kind of lasting negotiated truce, ceasefire, or peace in the world. Venus, the goddess of harmony and balance, in July, unfortunately, on August 9th to the 7th, will be in detriment, will have landed her ass in Virgo. This is a place where we have like Lebanon's ascendant, for example, and Mexico as well. And she's in detriment. So there will be probably problems with those nations and peace for sure, and anything to do with global health as well. especially anything to do with global health, because we had a South Node eclipse there in March, and we're going to have a Pisces eclipse in August, and it's kind of wedging the last story of the Pisces trade, negotiations, barter, international trade, and high seas. Virgo, obviously health. We've had the Ebola thing, then we had the hantavirus, and then we had another one, and we have tick-borne illness alarms, and there's another one. What am I forgetting, guys? Which illness am I forgetting? And because these are coming, all these illness alerts off of South Node eclipses in the sign of Virgo, which started spring of 25, fall of 25, spring of 26, March. We are finishing up that cycle of those stories, and Venus going into Virgo may reinitiate some reminders of some of the health things that the global collective is worried about. Ebola in 2014 was trending. I remember it really well because my father, my kids have been in Africa. He came down with malaria, but they thought he had Ebola. He was misdiagnosed, sadly, and it was detrimental to his health. And Jupiter moved into Leo back in 2014, and Jupiter is moving into Leo as well at the end of July on June 30th. And we could see a reemergence of even more terrifying scares about Ebola again, because and we'll see that at the end of July if that's going to show up. And Venus in Virgo, July the 9th to August 7th, could mean that the last few days of July and the first week of August, we're back in some kind of international health scare. And if just track with 2014, it may be yet again Ebola. Enjoy your all signs section ahead. I'll see you on the next one. Jupiter protects your body and health by looking back at your Aries ascendant. If you're a rising sign, that's important. Good health protection from Jupiter. If you're an Aries sun, he fortifies your career and ambition. And a moon in Aries, he brings you bigger, better, more beautiful, and luscious homes. So all of this is a new narrative. Enjoy the ride. Aries, sun, moon, rising, July 2026. Your life is about to get very, very lucky. You guys are the sign that least listens to any of the All Signs videos on my channel or any channel. So I hope you are going to tune into the extraordinary luck that comes your way. Thank you, Jupiter, moving into the house of good fortune in your sky and beginning to share a new story of fortunes and goodness and luck, prosperity and fertility in your world. We do not mind Mars moving through your third house. If you're an online social media beast, if you're a writer, teacher, communicator, marketer, or seller, your passion and ambition is going to surprise you, and you may have some big breakthroughs there. I don't mind Mercury retrograde for the Aries folk either, because Mercury, when he goes backwards through the sign of Cancer, gives you some time to really ponder in and from your home what decisions you want to make your mind up from the quietude of your domicile, where you reflect on the great visions you have for the world. We've got that 3 weeks of Mercury retrograde in the month of July. And lastly, really rare, first in a lifetime, Barbault Basket. Basically, a formation of heavens looks like a basket. It happens with the outer planets involved. We haven't seen this basket before. It is truly once in a lifetime. And it's going to open up in the second half of July, an incredible series of golden opportunities. It's going to be a positive feeling. So my name is Lori Lothian. Welcome. This is Lunatic Astrology. We are using Western Tropical Zodiac. And in my astrology, of course, I encourage you to use the whole sign house system. And if you like to use astrology to indeed time your best month of July, because you know what's coming down the pipeline, what to avoid and what to wait for, then you're probably going to like my Sky Reader class. If you've never thought about learning astrology, I'm giving you an option to consider learning to read the sky, like reading sheet music, learning to understand your chart a bit more, learning to understand two very specific timing tools that once you have a language of astrology under your belt, you'll be able to use them without having years and years of practice. Sky Reader starts 7th year teaching in September, as it always does every year. Come join me. Deep dive code for a discount for the 7-week live class, including Q&As, guest teachers, bonus content, Discord and Facebook groups for community gatherings. If you are into this stuff, check out my description box below and get the early bird enrollment pricing until the end of July. We will start probably mid-September. Usually the third week of September is my starting point. We might be a little earlier this year. Okay, so I'm excited because I have an Aries sun and an Aries moon, which makes you wonder, right? Should I listen for my sun, moon, or rising? Your moon is your thinking, feeling complex. I think I feel. And it represents your home and your mother. The sun represents your career ambition and purpose, but it represents your father figures and your deepest spiritual essence that shines through the ascendant, which is your character in the game of life. It's your body, the ascendant. It's your character. It's how you look, all the lions with the big hair. And I'm Aquarius. We're called the lean ones, right? I'm skinny. I'm skinny as a mini all my life because I'm Aquarius rising. So you're going to listen for all three, right? Sun, moon, and rising, depending on who you are and where you are in your life. After the mid-40s, your sun sign begins to pick up a lot of potency. And you might notice that listening for your sun sign is very useful as well. Try all three, see where you're at. Let's get started. This is an Aries chart. When we talk about sun and moon, we pretend the sun is here. We pretend the moon is here in the first house in Aries. And we look at the sky from the perspective of the first house. As we begin the month of July, the first thing to pay attention to is Jupiter will have ingress on June the 30th. And will be there for 12 whole months in your house of good fortune. Venus is here waiting for him in her house of what we call her joy. It sort of bakes in a signature that lasts a year of extreme luck and good fortune. This can be everything from winning money, like gaming, speculations, and lotteries, to being fortunate in any area of your life where you desire to be lucky, to also fortune in love. You are fortunate in love and love that lasts, because Venus codes for lasting love and romance. So you're likely, if you're a single Aries, to meet somebody in the next year. But if you're not a single Aries, you're very fertile and you may have children born to you after June 30th of this year through till next year. And you can have conceptions as well. And if you're already pregnant listening to this as an Aries, then Jupiter, ruler of the childbirth house with Venus, says a beautiful, hopefully very smooth delivery and labor. So it's really good for juicing up your creative juices. The muse is on steroids. The artist in you comes alive. Your talents and gifts are flourishing. And over the next year, you might even create some very important entrepreneurial project or creative project. So that's a code for that new story. Enjoy it. Jupiter protects your body and health by looking back at your Aries ascendant. If you're a rising sign, that's important. Good health protection from Jupiter. If you're an Aries sun, he fortifies your career and ambition. And a moon in Aries, he brings you bigger, better, more beautiful, and luscious homes. So all of this is a new narrative. Enjoy the ride. I think I already have a video out on Jupiter and Leo. But if I don't, yes, I do. But I'm putting a second update video on as well. So go watch my Jupiter and Leo video that will come out before this video drops in the third week of the month of June. And then we're going to break down the itty bitties. But again, another big story is Mars. Mars in the third house can be very ambitious and very driven when it comes to matters of any engagement in social media, traveling shorter distances, communicating online, writing and teaching, learning, marketing and selling endeavors. And he's like passionately driving forward, and having him here full of his intensity from June the 28th to August 11th is where you apply a lot of drive and intensity as well. And he will be in a broad sextile to Saturn, so that hard work will pay off. So working hard, renovating a website, marketing and selling, teaching, promoting, whatever you're doing, good for you. Venus and Jupiter and the ingress time here of Mars suggests this will pay off in good fortune and good luck in general. And Mars here can get you to travel, but usually short distance or local travel becomes the thing where you want to go off and, get a weekend getaway or travel in your state or close to home, June the 28th to August 11th, lots more time on the road, so to speak. We don't mind the Mercury retrograde at home because it's not impacting your public decisions. You're nested in the home. Mercury turned retrograde on June the 30th. He doesn't turn direct until July, okay? The 23rd, and the shadow period is June 12th to August 6th. So it's like you're trying to ruminate and make major life turning point decisions in and from your home. Yet he also represents your childhood and people from your childhood, including your family of origin, people you live with. You maybe hear from these people from your past and maybe dredging up the past. You may be nostalgic about the past, or things from your past and your childhood come back and you're paying attention to them. And if you're trying to buy or sell property under this, Mercury retrograde and back and forth, you can't get the buyer, the deal to settle. You can't get the contract to work. It's not great. So buying and selling property and real estate, wait till July of 2023. Don't hire laborers and people to work on your home, especially during the retrograde, because something will go wrong and you'll have to have it done all over again. So be patient here until July 23rd for this Mercury to go direct. All right, let's break it down into week by week. Jupiter on week 1 will square Chiron, the new wound, in your earnings, resources, money, job, like money you make from a job, facial appearance, teeth, voice, calling, and vocation. Now, here's an important thing to know, because I was born with this wound for my Aquarius rising. This is like a really tough one. It's not that you won't make money. Will you be feeling aligned with purpose and you're used to your natural talents and gifts as you do? I might suggest you start to think about, are you in your zone of excellence or genius? Because Chiron's pretty darn picky, and he may start to tell you, he entered here on 19th of June, doesn't leave until September 7th, then back again in April for 7 years. He's going to say, are you on purpose with how you're making money? If not, you'll feel wounded. And when Jupiter squares him on July the 1st, and you'll feel it the day before and after, then you're wounded because your muse is screaming at you. I want to be creative. I want to be a painter, a writer, actor, performer. I want to have joyful and entrepreneurial endeavors. And there is a squish of disagreement here. So pay attention to wounds of purpose and career and livelihood matters, and the lack of joyful joy here, maybe a theme for you around the first couple of days of July. And the next major story is a very difficult one for the world, with Mars and Saturn will join each other. And this is very explosive energy on July 4th. For you, it's in your 3rd house, and happy birthday, America. It's not easy. So, oops, not a week. We don't want to go by week. We want to go by days. Here we go. There we go. So on July 3rd, 4th, 5th, okay, time zone dependent, this energy is going to be about something that kind of shocks or surprises you, connected to the themes of the 3rd house, which are siblings, which are neighbors, which is the local environment you go to daily. So yes, you could have like an event in your local neighborhood that's shocking. And it's things to do with your online presence. It's also where you communicate, like through writing or through online social media situations. So somehow there's some surprise, and it bends the nodes of fate. And that means it's very destined, and there's no steering wheel on this ride. Bends the north node with, by the way, a moon coming into that part of the chart. And the north node is about your addictions and self-undoing, but I don't see that here. Could be a sibling with a health challenge in a hospital setting, for example. It could be something to do with matters connected to digital income and borderless revenue. And it could be a shocking, unexpected surprise that is destined about that kind of money, right? Like making money from international sources. Like suddenly Google AdSense says they're not going to monetize my channel anymore. Like that would be a shock, right? Then I'm going to retire and paint and write for the rest of my life. So you're going to have a surprise. Now, there's other ways it could look than what I described. I'll be doing a deep dive into this on my channel. But Mars is the Lord of your sign, and he's in neutral dignity, and he sextiles you. So all said and done, Aries folk, it's going to be something less negative than positive. Like it's not the end of the effing world. And because it sextiles Jupiter in a broad sextile, it's not that bad, especially in your chart. So I kind of would say things like, what would I say here? I think you could have a opportunity that shocks you for international travel. There's a positive thing, okay? Maybe even an opportunity to spend significant time traveling either locally or abroad. That's an example. So maybe the surprise is nothing more than that, but you could have a breakthrough moment in something you're communicating. All right, that's the other element, breaking free and breaking through in something that you wish to communicate to the world. And with the moon newly ingressed into Pisces, and with the moon being basically let's go to doing math on the fly, a waxing gibbous moon. So it is the shaman moon, and it's about death and life and death and mortality. Well, someone could be in a hospital setting, unfortunately. But I don't know, the destined fated circumstances unfold. And it also is Mars and Uranus applying to your South Node. Are you ready to let go of an addiction, self-undoing, in a shocking, surprising way? Are you ready to let go of a part of your work and livelihood in a shocking, surprising way, given that Mars exalts your 10th house? So those are some stories, but don't forget that this Mars and Uranus are flowing to Pluto, more wealth, more power, renewal, regeneration in your career and its gains, maybe a sudden, surprising social media land event, including a contract or agreements you might make, some kind of contract or agreement being offered to you that feels very lucky. And it also connects you to a dream come true, Neptune and Saturn. So it can also have some very positive side spin-offs here as well. As we move towards the energy of July the 6th, the first week still, the sun is squaring Saturn, and Saturn and Sun square is illuminating a place of hardship and difficulty. It's how are you doing with Saturn in your sign? He's been here now since February, Valentine's Day-like energy, and he's here until April, end of April 28, 2028. So part of that can make you feel old and tired and run down and worried and anxious. Part of that can make you feel responsible, dutiful, mature, and perseverant. Part of that can make you feel nostalgic. And part of that can make you feel like you're grinding at something. You're working hard, carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. So that's going to be true for you, right, through to 2028. Now, as that's happening, this energy on your sun, moon, and rising, especially if your sun, moon, and rising, and you're listening to this, is anywhere near about 14 degrees, and my sun is at 14 degrees and Saturn's right on top of it, then you're feeling this light at home. So in your domestic private home life, shining brightly in the midnight hour, which is not great for sleep, squaring something that's burdening you, something that's weighing you down, for you to look at it more clearly from the contemplation of your evenings, your quiet time, and your private life. It's inner work, it's soul work, and you got to figure out how to take that burden off your shoulders. It can be a professional burden, a relationship burden, a money burden, just a burden, right? And Saturn rules your career house, and it could be the burden of your career and the burden of the gains of the career. The gilded cage of the YouTube treadmill of content creation would be a great example I can give you just from my perspective. On July the 9th, moving into that second week of the month, 7th to the 14th, on July the 9th, Venus will trine Chiron, trying to soothe and heal this wound around self-worth, value, money, resources, food style, and addiction changes around addictions. And Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, the goddess of pleasure, after being in your muse-driven fifth house, right? Context matters. From June 13th to July the 8th, you could be all fired up with creative projects, entrepreneurial zeitgeist, and could even be having great sex or falling in love with someone June 13th to July the 8th, especially when Jupiter gets in there and ramps it up even harder, in fact, more intensely. So I'd say like June 30th to the 13th, you really got something going on here that's quite intense. Yeah, just leave it as is. So June 13th to July 8th, Venus is here. Jupiter joins her in the first 8 days of first 8 days of July. So the first 8 days of July is really good for meeting someone new. If you're a single Aries, meet someone new. The first week of July might not be bad just because these two are together for a romantic getaway trip. And maybe shocking surprises happen as you have the best time of your life on a romantic getaway. That's an example of how to use the first week of July. But I was trying to get to the crossing on the 9th of June. Venus goes into detriment in your house of employees, in your house of employment, in your house of work, in your house of pets, in your house of rental property agreements, and in the house of health. Venus is very much about, in Virgo, purity, cleanliness, priestess-like purity. Venus also rules your sperm and ovum, and there's a south node thing there too. I wonder if you're coming into, and this is intestinal health, be careful with your intestinal health, food poisoning and stuff like that. This intestinal health challenge could also be a warning flag around July the 10th. But more importantly, the deeper story, she's joining that south node of letting go, releasing, some kind of surrender is happening. And it could be surrendering a part of the job that you do, the work that you do in this world. And you may be shocking the world or yourself with this surrender. And maybe even you're surrendering or letting go of an animal. Now, we do that when we get an elder animal and it's time for them to leave. We have to let them go. You could be also coming into a new pet if it's destined. This would be a new pet, a soulmate pet landing in your home. And Venus here is good for health if you're going to listen to her. Intestinal health, she's flowing to Chiron, the the non-allopathic medicine doctor in the house of what you eat could lead to definitely some interesting dimensions around dietary habits and changes for you. Coming through this July 9th, ingress into your 6th house, and Venus will be here for quite a long time. She doesn't leave your house of your health improvements and she can bless you there, but she is fallen. So you got to listen. It's not easy. Mercury is in the 4th house, saying in the beginning of this, what do you do to improve your health in your home, right? From your home base. All right. She's here from July the 9th to August 7th. A lot of focus on pets and health, work, but maybe not enjoying your work and wondering if you should let it go. And if you have employees, Venus and South Node could indicate challenge with those people who work for you. Maybe even thinking about paring back your employees in sudden and shocking, surprising ways. That could happen here too. Now, after Venus trines Chiron, as she enters into her multi-week stay through to August 11th in your 6th house, the next major story to pay attention to will be the following. Mercury will come into the heart of the sun. It's called a cazimi, and this is a reset button in your 4th house. He will be retrograde, and I want you to pay attention to July the 12th, because that's when information or news that you need will come to you, and you're trying to use that information or news the best you can to make decisions about your online social media world, your local neighbors and neighborhood, your sibling relationships, major information or insight or news coming through to do with how to be more healthy, how to work at a better pace, how to take care of your animals or the health of a pet. So there's a flashpoint of divine downloads or insight or news coming, but because it's in the home and close to home, and make sure it could be an email, phone call, pay attention, could come from your nighttime dreams. It could come from contemplation and insights in the home. And they're seeing that clarity emerge on the 12th of the month, a lightning flash of clarity. On July, and it lasts for 6 weeks, from the insight, the information, or the reveal. Then over the next 6 weeks, you begin to act in accordance with that reveal, especially after July 23rd, when Mercury goes direct, through to August 7th, while he's still in your 4th house, where, by the way, Mercury's been for a long, long time. Goodness, he entered your 4th house on June the 1st, leaves August 9th. It's rare. And it goes back to 2019 that you had such a thing going on. All right, how about the next narrative? How are you pondering reality when it comes to a new moon in your 4th house? Every time we have a new moon here, we don't change our home. But anytime we have a new moon here, we can change our home. So following the 6 months after this new moon, in your 4th house on the 14th of June, you may choose July on the 14th of July. I hope I haven't been saying June, July, in case I have. I'm recording in early June. I apologize. You might want to change your home. You might be thinking in the first month after, I want to change my home. New moon, new beginning, fresh start. But if not, new things develop in and from your home. And so the new moon with a retrograde Mercury can bring new opportunities for job, work from home, employment, new pets into the home. I'm going to get an animal, new things to do with your social media landscape and how you engage in it, or even a new home connected to a new neighborhood or new rental property in the month that follows, or the 6 months that follows this actual new, fresh beginning, new moon. New moon is in pretty good shape, other than a Mercury retrograde embedded in it, which can be about places you've lived in the past and wanting to live there again, types of pets you've had in the past and wanting to get another one again, or souls of pets from the past returning to you. It's a pretty soft touch, new beginning, fresh moon. It doesn't have any major malefic problems going on. There's a general square from Saturn, but you're living with Saturn for years now, like until April 28th. So it's nothing that you can't handle. All right. After the new moon on the 14th of July, we're going to move into the 14th of July, 15th of July through to the 22nd of July, where Barbault's rare once-in-a-lifetime basket is forming in our sky. You can see the basket. It's already here. Take a look, right? Basket. You see the basket? And what do you catch in your bushel of apple baskets? You really easily catch 9th house, 8th house, and 7th house things. Easiest to catch in the basket. Well, you're going to catch book publishing, international travel, court and legal matters, perhaps wins. You're going to catch chunks of money, inheritance money, residual income, Google AdSense, royalty income, spousal separation agreement money if needed, grants and stipends. And you're going to catch ninth house. You're going to catch eighth house. You're going to easily catch seventh house things in your basket. Long-term committed love, business partnerships and contracts into your basket. So these are areas of life that in the second half of July, you're noticing you're catching these things in the basket. And it's possible Jupiter anchoring a corner of the basket, that some of this is also true for the entirety of the next year, baking in a kind of, these themes are easy, these themes are receiving energy, not grabbing energy for the entire year ahead until next summer. Barbault's rare basket that can bring a turning point for civilization for the better, so they say, is accompanied just about as the basket is forming, just as on the 14th of the month, the basket is forming. On the 13th of the month, Venus will have a surprise. Shock or surprise, unexpected development in work, employees, pets, local neighbors and neighborhood situations, siblings. That's what I got for you. Unexpected and surprising and fated and destined. And it may be square. It may be not the best surprise you've ever had, but still Venus will try her best to give you a smooth edge to it. And it could even impact your local environment connected to your neighborhood and rental properties as well. And there's a surprise. They're going to demolish a building next to you and it's going to be noisy for a year. And you're like, what? I'm out of here now. On the basket itself, as it really forms on the 14th, 15th, and it holds its shape, watch the basket. It gets stronger and stronger as Jupiter moves forward. I'm losing your sign. So basket Jupiter forming. Jupiter is lucking good stuff in fertility and pregnancy and growth and expansion in the house of good fortune. With this energy here, the basket is being anchored by Jupiter opposite Pluto. There's dynamic tension between cathartic regeneration and renewal, death and rebirth, and Jupiter in the house of good fortune. What the hell is that? Because as Jupiter strengthens his position and gets really locked and loaded around the 20th to the 22nd, okay, that's the most important time for anchoring that basket, but you see it building here. There's just something about how you want to really open up good fortune that surprises you in the world, because Jupiter will eventually become in a nice little sextile from Leo. He will sextile flow and ease and harmony and good grace. Here we are, 4 degrees, 4 degrees. Happy, lucky, unexpected, shocking, positive, good fortune, surprise. Could be good fortune in the life of a sibling, could be good fortune connected to your children, could be good fortune connected to social media landscape, maybe going viral, entrepreneurial business good fortune, just good fortune, prosperity and abundance. And Jupiter rules your house of publishing, teaching, and long distance travel, foreign land travel, good fortune there. Jupiter can bring good fortune because you're traveling, good fortune because something good is happening with a child in your life or a sibling. Now, this is a sextile to Uranus, and this is a fertility house. Unexpectedly, a child is going to be announcing they are pregnant with child, because that's very likely under the sky. It could happen. So there's that other story too. Now, Jupiter here wants to make you luckier than luck itself. And he does flow back in a trine to your Aries sky. Any planets in early Aries, the first 6 degrees of Aries, really feel the luck on this basket, like my moon at 8 degrees or my Mercury at 8 for me, or 2. I can really feel the luck coming this way for my Ariesness, right? And Jupiter trines Saturn, where it's like structure, discipline, and hard work bring bounty and fortune. And so feel the basket, get the vibe. And what's this lucky surprise? Okay, this is lottery tickets. This is the local stores you buy them at. You could win. This is wealth. You might share the money with someone, split the ticket. This is a house of windfalls. Interestingly, as this basket gets tighter and tighter, and we move to here, the 20th and the 21st, that kind of thing, the moon is in the house of chunky money. So yeah, you could come into a chunk of money under this basket energy around the 20th to the 22nd of the month. So don't be afraid of winning money or just coming into a chunk of money that you didn't earn directly. So everything from winning it in a casino or a lottery to, I don't know, an unexpected inheritance, something like that. Okay, Mars says hard work pays off in an easy way. That was easy. Flowing to Saturn, still direct. not retrograde till the end of the month. We don't cover that in these videos because it's too big a story to do here. But Mars will sextile Saturn on July the 19th. On July the 19th, 2 days before and 2 days after-ish, you're feeling like all this grinding, hard work, shoulder responsibility is paying off in social media and communicating and marketing and selling and short distance traveling and connections to siblings and things to do with your messaging and your writing, and all of that is somehow hard work pays off. It's kind of like a commercial success through diligence and perseverance. And you're seeing the payday of that hard work or that structured action and disciplined action. So that happens in the middle of that week of the basket, happens on the 19th. As I say, I always give it a couple days before and after. Don't spread it out a bit, is what I'm suggesting, right? Not happening all at once in one place. It's spread it out. So if you're working hard, in the third week of July, you'll get payouts and good success from working hard. That's all I mean. Okay? That's how I see it anyway. And it's likely connected to your career because Mars exalts your career house and he's a ruler of you. I have another spirit in my ear. What the hell? I'm being haunted. I'm going to go back and start doing psychic readings just for fun. Sorry, my phone is dinging. I need to wait for a FedEx delivery. All right, so then let's talk about the last week of the month. It's quite busy. A lot of stuff is happening all at once the last week of July. We start off with the sun squaring Chiron, just like Chiron was squared by Jupiter on July 1st. So here we go again. Now we're on July 22nd, 23rd. Sun will activate the Chironic wound on that time frame. You might also be dinged and pinged by, I'm doing something with my hard work, connected to my income, connected to my creativity and entrepreneurship, but am I having any joy? The sun says spotlight on and jovial enjoyment of my creativity. And Chiron says, yeah, but is this even on purpose? So sometimes it can be like you're looking deeper at how your natural gifts and talents can be better purposed in your world and in your life. And you're coming like to a assessment of that energy around July 22nd, 23rd. Also moving forward in this part of the month, there's some good news around the 24th. So while you're facing a Chironic wound, at the same time, Mercury and Venus are flowing together. And so Venus and Mercury together is good news. It's going to be around July the 24th that you can probably notice it coming in a day or two before July the 24th. The good news is connected to pets, rentals, debts. You can eliminate a debt repayment from someone. It's connected to good news regarding your money and your financial situation, especially if it's connected to work, and maybe even some good news connected to your domestic life, your private life, and something good happening for a significant long-term cohabitational love partner if you have one. Good news about a health challenge. Good news about a rental property opportunity. Good news. So there's like a nice little flash of good news here. And you might even have some good news about siblings or travel opportunities connected to siblings. So the good news is upon you. And it's pretty exact around July the 24th. On the next storyline, as the sun anchors the basket and just continues what Jupiter started through to the end of the month. Remember, this part of the sky, particularly July the 26th to the 29th, amplitude again. You want some chunky money? You want some book publishing deals? You want a new love partner? Sure. Or better marriage conditions, maybe even better employees. It's all falling into the basket. But the sun is also the exaltation lord of you. Okay? So it's going to benefit you greatly, Aries, that sun is amplituding and reinforcing the basket that Jupiter has already created. And although you may have a power struggle with an elder sibling or someone in authority, you're pushing and pulling between joyful and high-spirited, enthusiastic engagement in pleasure, fun, and creativity and entrepreneurial success versus the just making money. Okay. Something is more important to you. And it feels to me like the basket can bring in results of luck because you are focused on what inspires you, what gives you pleasure and joy, not simply chasing the paper. There's a lot of turning points for you guys. My daughter-in-law is an Aries sun, and she's going to be making a baby happen sometime in July or early August. Late July. That could just be her baby shows up. Look at that. right? So that's how astrology works, exalting her. And then we go into the next story, especially with the moon in the house of labor and delivery. Might be able to predict she's going to have a baby somewhere around July 24th, 25th, instead of early August. We'll see. Delivery and labor is here. There's the moon for the midwife. Let's talk about the next thing. Let's get going to say, what does Venus do when she squares Mars other than have a hot, sizzling sex or infidelities? Well, on July the 29th, Venus will square Mars from her fall in Virgo. Now, that can just be a pivotal turning point decision regarding Venus in its sixth house, right? You could be having a romantic getaway on a trip with somebody, but this would be like an office romance. Do you really want to have an office romance on a getaway trip? Then that's what you're doing here. And Mars rules secret love affairs in your chart. So yeah, go for the office getaway, the motel room escapades with an office partner who's married or something weird like that. Otherwise, Mars is saying making some turning point decisions, executive decision-making around work, health, and employees and pets and debts, right? Especially since Mars rules your chunky money and investment house. And also Venus is willing to comply. Mars is in the stronger position, and Mars can cut, end, and sever. So you may ask an employee to no longer work with you. You might not need them. You might want to cut, end, and sever a particular job that you're doing. It doesn't have to be the whole career, but like say you have multiple tasks in a job and you may cut away some of those tasks. And Mars exalts your career, not by what you add, by what you cut away. And it's not pleasurable. Venus has fallen. So you're going to cut away the unpleasurable things that you do in your work, if you can, around the 29th of July. And you'll feel that to be true a day or two before and a day or two after. Also on the 29th of July, the Sun and Jupiter do a reset button. This can be a new start that lasts a year. Just trust me, it's here. Well, the node of fate on the 27th has moved into your house of children, fertility, entrepreneurial success, creativity, and natural talents and gifts. This nodal axis will be here for 18 months. We're going to go a whole deep dive video onto this. I don't want to do it a short service. This is where you're going to draw on past life abilities in order to execute greater talent and creativity and maybe entrepreneurial success. But at the same time, you might let go of certain parts of your creative and entrepreneurial portfolio, right? And because you're striving for an extraordinary amount of worldly success over these 18 months, even great riches. And you're better suited to partnering with others and doing your entrepreneurial chutzpah alone, or even just you're working for someone as well and getting more success. We'll cover that world in another video. But this reset button of Jupiter with the Sun that happens to be exact on the 29th is going to open up a door that lasts a year. A new portal opens here. Could be a pregnancy portal, a new business portal for new creative entrepreneurial endeavors that are shocking, original, and surprising. New beginnings and fresh starts in fertility for sure. You could be pregnant. Your children could be pregnant under the sky in the year that follows this Jupiter reset button. And it could just be a lucky, fortunate day. This is the archetype of the good father. Just something good and lucky happening to you and surprising you as it flows, of course, back to your third house of the online world and siblings. Maybe a sibling's having a baby or siblings' children are having babies. All right, then we go into your last story of the month. Full moon, 6 degrees of Aquarius. Aquarius is your house of career gains, rewards from your career, what you desire in your long-range dreams and goals, a sibling, one older, and friends and benefactors and friendship circles. This is where you have a full spotlight, like a torchlight. And you had a new moon here, but it was an eclipse. And that new moon, a February 28th eclipse, was here. Now, anytime we start to have a series of eclipses through our 7th house, 11th house, we can change the way we make our success in our career happen. We can change the way we'll change our friendship groups and circles, in this case, expanding them because of the North Node. And we can also change up and increase our influence over larger groups of people. And this is a new story for you over the course of the next 18 months, because that's an eclipse window time. But what is the spotlight on? Go back to like February 28th, go a month before, maybe 2 weeks after, 2 to 3 months after, around February 28th eclipse. The node was in the 12th house, which is a house of what we are doing in our solitude, all alone by ourselves, in our contemplation, in our spiritual life. You may be considering some changes in your career path to bring it into more a spiritual focus, a more enlightenment energy, a more spiritual focus. And you knew that was true. You had to do that January, February, March, April last year from the February 28th eclipse. Now the spotlight is on fulfillment. See what spiritual elements you can bring into the way you gain money and the purpose of your career and all of that good stuff. Okay. So that full moon will be here at 6 degrees. If you have a sun or moon or rising near 6 degrees, and I do, right? My moon at 8, it's really felt by you as a strong full light lunation pointing you toward what the next steps are in your 11th house, fulfillment energy of a longer range goal and dream, and a connection to you, to the spiritual part of reality, but also in a way that brings worldly success. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, the 7 no, more like the power of now. Do you want to be that person? Do you want to bring some spiritual truth to the world? Especially with Jupiter witnessing from the house of the muse and ruling your house of book publishing. I think the conception of a book may occur, or a teaching, or something you want to share with the world that inspires others spiritually, liberates them spiritually over the next 6 months after this full moon. Look for evidence and clues what this full moon is asking you to do. July 29th, add 1 month, okay, into the end of August. And don't forget, we saw Mercury go direct on July 23rd. So decisions and contracts you sign are all good to go. If you don't want to sign a contract necessarily under a retrograde Mercury, unless it's a contract renewal, otherwise, now you're good to go to sign agreements and contracts and make decisions about in and from your home about whatever it is you're deciding on. Thanks for listening, Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in Sky Reader. I hope some of you are coming to Sky Reader this fall. I love teaching. It's one of my favorite activities. Of all the things I do these days, teaching is my favorite. So come join me in Sky Reader in September. Love to have you there. It's going to be fun. It always is. And you're going to learn to time your best life and be your own astrologer in 7 weeks, which is a big ask to ask you to learn that quickly, but I do my best to take you through it. You get to keep the content forever, and you get a lot of Q&As and support from me and my teaching staff. See you there. Ciao, ciao. Lunatic Astrology. I think that the energy here is going to have you want to dive deep into meaning and purpose, your natural talents and gifts. And you're also going to go existential, the I am wound, especially for rising. Who am I really? What am I really? And for you, sons, it's about career and purpose and really wanting to dig into purposeful dharmic paths and career over the next 7 years. Moon people may be healing mother wounds, Taurus sun healing father wounds, these kinds of things. Welcome to your July 2026 Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising sign. You are pregnant with possibilities. Things are opening up. Fertility is ahoy. Larger home, more children in the home. Let's see what happens when Jupiter moves into Leo. Also add that Mars is operating to change your money situation and work for the better. You might notice some big surprises and changes in finances and your work. I like the rare, never seen before, once in a lifetime Barbault Basket through the whole second half of July, opening up new opportunities in your life and ease, flow, and grace. But this is a rare formation. It comes with a bit of challenge, but it can game change, as I say, your reality. So we're going to break it down, Taurus, for the month ahead. And if you're listening here and you're brand new, welcome to my channel. This month-long forecast by me every month is a part of how I operate as a Western tropical zodiac astrologer. I want you to time your best month. I want you to use this information to navigate life more successfully. And I also teach you how to do that as well. Every year I do Sky Reader. Sky Reader is my yearly introductory to astrology course, 7 weeks long. This year I extended it from 6. We're starting, as we always do, in September. Come join me and learn to read the sky so you can be your own astrologer and you can time your best life. Of course, we're going to learn how to use 2 very simple and effective timing tools after you learn more of the basic language building blocks of astrology. And this is not for those of you who are already intermediate level. This is a beginner's level course. So come join me in Sky Reader. This is a super early bird discount time frame. In the end of July, this price will go up. If you're at all wanting to get in early, then this is your chance. In the information box below the video, and I'll pin to comments information about how to early bird subscribe into this course for September. So guys, I am looking at the Taurians in my life. I've got a lot of you, and I'm going to say some good things for you this month ahead. Before I even show you the sky, before I even give you a picture of it, Jupiter will be angular. Jupiter will be moving into Leo, the 4th house of your chart. That's your Taurus 4th house. You may well just say thank you right now. As soon as Jupiter hits an angle, which are houses 1, 4, 7, and 10, good things happen. The wheel of your fortune spins for the better. Jupiter entered onto the fourth house stage in your whole sign fourth house chart. Please use whole sign houses. He entered there on June 30th. He doesn't leave until summer of 2026. He's there for 27. He's there for 12 whole months. And you're going to benefit greatly. One thing this can mean is more children in the home. And that means that you could have children like making babies, and your children can have children. Extends the children within the realm of the family. So extended family members can have children as well. More kiddos in the home. Prosperity, abundance, expansion, and growth and luck in home, from home. If you work from home, you're going to prosper. If you need a bigger, larger, fancier home, you're going to find it. So this is really a good story. I mean, it always works out that way. I remember when I had a sister had Jupiter moving through Gemini, and her husband's parents passed, and they got the big family, the larger, more better, well, not larger, but the better location, the better home, gave them a better place to live. So you're going to see something good about your home life. Basically, it's guaranteed. We'll talk more about that. Well, let's bring the chart up and show you the sky so you can see what I'm talking about. And we're here for about 30 to 40 minutes max. If I talk quickly, take notes, slow me down on the playback speed. With a little gearbox at the top right at this channel on these YouTube videos. And if you like this kind of content without any ads before the general public, usually a week before, join me on Patreon. All my content is early access, ad-free. And it's, I'm happy to have you meet with me there for up to 4 classes a month or meetings a month. So it's a fun environment over my private community, membership community at Patreon. All right, come on, guys. And I am Lori Lothian, if I didn't say my name. This is Western Tropical Zodiac, if I didn't mention that. Don't forget how to listen to Sun, Moon, and Rising. Moon, emotions, mind, and your sort of mindset, but also your home nest and where you live. And so certainly Taurus moon folk listening, you're going to have Jupiter going over your moon, bigger home, better home, right? Good luck for mom. And Jupiter sun, Taurus sun, that's your home, that's your dad, but it's also your purpose and career and your true self. And then the ascendant is your simulation avatar in the game of life. And it's what your body, but also everything that could possibly impact the character in the simulation. It's the actors. It's a role that the actor plays. The actor is your sun and the role is the ascendant. So Taurus, you'll notice that you have a chironic wound also this month. And this is Jupiter's new story for 12 months. He's there with Venus. I'll be talking more about that in a minute. Just know that this is really good for luck, wealth, prosperity in and from the home, especially prosperity if you work from home office people. Wow, you're leveling up financially over the course of the next year. And it could just bring you more prosperity in general. But another meaning here, by the way, for you, Taurus, is legacy wealth, inheritance money, a spousal separation agreement, support money even may emerge for you over the next 12 months, and you should succeed or do well by that. Venus, the Lord of your sign, is waiting as Jupiter enters and saying, welcome and blessing you, baking in a lot of luck, including improvements in your health. So better health as well. Really good for letting go of addictions and, self-undoing. If you are one of those people who can't stop, a certain addictive substance, this can really be a turning point year for you with Jupiter fourth house storylines beginning on June 30th. Now, as we go into the month, you already noticed that Chiron at the third week of June ingressed into your sign. Chiron will be coming back to your sign on and off. He leaves in September, comes back in April. By April of next year, he's there for 7 years. I have 2 videos on this Chiron thing already out for all signs. Please go check out any of them. But I think that the energy here is going to have you want to dive deep into meaning and purpose, your natural talents and gifts. And you're also going to go existential, the I am wound, especially for rising. Who am I really? What am I really? And for you, sons, it's about career and purpose and really wanting to dig into purposeful dharmic paths and career over the next 7 years. Moon people may be healing mother wounds, Taurus sun healing father wounds, these kinds of things. A lot of times when you look at Chiron, you think, ouch, right? The wounded healer, but he also gives you gifts. And the real gift is being in touch with your purpose. So if you felt out of touch with purpose and you always felt like I have a job and it's never been truly me, hang on. He's going to try the house of the talents and gifts you were born to express. And so all said and done, you can retrieve them, especially with the trine to the south node. It's almost like past lives and talents and gifts in past lives return to you. And this is true for the month of July. So let's start with a breakdown day by day, week by week. Mars, of course, is moving into your second house of money. Shock and awe, changes in job and career direction. that's guaranteed, or financial changes that you weren't seeing. Doesn't have to be bad. It can be a breakthrough moment, as well as just an unexpected change. Let's take it down the rabbit hole of time. Watch out for that Mercury retrograde. Lots of back and forth changing of your mind when it comes to matters of travel, learning, teaching, and siblings. But we'll drop into that story of Mercury retrograde until July 23rd. Yes. Mercury retrograde started, by the way. Oh, I'm having a hot flash. Mercury, it's hot here. Mercury retrograde began, you should know this, Mercury retrograde began on June 29th and ends on July 23rd. But you're in your shadow period, June 12th to August 6th. So it's kind of like all these things going on, June 12th to August 6th. There's a lot of change of mind, right? I'm going to take this course. I'm not going to take this course. I'm going to take this trip. I'm not going to take this trip. Or things connected to siblings in general, and lots of vacillation, flip-flopping this way and that way and this way and that way, especially around travel and siblings both. So there's a lot of uncertainty here in this part of your chart. So let's just start it on the beginning of the month. On July 1st, we have a square from Jupiter to Chiron, testing that meaning and purpose wound. From the fourth house, you could have some challenges with someone you live with that seems like it's a wounded event, a wounded moment, because Jupiter's in the house of where you live. And this could also be a wounded moment regarding a relationship to a sibling, one older, or even a wounded moment regarding financial matters and shared resources with a spouse. And so there's like a tight little space where you contract around July 1st, and then it's over with within a couple of days. On July the 2nd through to about the 5th or 6th, Mars is going to bump into Uranus. So the first week is pretty intense, I will say that. So around July 3rd, 4th, happy birthday, America, there is an explosive energy. Unfortunately, that can be really bad energy. If you're a U.S. citizen, I would stay home from big parties in public places on July 4th, if you know what I mean. But in your own chart, you are looking at a money shock, surprise, change of direction. Mars can translate the money shock to shocks around money connected to foreign places, foreign people, and international and digital revenue. Money shocks can also occur in Mars's wheelhouse of possibility, connected to shocks around finances and a significant long-term relationship partnership. So money shocks there, shared resource monies, surprises, but bending the nodes of fate, Mars doth bend them, and the bendings here, bending the north node. Also a money shock regarding money you make in your career, earnings and gains from your career, money you make connected to a sibling, one older. Now, this doesn't have to be negative. It's fated. There's no steering wheel on the roller coaster. Fated financial changes ahoy. And because this all trines up Pluto, right, and Juno, major changes in your work contracts and agreements. It's flowing. You're going to say, yeah, maybe I want to make a wealth change, contract, agreement, turning point story when it comes to what job I do and what career path I'm on. And with Venus from the fourth house in a sextile to the sixth, you could have a luscious, new, surprising job upgrade, job opportunity, raise or promotion. Those are options as well. But it does bring a money surprise of some sort, more than likely. The only other option would be a surprise that you have a big cavity or you need some unexpected dental work. All right. Do not do any facial surgery or dental work under this, because I don't like the Uranus Mars together for not having something shockingly surprising go maybe the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, we just drilled into the wrong tooth. You're like, what? Isn't it your job to know where the cavity is? So I would avoid also any surgical procedures to your face at this time. And what is this time? Until Mars leaves Gemini. When does Mars leave Gemini? Well, Mars will be in the sign of Gemini, your second house, which is good for job changes for the entire time of this transit. Mars will be in the sign of Gemini all the way through until June 28th to August 11th. So please avoid dental work or surgical procedures, just because Uranus there could bring a shock or surprise, but it's more intense the first week of July. I'm hearing a spirit in my ear of the dead talking through me to you, Taurus. I don't know who it is, so keep going. I'm going to continue. There's too many of you out there. Could be just for me. The next story I have for you is after we get the shock and awe behind us and under our belt, then we have a light in the sky called the sun. It's highlighting your Cancer sky, which is your house of siblings, and it's squaring Saturn in the house of backroom deals and negotiations, self-undoing addictions, borderless revenue income from international sources. This is a social media house. This is a online website and sales and marketing place. So some of you have a couple of thoughts. A unexpected, difficult outcome regarding a travel opportunity, abroad or local. And you might also have some big changes regarding social media landscape, online world, websites, marketing, selling, teaching, and learning, and some kind of contraction or spotlight on a challenge point here. And because Saturn is ruled by Mars, it may be also connected to money challenges as well, financial contraction, but it maybe connects to the element of third house. And so maybe you can't take the trip, you can't afford it. Maybe your online social media monies are drying up. Something's going a little south here. It's only a day in the life of you. It doesn't last long. Take a deep breath. You might have a challenge here also with a local friend, and it may involve hidden enemies and self-undoing and addictions, and a spotlight on the challenges that could be occurring here. And it's interesting to see that when this is exact, okay, I'll show you what I mean. Here it is pretty well on July the 6th, pretty exact, right? This is the moon that rules this tension, and the moon will be on that day, for some of it, in the house of friendships and groups of belonging, but then moves really fast into the house of addictions. And so keep your eye on where your addictive substance abuse, misuse disorders connected to friends and groups of belonging, if you have any problems like that, are really highlighted, and the sun is shining a light on it for you to say, take a look at this. You need to make a change. July 6th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. We move past that time and we come into the story of Venus. Nope. Trining Chiron. Yes, we do, on July the 9th. Now, there's a sea change here in the second week. I can't take it. I opened my window for air, and there's a freaking public service drilling under the soil and jackhammering. You guys know I moved, right? I got rid of the sirens at my last place, and now there's a construction project on the street below by the city, sewer maintenance. All right, so Venus is sea changing into the sign of her fall, Virgo. She has been in Leo for you for quite a while, June 13th to July the 8th. And when Venus is in Leo, she's like the queen, and she's been supporting pleasure in the home, joy in the home, art in the home, decorations in the home, working from home, beauty in the home, romance in the home, and maybe all of those things, staging and decorating, buying new furniture, who knows. But then this is you in June, right? So this is June 13th to July 8th. And then she goes out and into her fall. Now, it's not the end of the world, but the South Node makes it more difficult. There can be a pullback in your enjoyment, pleasure, and fun, but also difficulties in your relationship to children, romantic and sexual partnerships. And this is kind of like a let go, release, and surrender. You might have had a creative project you were working on and you need to abandon it. There's no way it's going to last, or, you realize you got off to a creative false start. And Venus down here, she's also connecting a dot here in your chart to what you need to let go of anyway, because she's your ruler. So it's not necessarily bad. She's not going to do you wrong. So what are you having to release? Now, when I say romantic partner, I don't mean committed long-term live-in. You're dating someone, it isn't right for you. Now, Uranus and the South Node here, maybe about a loss or difficult circumstance in the life of one of your children. If you have children who are, especially adult children, could be going through something sort of difficult, and you just may be observing the challenge of a child rather than it being all that personal. However, because she will also be hooked up to a square to Uranus, there's an unexpected surprise, right? And that Uranus square is going to get more powerful as time goes on. And that could be unexpected pregnancy for your children or for you, okay? Or unexpected financial stories connected to creativity, love, romance, and children. So we're going to draw our attention to that a bit later as the times unfold and we see the big picture. She does trine Chiron, though, and try to soothe the Chironic wound about your body, your appearance, about your identity, about your career, if it's a Taurus sun, about your home life, or if you're a Taurus moon, about your father relationship for a Taurus sun, about your mother relationship for a Taurus moon, right? And so healing of those relationships as well, because she's trining the Chironic wound in your sign. And so keep that also in mind. And, Venus is the ruler of you, so she will only do you a solid. Nothing about her is trying to cause harm here, even in her fall, even in her debility, so to speak. Venus there, yeah, we'll keep talking. She'll stay in your fifth house, by the way. So that keeps accidental pregnancy for you or one of your children well and alive from July the 9th to August the 7th. So please use birth control, for example, or tell your kids to, if that's not something you're thinking is a good idea at this time. But it's fated or destined with the nodal axis. So what can you do? Especially, I'd say, between July the 9th and July the 27th, when the South Node and Venus are together in this sign, there's even more destined, unexpected fertility stories that can emerge. When we continue into the second week of the month, we're going to notice that Mars will reward hard work. Am I in the second week of the month? Well, on July the 10th, I'm losing my mind. No, let's keep going. I missed a beat. So on July the 12th, there's a Mercury in the heart of the sun called a cazimi. Mercury and the sun coming together is news that you couldn't see or couldn't receive. Information or news or understanding comes to you in a flash, a divine download, an insight, but also it resets your life for a bit of time. And Mercury will join the sun from retrogradation in your third house. A flash of insight regarding a sibling, a neighbor, idea, a project you wish to communicate, an insight around some kind of email, phone call, text message coming to you, exchanges through Zoom, even third house stuff. And this is a house of siblings, though. So look for information or insights coming on the cazimi day, the 12th, regarding siblings. And it might be siblings and money matters as well, because, of course, the moon is the ruler of this house in the second house of earnings on the cazimi day itself. And so siblings and money and flashpoints of information or news may be coming your way for sure. A neighbor also could dispense some unexpected news to you. And all of this news could be about siblings and money, but unexpected news from neighbors coming your way about your own money, moon in your second house. After the cazimi, we come into a square from Venus to Uranus. That's your accidental pregnancy marker that I was warning you about. So this is classic, shocking, unexpected pregnancy. We're going to give you a window of the exact scare or news coming through. Information or news could be coming to you about this. Are you unexpectedly pregnant? Is a child unexpectedly pregnant? Is a sibling unexpectedly pregnant? Are their children unexpectedly pregnant? All kinds of possibilities. Epicenter July 13th, probably a day before or two, and a day after July 13th, you're noticing it most acutely. Okay, on July the 14th, we have a new moon. You see it right there at 21 degrees of Cancer. And there's also a retrograde Mercury wedge in the mix. So things from your past are starting again in the house of writing, in the house of communicating, in the house of social media, in the house of selling or marketing, in the house of local friends, childhood friends, and siblings, and also cousins, aunts, and uncles. So all that kind of stuff has a new start and a fresh beginning. I don't know what you're starting fresh here. It can be so many different things. These are often connected to entrepreneurial projects, especially as Mercury rules, by the way, your house of entrepreneurship. So a fresh start, a new beginning, and some entrepreneurial or business endeavor. Okay, new beginnings. But Mercury retrograde says there's a connection to the past. So maybe negotiations or deals about business online or in real life, and the past coming back to the now could be a story I can make from this story. Yeah. But it's also about not just the day of the moon on July 14th. It's about what this means over the course of the whole month after the new moon. New fresh start. Some of you might change, and it lasts for 6 months. Some of you might change your home, change your location. With Jupiter at 0 degrees almost, or 3 degrees of your fourth house, I could see you moving. And Venus rules rentals, and she sextiles the whole thing. So you could be moving. You could be going to rent your own house out, move your home, buy a home, sell a home, change your neighborhood, change your locale, change your city. So there could be fresh starts in where you home yourself. That's the code here. You might want to rent a property, for example, or a new property. This will play out over 6 months, so keep that in mind. But look for information about where you live, changing and fresh starts beginning. And some of these changes of home could connect to your children changing their home, right? So there's that too. One of your kids are going to move and it's like somehow important to you. Maybe they're moving closer to you. Maybe you want to move closer to them. These kinds of stories. So the new moon opens up these new doors of opportunity around the themes I've just mentioned. And it's a Cancer moon in its home kingdom. So it's a powerful and positive moon. It's nothing about this moon that I don't really like. I'm not afraid of this moon, right? just a Mercury retrograde. It could indicate things from the past having a fresh start here, like an old website you shut down or a project. I'll be doing a deep dive into this moon for all signs. So make sure you like and subscribe so you don't miss that kind of content as I bring it out each month. All right. So then the third week of the month is the big, and the last week of the month. So the second half of the month, from the 14th onward, Barbault Basket is up and running, that rare multi-thousand year rare formation connected to the 6,000 year conjunction that started off between Saturn and Neptune and the outer planets in a trine. Wow, we're into the beginning of the golden age for humanity. In the meantime, as we get ready for that to finally show up, you get to be in the basket. See the basket? Basket, look, got apples that want to drop in. 8th house apples, 7th house apples, and 6th house apples are more likely to drop easily into your basket, like at a rodeo or something. You're going to throw them in the basket. You're going to get chunky money. Chunky money drops in. Does you get that chunky money in July? Probably not, but it sets you up for some chunky money stories. And I'd say as long as you have Jupiter in Leo, even when Jupiter will be in Leo for a year, you could come into inheritance monies, okay, or spousal support monies or insurance payouts and stuff like that. You could get into new relationships, committed long-term love. You could have that drop in your basket, business partnerships. You could get into new beginnings or drop bushels of goodness from new jobs and new career paths, right, and better health. Okay, all these are dropping into your basket. And yeah, I'd say a lot of the lucky stuff that to do with chunks of money, that's Jupiter's story. Those are the likelihood of an inheritance dropping in your basket over the next year. And you also notice that July 7th to the 22nd, this basket is opening up from Jupiter's opposition to Pluto. And it gets stronger as the 14th to the 22nd emerge. And by the time we get to the 22nd, there it is, right? It is really strong at this time. So I will tell you, there's something that you're trying to activate here, something that wants to be lucky and fortunate, powerful and transformative, and it may require agreements and contracts, and it may require foreign lands, foreign people, and foreign shores. It may involve home and property and land and real estate. It may involve legacy wealth and inheritance money, prosperity in and from and about the home. Opposite Pluto, father figures and money and wealth. So again, a death of a father figure wouldn't be outside the bounds of possibility here as this basket is forming, especially because the sun will join Jupiter right after and be a part of the basket. Now we're talking about the potential here for inheritance from father figures in your family of origin, dads, great grandfathers, fathers, take your pick. That basket opens up that possibility here. But it's also not just about the day of the basket, but I would pay attention to July. I would pay attention to July 14th to the end of the month, especially July 23rd to the end of the month for considerations of financial gain from inheritances or from maybe spousal shared resources as well. Career versus home. Jupiter down here likes to make babies. You have some fertility signatures. Would you rather be staying home and taking care of kids or your grandkids instead of having to hustle and be powerful in the top of the sky and make a lot of money? You could be saying yes to that. So you're going to have that tension there in the mid-July to the end of the month. And at the same time, you're going to be also noticing a credible lucky energy. Jupiter sextiles Uranus, lucky financial breaks. End of story. How about some lucky financial breaks, particularly the 19th to the 23rd? What about the fact that you are having Jupiter flow to Neptune, dream come true around matters connected to releasing of addictions and self-undoing, money from people in hospital settings? And, the other triangle is like, okay, the mini trine here is surprising, shocking, but positive, transformative developments with your career path and your money path, leading to dream come true opportunities. From maybe working from home or staying back on the back end of something and doing your own thing. You could open up some entrepreneurial doors under this sky all the way through mid-July to the end of the month as well. In the throes of all of that Barbault Basket, rare event, on Mars's watch, we have hard work pays off on July the 19th, where form and structure and action are formidably positive. July the 19th is when it's exact. Let's take a look backwards. So Mars is in the money house. Maybe you're working hard, earning money, take passion. Maybe you want to be a self-starter, start your own business. That's definitely possible here. And with the Mars and the fifth house story. But Mars is also with Saturn and Saturn says, I work hard. Are you been working hard at curtailing an addiction that involves putting something in your mouth or nose? This is where Mars is helping you do that. In fact, for all of those of you who deal with substance abuse and addiction and misuse disorders, or just bad habits with the food choices, go for June 28th to August 11th to make a dent in that problem. And I think that with the hard work and perseverance and constriction of addictive substances, you're making major breakthroughs. And you might feel like you hit a peak of success in all that hard work. Like, finally, I've done it. I've been like alcohol free for 3 months or something. It's a real celebratory hard work pays off around the 19th of July. And you'll notice that a couple days before and a day after, you're feeling this momentum from perseverance, discipline, and structure. And you could also discipline and structure your money and your finances as well in new ways. And this would be also another way of looking at it, saving money, counting, but also things you do behind the scenes alone here can have payoff in your finances, or international digital money starts to finally pay off. All righty. Now we're moving onward to the other stories. What about the next third last part of the month? We're going to talk about like the 22nd to the end of the month. And I like that two things. Well, let me just start in order of events. On July 23rd, the sun will square Chiron, just like on July 1st, when Jupiter squared Chiron. Ultimately, you're facing a Chironic identity wound about being on purpose, about fitting in, about belonging to your career sun, to your home life moon, to your identity rising. And first, Jupiter got you to notice it. He probably blew the wound up and made it larger than life. And now a solar figure activates it, which is males in your life activating a sense of a Chironic wound. But it can be also with the sun exalting your 12th house. It can be the overcoming of a self-undoing worst enemy, self-sabotaging habits, patterns, and addictions, as you've discovered new wisdom and knowledge to help you heal the wound, because the sun exalts the addictions part of your chart. It's really good for ancestral clearing and healing as well as past life regressions and healing, but you're healing a wound, an existential wound, around July 23rd. On July the 24th, some good news is coming your way as Mercury sextiles Venus, right? Venus, Mercury, good news about pregnancy, fertility, or your children, your romantic love and dating life, good news about siblings, good news about, let's make it exact for you, okay? You're going to feel the good news coming in here around July 23rd, 24th, maybe a bit into the 25th. And good news around winning the money in the lottery. Why not? North Node in the House of Windfalls. Good news around travel plans, leisure getaways, and fun trips with your beloved or friends. So just a feel-good vibe. Social life, Mercury direct. Travel plans, enjoyment, and pleasure. Siblings, good things happening with siblings, good news for siblings. Maybe a sibling's going to have a child. Maybe a sibling's children are going to have children. Maybe there's good news or travel opportunities that are opening up for romance, leisure, and pleasure, and siblings. Good news regarding entrepreneurial endeavors and the online social media landscape. All of these are good news, good events, positive directions. And then the sun will come into more digging more intensely the 26th to the 29th into the Barbault Basket. So again, what do you want to catch? A mate, a job, chunks of money. What do you want to catch in your basket? This is a very auspicious catchment window, so to speak, and it's anchored by Neptune and Uranus and Saturn. So where the sun exalts. So your dream wish come true. Could you get money from foreign places? Could you get an inheritance from a hospital elder passing? I'm not making like it happy, but it's still money, right? So that's July 26th to 29th. This is not your chart. This is a general bell curve reading, okay? And then at the end of the month, three things happen. The nodes change signs, Venus squares Mars, and we have a lunation, and there's a cazimi with Jupiter and Sun. So let's go. What's busy at the end of the month? I might not even remember all of that for every sign, so forgive me. Venus will square Mars for sexy romantic love times, okay? But this is really, yes, romance, sexuality, all of that. But this is also money houses. So there's some sizzling decision-making intensity around financial matters and opportunities, and also maybe money connected to your children. And it can be feeling very intense, like decisions must be made. Or there may be major turning points around travel plans connected to children or siblings, and there's an intense sizzle of having to make decisions about how much money you want to spend in these areas of your life. So when do you have those feelings going on? Yes, you got that really July 29th, a couple of days before and after. July 27th, the nodal axis changes. The nodes of fate move out of your Pisces and your Virgo story, where they have been in the love, romance, sex, and children, and elder sibling and all that stuff, and career gains. And now they move into direct relationship to your career and reputation versus your home life. I'll be doing a deep dive video into that shift of the nodes on July the 27th and talk to you about what it means. I think a lot of you will move your home in the next 18 months, but certainly by next summer. South Node is to release the home you're in, Jupiter to expand it into a larger home, and you're going to have a lot of career and worldly success as well in the next 18 months. And then we're going to talk about the idea, just the idea here, that you have a reset button when the sun joins Jupiter. Jupiter, sun reset. You see it right here is a year-long story. Reset to a bigger home, a new home, reset to children in the home, reset to prosperity in and from the home. South Node, though, can indicate a also loss of a home or change of the home. So by next midsummer into the end of next year, some of you may definitely be rehoming yourself, okay, or bringing children into the family. And being prosperous from your home, including the money from inheritances and money from spousal support or shared resources or in-laws coming through this channel here. All right. And then lastly, my voice is going. A full moon in Aquarius is occurring, coming off of February 28th, eclipse in Aquarius. New moon eclipse on February 28th wants to eclipse your job, eclipse your reputation, eclipse your work, eclipse your wedding bells. So there was an eclipse in February. At the end of the month, you might say that February 28th, a month before, and up to 3 months after, you saw something like, I want to quit my job wants to quit me, I hate my work, I want to change careers, big changes in your public reputation. And maybe because back at the February 20th, there was a Mars-Uranus square, you might have been also thinking of breaking up with someone, changing your marital status, all of that. And now we have the spotlight back in Aquarius. What that means is you're going to focus on what is trying to continue to occur with a big 6-degree full moon in your 10th house. But Jupiter witnesses it from the 4th and blesses it, protects you. And so a full light in the 10th house tells you what the next move is in your career. And coming off the eclipse, it may want to end or complete your career path and open up something different and new. The full moon up here is on July the 29th, 30th, but it takes about 6 months to give you the full lay of the land. Certainly within the 1 month after the full moon, you should see evidence that like the month of August starts to unfold clear and present possibilities of changes of career. And once Venus enters into your 6th house, which she will do and love you up in the job front, she'll enter in that part of your sky on August 7th, right? On August 7th, I would predict that August 7th onward from the full moon, you're going to change your job or career or be offered a new job, some of you, or new responsibilities or duties in an existing job or career path. If you're retired, new opportunities to be of service in the greater community and being seen doing so by the world. Okay. So what I got. Don't forget, if you like and subscribe, I will love you back. Don't forget every little click of that finger that you do on my like, subscribe, notification bell, hype button helps the channel grow. And helping the channel grow helps me continue to put this content out for you. And if you like me, then you'll like my classes because I love teaching. I have fun. And sometimes I'm pretty good teacher. So come to my Sky Reader class to be your own astrologer, time your best life. Super discount pricing only happens in July. If you miss this and it's the end of July and you haven't enrolled under that price, I can't help that. It's just the timing is over. I'll see you guys in class. I'll see you guys on Patreon. I'll see you guys on extended members content Mondays here. Check it out. I'll see you guys around. Take care. Have a great July. Lunatic Astrology. What you might want to let go of in and from the home as she hits that South Node entrance point around July 9th and 10th is something to do with 9th house things. Could be letting go of an addiction that you pursue in your home, but it could also be letting go of things connected to digital income, revenue from international sources. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising sign. We're talking today about the merry month of July 2026. This is your astrology forecast. We have amazing stuff happening. We have a once in a lifetime, very rare formation in the second half of the month. It's thousands of years rare. And we're going to talk about the game changing impact on your sign. We're also going to see Jupiter moving around the sky into a positive place for you that really allows for some greater expression and communications flow, prosperity and ease, not only in July, but for the next year. And when I took a look at that old Mars activation for you, you won't believe what's coming. Mars spending the nodes of fate with a shock and awe Uranus in your sign. You are going to shock yourself and the world by what you declare. And when it comes to matters of money and earnings, be a little cautious because you're going to change your mind. What you think you're going to do around job, money, and earnings might not exactly be the thing you're going to stick with. So we're going to explain why. We have retrogradations this month, of course, Mercury at the very tail end of the month, Saturn. It's a big deal month with a lot going on. So let's break it down. Welcome. My name is Lori Lothian, and this is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. And of course, we always use the whole sign house system, the ancient house system that actually works. In today's video, we're going to talk about your world week by week and day by day. So get ready to settle in for 30 to 40 minutes to take some notes and to plot your best life, time your best life, navigate your best life using astrology. Speaking of which, I'm teaching my astrology course for the 7th year in a row. Every September, once a year, I open enrollment for Sky Reader. It's called Time Your Best Life and Be Your Own Astrologer. It's to learn the basic sky language, to read the sky like you read sheet music. Once you learn how to read the sky and you learn the 2 simple but effective timing tools I will be teaching in that class, ancient timing tools, then you'll be able to not only understand your chart a bit better and what it's all about, but also use it for moving in the best positive directions in your own life and avoiding the pitfalls. So come join me in Sky Reader, Introduction to Astrology course, 7 weeks long, weekly Q&As, a Discord and or Facebook group to meet other students. I have teaching assistants, and we have 4 guest teachers with bonus courses and more. In the description box below is the enrollment link and or the wait list, depending on when you're watching this video. And this is July's super deep discount, early bird, super duper rate. By the end of July, that rate no longer applies, and we move into another rate as this course starts in September. You want to get ahead of the game and maybe be early bird discount. All right, so let's get started. Thanks for being here if you're new, and don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you're one of my regulars, thank you for being a part of my world. All right, so I can connect a bit to what Geminis are going through with my progressed Gemini sun. And I, by the way, never tell you to listen to progressed planets first and foremost. You still need to look at the natal code, and the progressed code is secondary, but it still is useful to know. So let's go ahead and bring up the sky so you can see what's happening and make some sense of it. I might talk a bit fast to get as much as I can in here, including 2 lunations, but keep in mind that you can slow me down on the playback speed with the gear icon. Please take notes and don't forget to settle in. So as we begin the month ahead, the first thing I've said that happens of any note is Jupiter's transition here. On June 30th, Jupiter moves into Leo. The Leo sky is your 3rd house. This is an excellent place for prosperity because after Jupiter has transited through your 2nd house all for a whole year, June 10th of 2025 to June 30th of 2026, this was like planting golden seeds in your money, earnings, resources, possessions house, and now he's ready to hatch them. So quite often, this is going to be a very auspicious, prosperous year ahead that starts on June 30th and ends in the summer of 2027. And you might be prosperous in writing, in marketing and selling, in teaching and learning. Now, if you learn anything with Jupiter here, like I will be learning Vedic astrology with this fellow named Aswin Subramanian, can't say his last name. I probably will be the right place at the right time for the right teacher, just as I used to be in 2018 with my first teacher, Adam Ellenbus. So it's like what you learn is blessed by Jupiter. What you teach is blessed by Jupiter. What you communicate, right? I'm going to say this is very auspicious for starting those things. And it's also bounteous for your siblings. They get more richer and prosperous, particularly maybe a sibling one younger than you. And it's protective of siblings in general, especially a sibling one younger than you. And finally, if you have any kind of creative impulse around, like you're in the social media sphere and all of that, writing, communicating, marketing, selling, teaching, learning, scrying and divining, 3rd house storylines, then guess what? You're bountiful, you're expansive, you're growing, and you're joyful. So keeping that in mind, that's where Jupiter starts off this month. We see Mars crossing a sign boundary after several weeks in Taurus where he's debilitated. Poor guy. He was in your 12th house, deep soul work, trying to eliminate things that get in the way of your happy dappy life, May 19th to June 28th, and working on the inner planes, especially around substance abuse and addiction, maybe. But he's left, and now he's moved good old Mars into your first house, and he'll be here, goodness gracious, June 28th to August 11th. He can only move through your first house once every 2 years, more or less, for about 6 weeks. And when he's here, you have a sword in your hand. Now, what does that mean? Sounds scary. You have a discerning ability to choose, to cut, to sever, to end what it is you need to cut, sever, and end. Downside, Gemini rising. Don't forget, rising sign is your simulation avatar character. Don't forget the sun is your career and your career matters. Don't forget the moon is your body, and or like the ascendant is your body, and the moon can be your body too, but the moon is also your home and nest, right? And your emotions. So if you're like me, a progressed sun, I have a sun in Gemini, it's not a sword on my body. So in other words, I'm not going to injure myself, but I will say that Mars-Uranus co-joined on the ascendant of a Gemini person, right? Especially if your ascendant is in the first 4 or 5 degrees of Gemini. Be careful. Be careful you don't injure yourself, okay? This is like falling off a ladder or jumping off a cliff or slipping down a hill or, I don't know, falling out of a high space through the air or injuring your arms, your shoulders, or your hands. Gemini energy rules that, and lung injuries and inflammation as well. So be cautious with all of those areas of reality for ascendants and ascendant Gemini, first 5 degrees. Otherwise, for the rest of us, this is a story not just about potentially injuring ourselves. I'm going to break it down for the first week. It's a story about having a dynamic electric breakthrough, break free, charge forward. Decisions are acute, they're intelligent, they're well-formed, they're based on genius and a sense of electrical currents, of divine sparks of Promethean fire moving through you. Is pretty powerful. And I think that the way you decide things during this time, you're adaptable and flexible because of the mutable sign between June 28th and August 11th, but you're choosing with a Uranian flavor, which is profound and squaring the nodes of fate. We'll get to that in a minute. Also, Mercury. Mercury is in retrograde as the month begins. He started retrograding on June 30th or 29th, I believe. He turns direct on the 24th of the month. He finishes retrograde around the 23rd. It's kind of around that, time zone dependent. And basically these weeks of retrogradation, that you started the shadow material on June 12th. Anything that was in play June 12th through to about August the 3rd is in the shadow zone. So you have to be cautious that the things that have been going on June 12th that will go on to August 3rd, because it doesn't leave your second house until August 9th. You're not going to know which way to go, because every time we have a retrograde Mercury here, we want to spend or buy or make decisions about our money, our work, our employees, our employer structures, our career and ambitions. And we want to make those clean mercurial decisions, make up our mind. And we don't know how to do it yet because retrograde is giving us more information that we need. So be patient. This retrograde information will come to you. I'm saying don't make any major life-changing financial, work, money, career, employee decision type things. Do not make those decisions fully. Don't lock and load on a contract or anything like that until Mercury goes direct, July the 23rd. Okay? Now, and even so, the shadow period doesn't end, the post-shadow, until around the 3rd of August, I think. So be patient, take your time, explore options, let the retrograde show you what you don't know and can't see. Although, of course, money from the past and and possessions from the past could return to you as well. Now, yes, Saturn does retrograde around the 26th, 27th of the month. We're not covering that in this video for a good reason. It's its own epic story. And the retrograde for the last 3 or 4 days of the month is not important. It's what it does over the next 3 or 4 months after. So we'll do that in a separate video, not this one. As we begin the month ahead on July the 1st, we're week by week now. We're moving into the week by week story. As we do that, and you are Mercury ruled, so pay attention to my guidance I just gave you, okay? As we begin the month ahead, we'll see the first thing is Chiron has entered into Taurus In Taurus, he is sussing out and checking out a new wound. He wants to show you where you're wounded when it comes to your spirituality, your spiritual liberation, your moksha. Your could have some wounds with hidden enemies, wounds with the way you self-undo. You're your own worst enemy with regards to addiction, self-undoing, bad habits and patterns. Maybe even some wounds regarding connections to foreign money, foreign influence, like the way you make money internationally. And there's a bit of a chironic wound. Jupiter will tap that wound in a square on July the 1st. This square from Jupiter, it just feels like wisdom, truth, and knowledge are trying to point the way. Jupiter wants you to see what is true. It's in your social media, marketing, selling, communicating, writing, traveling, short distance house. There could be a chironic wound around any of those things connected especially to digital income, borderless revenue, or even to traveling abroad to far off places and shores. And soon as Jupiter, especially opposite Pluto, connecting to the chironic wound, activates a T-square, there may be trips that you were thinking of taking, domestic or abroad, that you're realizing now you're going to have to cancel them. The wound is like, no, this is not the right time. This doesn't feel appropriate. So listen to your inner instincts around July the 1st, around travel plans, whether it's in the long run you were going to travel or even in the short run. Maybe change your mind. On the energy of the first week of July, it's dominated by Mars. Mars squaring the nose, Mars trining the outer planet, sextiling. It's a big deal. It's rare and it's epic. Mars will bend the nodes of fate. He can only possibly do this every 18 years in this particular way, which I don't believe he did. So it's epically rare and wonderful. Mars is in Gemini, and he's telling the North Node, okay, and the South Node, who are the fates and who drive the roller coaster ride of our lives, I have some action we need to take, and it's going to be destined and fated. But who's taking the action? Most of the time, you are. Mars is the sword in your hand. Mars is the cutter in your possession. Mars is the decider in your court. So you will choose, you will decide, you will make a cutting, bifurcating of your timelines here. And you're looking at bending the node of career. So while you want worldly success and expansion and have been having it for the last 18 months, is the juice worth the squeeze? Because something's going to change. You're going to make a shocking electric breakthrough choice, decision, or action in the first week of July. That's going to change the trajectory of your career. And for some of you, it may even change the trajectory of how you connect to money in and from your home, because the South Node in your house of your home, Mercury ruling it in the house of possessions and money, changes too. Like, for example, how you make money from your home can change, just as your career can change as well, or your home may be under a readiness to change. I don't think that for you that you have to worry about being in harm's way unless in the first week of July, you're a Gemini rising and you're in the first 4 degrees, 5 degrees of Gemini. And then, yes, then I'm going to caution you that you don't want to be in an injury mode. So be cautious. End of story, especially injuries in and from the home. Moving past that story, so we just noticed as all that bending of the nodes and deciding is happening, you also get the Mars, flowing to 2 planetary bodies or more. He flows to Pluto. Yay, he flows to Neptune, right? So what you do with that mini trine energy, if you want, is you up-level your dharma, you move into a greater alignment of purpose in a transformational way. You make agreements and contracts with people in industries that are international or connected to writing and book publishing, and you get a dream opportunity that feels like a friend, ally, and benefactor just gave you a stepping stone to something amazing, a leg up and a hand up. And it feels like a dream come true, career opportunity from a friend or a favor from someone in a high place. Maybe that's why you make a decision to exit stage left or make some changes in your career path, because something better or more exciting has come along. So pay attention to the whole first week of July, but most intense perhaps around July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Yes, we keep going, because on the date of July the 5th, Mars will trine, on the date of July 6th, the Sun will square Saturn for an illumination of a difficult situation for your consideration. Well, the Sun is in your money, earnings, and possessions house on July the 6th. And what you might do is light it up Like you can see what you've got in your bank account. You know what you're doing with your finances. This is your earnings as well. It's all lit. Saturn is sober realism. And this is the gains of your career. You just might be having one of those moments where you're taking a sober, realistic spotlight into the measured pace by which you are persevering in the career gains, the influence, the rewards, the fame, the money, and you're having a look at it with a realistic eye. So the sober-minded realism of Saturn is what is good for you here, because you won't be deluding yourself with Neptune about what is possible or what is reasonable. And Saturn is what is practical, reasonable, and realistic. So, for example, with what's going on here, some of you, I said juice worth the squeeze. Maybe you're working too hard. Saturn works really hard to the point he's fallen in the way you work to achieve career gains. And maybe it's a harder look at what you've begun to notice about yourself starting in April and take a turn for the better. Maybe work less hard or work smart, not hard. And also, if you work in the social media landscape or online, it's even more so what I just said, with the sun ruling the social media and media landscape of your third house. To continue, on the second week of the month, between the 7th and the 14th, we have some major stories playing out with Venus, for one, leaving the sign of Leo. Venus has been in Leo since June 13th, and on July the 9th, she leaves and heads into Virgo. Well, as soon as she crosses the sign boundary and moves into a sign of her fall, this is where she's not happy. This is where she's stressed out. And she's with the south node of depletion. And she's with the south node of letting go and the south node of release. What you might want to let go of in and from the home as she hits that south node entrance point around July 9th and 10th is something to do with ninth house things. Could be letting go of an addiction that you pursue in your home, but it could also be letting go of things connected to digital income, revenue from international sources, especially with the exalted moon in your 12th house as she's ingressed into the 4th. Exalted moons are also the opposite of fallen. They're on a pedestal. And so you might be looking at this sort of high level of some kind of international income, money from foreign companies, barter and trade, international client revenues, whatever it is. And you're seeing Venus fallen while she possesses that exalted moon. I think it's very juice squeeze. I think it's what's the cost benefit analysis of something. All right. So there's that. Venus can also have you surrender, release, and let go of your career path that you're currently on or some changes in your trajectory. She exalts your 10th house of career. She may also move you around the game board to let go, release, and surrender a romantic love relationship or an over-attachment to the being in charge of or controlling your children. And so there's a lot of change that you're having emerge when she moves into the 4th house. And because she's in a condition of her fall, in the 4th house with the south node, Professor Plum in the dining room with the wrench. What about Mercury? He's ruling her. He's ruling the south node. He's like, I'm retrograde, guys. I can't deal with what you're doing over there, but I can see you. I'm going back to the past, right? I'm plowing through financial situations, my choices, maybe money endeavors, and I'm connecting the dots to the past. Now, it could be claiming money from the past, sure, or money from the past coming your way, or past ways of making money returning to you. But it's also Mercury plowing backwards to pick up loose ends that he needs to pay attention to. All right, so I'm going to be doing a full Mercury retrograde video. Please like and subscribe. This is an intriguing one because it activates the nodal axis. So it's got a lot of important details I won't cover in the overview video. But I can see you making changes in home, money, revenue, romantic love, and children relationship. I mean, letting go. Well, I just dropped my microphone sideways and I need to get a better mic anyway. The Yeti Blue has been broken and cracked by now. But this is what happens when I'm doing like 12 videos in 2 days, right? I am losing my clarity maybe, but not with you guys. I took a break, but also my proprioception is off. Sorry about that, guys. Well, the next thing I want to mention in the sky for the Gemini folk is that we know Venus is a little bit of a problem there, but she does trine the Chironic wound, and that could be positive. And she'll be trining the moon exalted in her sign too on June the 10th. So June 9th and 10th, there's a sense of a deep healing of wounds from childhood or past lives, connected in many ways to money, values, self-esteem, self-worth, and maybe even balance in life. Okay. Your spiritual life, your quietude, your creative solitude are calling you, Chiron and the moon here in the 12th. And what way have you been unable to respond? So you're diving into deeper territories here, maybe taking time off. This can look like, hey guys, it's July 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th. I'm out of here. I'm off to an ashram, a spa, a retreat. My phone will be turned off. It looks like a timeout for some of you. Next, we have on the lineup of major stories to talk about, Mercury on July 12th conjuncts the sun in a cazimi. Reset button from his retrograde happens 6 times a year, but only 3 times in a retrograde cazimi. So on July the 12th, we want to reset your money house, earnings, resources, pocketbook, wallet, values, resources financially that you can survive and thrive on. And now we have to reset that button. Now, this reset button happens like every 7 years here from a retrogradation, right? So it's not that common. Like 7 years ago, I started my channel and Lunatic Astrology business, right? So because my progressed Gemini sun was still in Gemini back then. And so for me, it's like, okay, so I reset my reality 7 years ago. Here I go again. What's the reset? You're resetting your money. You're resetting your resources. You're resetting your way you spend. You're resetting the way you make money. And you might look for information on July the 12th. Listen to the phone calls, text messages, emails, and conversations you have, because information may come to you. It looks like information could come to you, by the way, also from conversations you're having with people in your home, who are in your home with you, who live with you, conversations you're having with friends who are going to give you some sage, like brutal honesty, or conversations you might even have with authority figures like bosses. So there's something going on where the conversations guide you. And even mentors can be here like guides, and you're going to have information coming. So look to on the 12th of July, look to information coming to you a day before, of, and after July 12th that give you some clarity, because the 6 weeks that follows this July 12th is a financial redirection reset. Well, what about the next piece of the sky? Nothing like a July 14th new moon at 21 degrees of Cancer for a fresh start in how you make money. Are you getting a theme here that you're making money, career, work, and employment, employee stuff changes? Because if you think that's what I'm talking about, you're absolutely right. Something's got to give and something has to change, and you're going to figure it out. When I see my clients with Saturn traveling through the 11th house without it being in detriment or in fall, they work too hard to make the money and success that they're achieving. So if that's true for you, maybe not all of you, maybe you're just really structured, persistent, but if you feel a little depleted, this is why you're having the new reset button in the 2nd house. You could also reset your dietary habits and styles and how you eat and what you eat, put you on a new dietary path for better health. But whatever you're doing is starting fresh. And with Mercury retrograde, you might go back to dietary habits from the past, dietary styles from the past, money-making paths that you've taken in the past and returning to them, taking an old form of livelihood or earnings and restoring it and reviving it, revivifying it. This new moon will show you evidence of that as July 14th happens all the way through until the month that follows. Look for the clues of what I'm talking about. Right. And also expect when Mercury goes direct on July 23rd and leaves Pisces by August 9th, you'll have more clarity about what you are resetting here in your financial directions of reality, so to speak. Okay. We're going to move past the cazimi past the new moon. And we're going to talk next about what is happening on July the 13th, the last half of the 2nd half of the month. On July 13th, there is a surprise, and it's caused by Venus and Uranus square. Normally, I don't care about it, like it's just Venus giving you a money or love surprise, but she is with the South Node in detriment. So the surprise that seems to come through around the 13th, a day before or two, and maybe a day after the 13th, may feel a little bit like a shock to your system, but you'll make decisions on it right away. You'll know how to act on it immediately. This can involve a surprise or unexpected development with one of your children, because of course Venus rules the house of children. It's also going to be an unexpected surprise with a sibling too younger than you. And it can also be an unexpected surprise or development regarding something domestic in your private home life. And yet you're responding with that warrior energy, that Mars energy. You've got it together to act decisively on whatever the surprise may be. And Venus, other than pulling from the house of children, like it could be one of your children is unexpectedly pregnant, because Venus rules fertility, sperm, and ovum, and destiny is the south node. She rules the house of children. Your lover, your sexual love partner, your dating partner, or your child could be unexpectedly pregnant, and you're finding out this news in and from your home or near your home. And so that could be all that is as well. Okay. On the third week of the month, we're moving into the whole Barbault thing. Andre Barbault predicted the age of glory and humanity golden age upping when we get this particular mini trine event, and more so the Barbault basket or whatever. And I think it's very cool looking. So you'll see the basket forming. He's dead now, but he's a French astrologer who predicted the pandemic even. And this basket is a very important energy because it's extraordinarily multi-thousands of years rare, and it's going to impact all of us. So how does it work for you? Because you'll start to notice it come into formation strongly on the 14th of July and peaking by the 22nd, with emphasis on the 17th to 22nd. So that whole chunk of time, the 14th to the 22nd, that third week of the month, big Barbault basket here. Andre Barbault's basket is alive and well. Well, first of all, part of it wants to prosper you up, because this is Jupiter having plowed put landmines of golden treasures in your money house for the year before. He now wants to spend a year making you richer. So look for possibilities that there's something going on in the third week of July where you go, oh my God, this is great. Look at how much money is coming my way. At the same time, because there's a wealth yoga, the money may be extracted from things to do with writing, publishing, teaching, lecturing, preaching, with international themes involved, with social media and marketing and selling themes involved, and that wealth thing. But there's tension here because there's contractual agreements, and there's Pluto for transformation, there's Jupiter for expansion and growth. And because Jupiter in this opposition at the top of the basket is highly, highly auspicious, I mean, he's a really good spot for you, sextiles your sun, moon, and ascendant. Most likely, this is going to also impact a more acceleration of career success. The North Node is still up here for volume up your worldly career success, as it has been for the last 18 months. But at the same time, Jupiter rules your audience, your marketplace, your clients. And that is in the basket. Why? Think of a bushel. The apples can fall easily from the 8th house of chunky money and residual money and passive income, and the house of the audience, fans, and marketplace, and from the house of employee, employers, work, and work routines, and from the 5th house of entrepreneur, creative expression. Kaboom, kaboom, boom. Everybody's falling into that basket. These are the houses that easily allow for movement into the basket. So it looks good on you financially, creatively, expressively. And during the second half of July, it really lasts the whole second half of July in its most intense form. So it's exciting. And the other thing about it is it does say, look at the flow going around the chart to the following places. You and your electric current of originality, invention, breaking free and breaking through decision-making powers. You and your incredible visionary abilities to dream something into reality, and your career ambitions, games, and long-range goals and dreams for your life. You being able to level up in the 9th house. Well, 9th house is book publishing, court and legal matters, international themes, foreign people and places, universities and colleges, teaching and lecturing and all of that. The 9th house can also be astrology. The 9th house is Dharma. Pluto wants to transform your relationship to life to put you into a powerful activation of life's purpose. Look for a contract, an agreement, or an offer coming your way, probably under the second half of July's basket. And with Mercury retrograde, maybe from somebody from your past, if that offer comes through before July the 23rd. I'll be doing a whole video for a deep dive for your sign on this basket, so please like and subscribe. All righty, what's happening next in the story of you? During the basket activation, hard work pays off. On July 19th, Mars sextile Saturn. It means structured, disciplined actions have a benefit. Now, it means you might be working hard, but you know you're going to get a payday out of it or something good wants to happen. And if you're working hard, it is in your career. Remember I said, is the juice worth the squeeze? But perseverance, discipline, and focus in your career and its gains and your vision for your career and Mars, your actions and decisions are in a flow. You're working hard, but you're not necessarily burning out. And the likelihood of something succeeding, working out the way you want is there. And because this is happening most actively around July 19th, given it 2 days before and after, it may hook up with an offer, a contract, an agreement coming your way. Okay, hard work pays off, and there's an agreement of some sort. You can sign on the dotted line. Jupiter says it's blessed. Look for what that might be. Otherwise, hard work is happening with less hardship and more ease. Okay, that's the vibe there. And you get a backbone of support in anything you're trying to choose from friends, allies, and benefactors. This could be somebody significantly younger or older than you by 7 years. Maybe that's also where a contract could come from as well. A sibling 1 older can also be a big benefit, as well as a sibling 2 older under the sky, and what's working well around the 19th, 2 days before and 2 days after. And then, just at the last end of the 20th to the 22nd, that's when Jupiter really digs in and sticks the landing. That's when he's going to really be at a tight 4 degrees to the basket. And the basket is very powerful. Look at this, Jupiter, luck. Uranus, surprise. It's like surprising luck emerges in the sky for you on the 20th to the 22nd. So celebrate, enjoy it, clap your hands. If you believe in magic, clap your hands. This is a very good vibe personally. A lot of freedom, a lot of breakthrough going on here. Okay, let's keep on. On the 3rd week of the month, the 4th week, the last week of the month. So we're going to take you from about the 14th, 15th, the 22nd onward to the end of the month, the 22nd to the 29th. What's the story going on here? Well, the first thing is the sun wants to square Chiron. And you felt that Jupiter square Chiron. Remember, July 1st or so, I talked about it. The Chironic wound, Jupiter squared, now the sun. The sun is only squaring Chiron as it was Jupiter, July 1st, but anchoring and holding the basket more tightly, allowing for the basket to continue, allowing for it to receive. And technically, the sun is in his home kingdom, and it exalts your house of social influence, celebrity, gains of your career, wishes and dreams fulfilled. So this could be a really good social media window for literally watching your social media life, maybe even some electric currents of breakthroughs for you in social media, online world, social media environments, teaching, learning, websiting, Zooming, whatever you're doing. At the same time, I'm mentioning that, though, the sun, who does exalt your 11th house, is with Jupiter, right? Sun in his own kingdom. Jupiter is Jupiter. That's very a positive indication of success in 3rd house matters, short distance travel, sibling relationships, success in applying for schools and educational stuff, success in anything you want to do with divining, scrying. This is the house of the fortune tellers, Demetra George 101. So keep all of those stories in your back pocket for exciting times in the last week of July. Well, the sun is healing a Chironic wound about self-undoing and being your own worst enemy. Prioritize self-care, introspection, and alone time, and the sun will support greater success here. Go within or go without. Mercury sextiles Venus, which is happy news on July 24th. This is some good news coming your way, and Mercury is stationed direct, so he's very powerful at 16 degrees, Venus at 16 Virgo. Well, she's fallen, she's still Venus. Good money news is probably what I'd say around July the 24th. So obviously, when you get a Venus hookup to Mercury, Mercury brings you information and Venus brings you good things. Good news about potentially things going on in your domestic life. Good news about or for one of your children. Those are narratives. Good news about a firstborn child, especially, but also could be good news, a firstborn child, but children in general. And after the good news hits you financially or home connected, maybe you got Some of you under the sky could like be looking to buy or sell a property, and the good news is coming your way regarding that as well. Or possession for your home or buy a car. Good news is here as well. When are we talking, guys? We're talking, like I said, good news time, July 24th, a day or two before or after. Then we see the sun, as I said, anchoring it all. Saturn turns retrograde on the 26th, new video coming out just about that. And then on July the 29th, there's a sexy Venus square Mars, and well, the nodes are changing their sign. So the nodes will move around the 27th into Leo and into Aquarius. Big video coming out about it. This is going to activate a whole new destiny play where you're going to move into greater expansion internationally, greater success in ninth house matters, aligning with purpose and dharma, transforming reality, and surrendering and releasing third house things. Again, we'll be doing a video on it, but there's a nodal change at this time. And then as we move into that nodal shift, the first thing is we notice Venus and Mars are cosmic lovers entangled in sexy mutual attraction. There can be romance for you on this. You may be chasing after, going after, deciding about a romantic opportunity, and it would be close to home or in the home or from the home. Venus rules your sex and romance house. Why is Venus fallen here? It doesn't mean the worst case scenario. She's no longer with the node, which doesn't complicate it anymore, but it would be something along the lines of maybe there's complications, right? Maybe the person is too close to home. Right? Maybe it's not somebody you should be in a relationship with. Maybe it's the neighbor next door who's married. I don't know, especially with the trine to a cold and distant moon in the house of secret love. And so you could be feeling an attraction. You could be sensing something wanting to happen. I'd wait till Venus gets into Libra to pursue it, but you might just notice a forbidden attraction or an attraction close to home. That could be a thing going on, or you have the power and purpose and passion to exit pleasures in and from the home that cause self-undoing, right? You just know how to cut away from those and move into a different direction. Again, we're looking at July 29th, and we're doing a separate video on that for my week ahead videos. So we're not done yet. This is just touching base. And then lastly, at the end of the month, the full moon at 6 Aquarius. This started with an eclipse in February. So it's all very turbocharged with the new moon eclipse, February 28th. In the sign of Aquarius. And where is that? This is your Dharma house. And now we have a full light here on the 29th of the month. I guess I simply say there's an illumination of what that eclipse was for. And because that eclipse had a nodal axis to the 10th back in February, it's about career and it's about purpose and it's about wisdom and it's about learning and it's about knowledge and it's about spiritual life and it's about book publishing and international themes. Look to the February eclipse a month before, 3 months after, for clues to what was trying to start up here for you. And look as well to how it will spotlight it. And over the next month, from July 29th, at a month, you're going to have more clarity and more visual understanding, like a light is shining in your 11th, 9th house. So you can tie that to the February eclipse and see where it takes you. I think, for example, like I have a book publishing agent waiting in the waiting room for me for like 3 years. I think Eileen and I were talking in February, March. Okay. So again, discussing the book I haven't written or proposal I haven't created. So this would take me back into, okay, damn it, big spotlight here, contracts and agreements, destiny and expansion, writing is down here. So I'm giving you an example of how that could come back full circle. And this is a moon at 6 degrees of Aquarius. So if you're a Gemini, sun, moon, and rising is 0 to 10 degrees, it really does benefit you as a full light fire or water air trine towards you. So it's a positive lunation, blessed by Jupiter witnessing it. Okay. So it's a good one for writing, traveling, communicating, marketing, selling, learning, teaching, pilgrimages, all of that stuff. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. I will see you guys in my next video. Come to Sky Reader. I'd love to see you there. Everyone take very good care.
Lunatic Astrology.
If you're listening for your Cancer sun, it's your, career and purpose matters and the true you. The Cancer ascendant is your simulation avatar and very much about your body and the character and the game of life that you're playing. Where your moon in Cancer is your mind and emotions and what you feel and think about life, but also your home and nest.
Lunatic Astrology.
So welcome to the month of July, 2026, Cancer. Sun, moon, and rising sign. Wow. Big energies happening, rare energies happening as we have a first and once in a lifetime, thousands of years rare sky activation. We're going to talk about that third week of July being pretty interesting. It can really shift some money stories for you in a big way. We also note that Jupiter is finally leaving your sign and heading into your money-making sky this month of July, which is really positive for you and your finances. Mars is shifting signs as well, making life a little bit easier than it has been in his last placement. And Mercury, of course, is retrograde for much of the month. And how does that impact you and decisions you're making in your life? We're going to break it down today, one step at a time, week by week and day by day. So settle in for a half an hour, at least with me today. We're talking about how to navigate and time your best month of July 2026. And Cancer, if you're already down the rabbit hole of astrology and you're wanting to learn astrology, and by the way, hi, I'm Lori Lothian, fixed Taurus and whole sign houses and minor asteroids are part of my fun play wheelhouse here. This is Western Tropical Zodiac. But what I was trying to say was if you want to learn astrology with me, Sky Reader, Time Your Best Life, Be Your Own Astrologer, 7th year teaching. It comes up this fall. I'd love to have you. This is a fun class. We're going into the language of astrology, how to read the sky in your natal chart, understand the principles of astrology, and learn two advanced, easy but powerful timing tools by the end of the class to time your best life. Of course, this is for those of you who are relatively new to astrology, wanting to learn the basics of astrology. I do teach much more advanced classes. This is my yearly introductory course, 7 weeks long, weekly Q&As, Facebook and Discord group, teaching assistants, teachers who are astrologers helping me out. Plus, you also get 4 bonus classes by guest teachers of mine. And you get to keep this content forever and ever. Come check it out in September. The super early bird discount code expires at the end of July. In order to get that code, etc., look in the description box below for enrollment information and or information connected to the wait list. Depends on when you get this. So the early bird super discount code and information about that pricing or whatever else is down there is down there. I'm recording this in early June, so I'm just not sure what the link looks like yet. Let's get started. Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Let's spend about half an hour to maximum 40 minutes together and talk about your sky. We're doing the month of July. Liking and subscribing is always welcome. Every little touch point is a tip jar energetically. When you like, when you subscribe, when you hit the notification bell, these things matter. Whether YouTube algorithm actually likes me up better and shares me with other people, and my channel does grow. So thank you. And here's what we have. And if you like this kind of content, early bird access, on my Patreon community, you get this stuff without the ads and you get it ahead of the public by a week. So all my videos are early access ad-free over at Patreon. So check that community out as well. Let's get started. Guys, you are Cancer rising. Jupiter has been in your sign for a total of 1 year, starting June 10th of 2025. Yes, there were blessings. Sometimes they felt great. Sometimes they weren't so great because basically a few times Saturn was squaring the Jupiter placement. But every 12 years, roughly, you get this glow up. Things get better, you get luckier, you're fertile, pregnant, and you have, more children coming into your life, and you're just more lucky. But Jupiter's leaving your sign, Cancer, where he had been exalted, and he steps into June 30th until summer of 2027, your second house, which is earnings, money, and resources. This Leo sky is where your paycheck is, your savings are, it's your financial well-being, and Jupiter will begin to plant seeds of new golden eggs of prosperity for you as he travels through your Leo sky, and he'll be in this part of your chart in the Leo heavens for a year. So get ready for that new story. You're going to love the ride. At the very same time, he will be trining Saturn throughout that year, giving you opportunities to work hard and succeed. Hard work pays off. You are going to be a hard worker. You are going to succeed. Now, one thing I want you to know, the most important thing here is that Mars is no longer pestering you in Taurus in his debility. Thank goodness, you probably feel better already. June 28th to August 11th, sayonara. He leaves a 6-week stay in the house of friendships and elder sibling one above you and career goals and career gains. And sometimes when he's up there, you might have felt I'm working too hard, or you might have had arguments with friends or even difficulties with the sibling one older. Usually when Mars is up here, we just feel tired because our work life is consuming us, tired because our friendship groups are gnarly. We might even exit certain friends and groups of belonging. But it's over with. Now Mars is playing in your 12th house and it's very subtle energy. I want you to consider letting go of addictions, bad patterns, habits, self-undoing, anything that you know makes your life worse. You're your own worst enemy. Mars can start slicing through, cutting away all that is unnecessary in your life. And you might find yourself also wanting to travel to like ashrams or far off places or retreat centers or something like that. You're going to have Mars in your Gemini 12th house. Bring him in, everyone. Yay, Mars. Welcome to this Gemini 12th house. This dude will be here for quite a while. He's going to last from June the 28th until August 11th. And he's going to square the nodes of fate. So that's a big deal. Well, he co-joins Uranus. We'll talk about it in a bit. Lastly, Saturn does turn retrograde at the very end of the month. And we're not going to really dive into his retrogradation story in these videos. It's too long to go into because it really doesn't you don't feel the impact till August, September anyway. We're also going to talk a little bit about Mercury retrograde though. You know, Mercury retrograding in your sign is you changing your mind, okay? Or seeing things differently or reversing your perspective on something that you intellectually understand. And, you know, Mercury has been in your sign for a long time. June the 1st until August the 9th, he'll be here due to retrogradation. And sometimes he shows you information you need to know, but it's about yourself. And if you're listening for your Cancer sun, it's your, you know, career and purpose matters and the true you. The Cancer ascendant is your simulation avatar and very much about your body and the character and the game of life that you're playing, where your moon in Cancer is your mind and emotions and what you feel and think about life, but also your home and nest. And with Mercury retrograding here in this part of your chart, so from June the 29th to July the 23rd, and with the shadow period being June the 12th to August 6th, during that window of time, especially June 12th to August 6th, most acutely June the 29th to July 23rd, you're going to change your mind. You're going to change your mind. I apologize. That's my Cancer rising sister. I have a delivery coming and I have to be on for the delivery. They're going to ring my bell. Ring my bell. So what can you do? So there goes the ringer. Anyway, I was just giving you the overview. Let's break it down bit by bit. All right. On July the 1st, Jupiter will square Chiron. This is going to be a very first taste of what needs to be healed in your 11th house of friendship groups, long-range goals and dreams and plans and belonging. Chiron here wants you to belong to your long-range visions and desires. Chiron is showing you where you need to tool it towards key to purpose. And so now Jupiter squares that Chironic wound on July the 1st, and it may feel like you have some kind of like financial abundance at a cost. Maybe you want to spend time doing something you really desire or enjoy. Maybe money isn't matching. Is the juice worth the squeeze? The effort you're putting into something in your purpose or career direction. And maybe you're feeling a little wounded by the measure or the intensity or lack thereof of how much gains, reward, influence, celebrity. It's not really satisfying. The money isn't working. There's something like that, a little wound. It could be a wounded moment about money and a friend, money and a sibling, one older. And that's July the 1st. Now, on the whole first week of July, we're dominated by the Mars story. Mars is going to be clashing and crashing into Uranus while bending the nodes of fate, trining Pluto and all of that, Neptune, sextile. So there's a lot of outer planet energy with Mars, but also a fated turning point. Mars in your 12th house is a big deal. Mars is going to come colliding here into Uranus, pretty exactly colliding into Uranus. Okay, let me just fix this. Okay, so these two planets are going to hit each other, okay? I mean, they're going to merge forces. And this is very explosive energy. And often it can lead to things that are like big breakthroughs or ahas, like you have a big moment of an aha, and you're like, oh my God, now I get it, especially nighttime dreams, insights through meditations, subconscious urges coming to the surface with a kind of declarative, surprising, shocking clarity. And it may feel positive at one level because even though it's a combination of energies that is kind of difficult or a bit scary, and it may respond to matters to do with surprises regarding one of your children or surprises in your career path that are shocking or unexpected. It also is bending the nodes of fate, which is where there's a destiny play, no steering wheel on that roller coaster of life. Just take a ride and go with it. You are not in charge. Let the universe show you the way, because the changes are happening or fated. That said, the nodal bending is of the North Node in the 9th house. It could be about children, grandchildren. It could be about matters to do with distant shore plans and travel, disruptions. It could be disruptions in relationships to a sibling too older. Whatever this disruption is, it's fated in destined. And it looks very much on the axis of travel, bending the travel nodes, but also learning nodes, and some kind of unexpected changing of a direction in some way. Ruled by Mercury, currently retrograde in your sign, meaning that maybe it also connects you to matters of the past and how things from the past are now twisting in the wind in a new way, especially if it was relationships with siblings in general and travel. Those are also highlighted. So look for that unexpected twisting, turning story. But also, what about the trine to Neptune, sextile Neptune, trine Pluto? This energy is very powerful. Mini grand trine. There's something like a golden nectar of goodness trying to happen in the bitterness of a shock. And it looks like it could bring you some money. So it comes in a chunky form. It could activate some dreamy successes in your career. But there's also some fallen Saturn. So it's kind of a mixed bag. So, and if you're going to get some chunky money, could there be somebody in a hospital setting who's about to deliver a chunk of money your way because they're getting ready to exit the planet? Anything is possible. You never know. This kind of has a bit of that vibe here between houses 8 and 12. And if you're into spiritual enlightenment, this could be a big, big breakthrough in your spiritual awakenings and liberation from the dream. As we go past the first week of July, like that early story, which is pretty well happening in the first 4 or 5 days of July, including July 4th weekend. Watch out for where you spend your time. There should be some violence that weekend in the USA. As we go to July the 6th, the sun will square Saturn for a flashpoint day in the life of you. You might feel it the day before and after, but sun is shining a bright light in the Gemini sky, and Sun is shining a bright light in the Cancer sky, your sign, and Saturn is in your career and reputation space where he's not in good shape. You might be working too hard, and this hard work is going to be shining a light on your well-being. Maybe for Cancer rising, your health, Cancer sun, your career goals, Cancer moon, your home life, and the hard work moment where something hard connected to work shines brightly in your awareness, and you're like, I'm doing too much work here. Also, Saturn rules your marriage house, and there could be a bright light shining on difficulties you're experiencing in the realm of your marriage, especially around financial matters. So look for that energy to really hit the high pitch note. July the 6th, a day or two before or after, usually a day before, a day after, you're still feeling it. The next story will be Venus trining Chiron. While Venus is the goddess of love and money, and Chiron is the wound in the house of career gains. And I wonder if you're trying to heal something. Wait. Yes, regarding that story. You need Venus to move, away. So I was just apologizing, into your 3rd house. So sibling wounds, maybe. Venus, South Node, let go, release, and surrender. Just the generic house of siblings, okay? Ruled by Mercury in your sign, going into the heart of the sun. So Mercury is going to be invisible. So things to do, invisible matters that you didn't know about, to do with a sibling, causing a sense of loss, difficulty, or hardship, but also flowing to Chiron, the wounded one. And this is another sibling house, a sibling older, siblings in general, sibling younger, all connect the dots here. And I think there could be some kind of wanting to heal a wound as well regarding writing, teaching, educating, traveling, learning and studying, and connections to your long-range goals and dreams and plans. Venus will try her best to help you out, but the key to healing is to release, surrender, and let go. What must you release? And if you're overly attached to a sibling, one younger especially, there needs to be a releasing of that attachment to the outcome in the life of that sibling. And the trine to Chiron could indicate a challenge in the health of a sibling, one younger. And that would be a flashpoint story you're experiencing around July the 9th to the 12th. We are now in the 2nd week of the month. Now, Mercury will come into the heart of the sun. Mercury will join the sun. This is a information day. This is something you're going to want to notice, that you're given news, information that you couldn't see until now. So on July the 12th, these two planets, Mercury and July the 12th, that's right? Yeah, July the 12th, Mercury and the sun will be joining together, but I'm on the 14th. That's why I'm not seeing it. And you're going to notice around the 2021 degrees here, which I think is at 20, that you're having an insight. You are having an insight. You are receiving information. You are coming into awareness, understanding of something. And it's a reset button that unfolds even up to 6 weeks later. So it's not a one and done, but it's the beginning of a new direction of understanding. And because it's connected to the South Node and Venus in the house of siblings in general, siblings one younger than you in specific measure, there may be some stories here that have little to do with you. It's news about or connected to a sibling, news about or connected to a writing project, a learning endeavor, a social media environment situation. So look for that newsflash, courtesy of Sun and Mercury on that date of June the 12th. On July the 13th, there is a surprise as Venus squares Uranus and something unexpected happens. A flashpoint, a shock, a surprise, maybe. Well, it's Uranian and it's subtle. It could be spiritual awakening, a dream that knocks your socks off. But Venus, again, in the house of writing, communicating, marketing, selling, traveling. A disruption that surprises you of a travel plan easily could happen here. A disruption that surprises you in the life of a sibling and health and maybe even medical facilities or hospitals. Whatever Venus is surprising you with vis-a-vis Uranus, it could also be a surprise, and it doesn't have to be negative, regarding money you make because you are in the social media landscape and you get money from digital income, borderless revenue. And there could be a flash here. It could be a positive surprise. You get more than you expect in what you're marketing, selling, teaching, learning, distributing, and social media. You could even have a surprise flashpoint of more money from something going viral. Those are options for you as well. And this is going to happen on July the 13th. Now, as we move into the next story, which is July 14th to the 22nd, we're going to have the once in a lifetime, first in a lifetime Barbault's cradle, or basket. And it's rare. It's really beautiful. And it's supposed to be the dawning of the new golden age for humanity since last year. We'll see what we think about that. But just as that is beginning to form on the 14th of the month, right? You're going to have a July 14th, 21 degree Cancer lunation, new beginnings and fresh starts in your sign. And you have this once a year, so no big deal. But Mercury retrograde gets wedged in here. Be careful for you in particular, whether it's your career, your home life, Sun and Moon in Cancer, or your rising, that your ascendant, your character, you don't have a false fresh start. This could actually put you into taking on something you want to begin brand new. And it could be a writing project, learning or teaching project. It could have to do with artistic endeavors and things you do alone at home. And it could be even making a new beginning around changing your neighborhood and moving to a new city. These kinds of things, though, could have a false start because you're baking in a retrogradation. And eventually on July 23rd, that turns around, it goes direct. So be careful that you don't go full bore on an idea of a fresh start in some area of your life. Maybe hold off on that concept idea until after July 23rd, when at least Mercury is direct. Because every new moon takes 6 months to unfold. There's no rush, right? That gung-ho decision you might want to make to go in a new direction or start something anew and plant that seed. Retrograde Mercury is not so reliable, right? You might plant a seed connected to your past. I want to go back and marry that guy that I didn't marry 10 years ago. I want to go back and buy that home I always wanted to and tried to and didn't work out. I want to go back to that job I used to have. These kinds of go back to what fresh starts, maybe false starts. So be cautious around that. For you, it's specific because it's in your sign. Not so much for other signs as you to really be careful because it's your mind, Mercury in your sign. You may change your mind on things after you get started in a new direction. So maybe wait till after July 23rd and even better after maybe August the 6th when you're out of the shadow window. And then we're going to talk next about the third week, the Andre Barbault astrologers basket. People are calling it the Barbault basket. Do you see the basket forming here? This is like kind of cool. Baskets catch the apples, right? The bushel of apples could go in here. Kind of indicates there's harmonious flow with a bit of tension between Pluto and Jupiter that allows for fifth house, fourth house, sixth house things to drop into your basket, like with ease. So property, land, real estate, and good fortune, including winning money and opportunities for pets and rentals and job opportunities dropping into your basket. Okay. At the same time, this basket that forms throughout the entirety of the second half of the month, but you feel some elements of it pretty acutely, the 14th to the 22nd of July. At the same time, it's really being brought together by, you can call those angel wings, right? These too many trines, and Jupiter across from Pluto. Let's break it down a bit, the vibe of that whole week. And Jupiter, luck, Uranus, surprise, surprising luck, surprising opportunity, surprising financial opportunity. So yay. We see that Jupiter flows to Neptune, dream come true, money opportunities connected to career. We see that Pluto says, how about some wealth, anyone? Connected to my career, connected to things I'm doing behind the scenes and out of the sight of the world. But then Jupiter opposite Pluto during that third week, the 14th to the 22nd, is intense. And Jupiter gets exactly opposite Pluto on the 20th to 22nd. So there could be some struggles to do it with money and shared resources, like with your spouse. Especially look for that to be true around July 15th, or with the in-laws, or money struggles or tensions between what you're earning and what you're trying your best to invest in. And you might want to break out of a contract or agreement, especially one that's involving significant relationships like a marriage partner and money agreements between you and a spouse. This could also have some element of being able to pay off or pay down a debt, which is positive. And when you'll be able to do that, in a beautiful, lucky way. And debt relief, your sixth house, becomes a possibility too, because there's some wealth that you may be coming into. It's a mixed bag of angel wings of trines and positive energy with the opposition, and there's a money tension, but it comes back to be creating a golden basket of receiving. So you could find yourself coming into some money is what I'm sort of hoping this looks like on the best way it could go. All right. So next thing I want to bring your attention to is, I think you're coming into a period of time, this Barbault Basket is going to continue into the second week, where your focus becomes on receiving the muse. You want to be inspired. You want to be finding your best, self, enthusiastic, joy, play, fun, and pleasure. That basket really wants the fifth house goodie bag to drop in. And some of you might want to find more solitude and creative time in the second half of July to be inspired, to find what turns you on, to find the life's pleasures returning, especially if you've been working too hard. Take the second half of July in general to allow for excitement, joy, and pleasure to enter your life and have more fun and even romance and even sexual energy as well. A lot of bed pleasures can break you free and through. Have more fun in the second week of July, including romantically. What I want to talk about next is Mars. It says where hard work pays off on July the 19th. You're working hard, you're getting all the goodie bags and all of the rewards from your hard work. Not too bad, right? And this hard work pays off energy means that, yes, you've been working your ass off in the 10th house. You've been grinding in your career or work, whether you're employed or you're self-employed, it does not matter. And that hard work and grinding energy, Mars says, let's reward you because it pays off. And it could be paying off, but giving you some borderless income and revenue, but it could also pay off by giving you an opportunity to take some time off, to go into the downtime, go into the low, slower vibration of life and let yourself chill a bit. Okay. And I think that this is like a time for you where in your relaxation and in your chill, if you allow for that, the hard work doesn't just pay off. It gives you time to rest, restore, and renew to tackle the next couple of years, because Saturn will be there until April of 28. You've got to work at a pace that works for you in whatever you're doing. And this kind of hard work pays off, but do you want to take a trip? Do you want to take some time off? And that vibe is there really strongly around the exact date that this is activated, which is the July 19th. But you could say the entire second half of July begs the question, do you need some time off? And some of you may go, yes, and you will do that. Now, as we go into the third week or the last part of July, we have some busy stories to talk about. I will want to remind you, with Venus here in your third house, from July the 9th to August 7th, you might find that things like travel are not going to feel so good. You might plan a trip and it doesn't work, or you want to travel and it ain't happening. Although I told you to take time off, it could just be resting at home or just going into an ashram retreat mode. But just know that with Venus traveling through your third house, there can be some disappointments in travel, unless you're traveling for sibling relationship reasons, and then it's a different story. So travel before August 7th may not be the most ideal time for you going abroad or even traveling locally, but after August 7th, things will be fine. If you want to travel from home or travel with siblings, it's probably even a better option. Okay, on the third week of the month, let's talk about this, okay? On the third week of the month, you're going to find yourself entering into a time frame where, like July the 22nd to the end of the month, where there's several major stories that you need to pay attention to, and even a nodal shift happens. I will not cover Saturn retrograde on the 26th. We'll keep a separate video on my channel for that. So all signs deep dive. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I feel like you're going to say the first thing I notice that you're facing is more chironic wounding, as the sun will come into a square to Chiron, just like Jupiter did on July 1st. So around July the 23rd, okay, pay attention to a feeling like, are you wounded in your achievements, your long range goals, your dreams for your life? Do you feel like you sort of missed the boat here? Sometimes it's just as simply as feeling like I somehow didn't measure up to my own deep desires and wishes, and I don't know how I can find a way through that, or disappointment or difficulty, a wounding regarding a relationship to a sibling, one older. The sun is going to spotlight your money in this wounding as well, your values and your self-worth. All right here. So pay attention. With Jupiter here and the sun in its own kingdom, that doesn't look too bad, but some of the wounding might translate into the exaltation home of your career. So career and money and work and wounding, because is the juice worth the squeeze? It kind of has that feeling for you. And you feel that around July the 23rd. Now, the sun will take up the cradle and basket energy and take it over and take the place of Jupiter. And that's really true, very exactly July 26th to the end of the month, meaning that now you're spotlighting whatever this opportunity was in the third week, which I've covered, the 14th to the 22nd. It kind of bleeds out in a part two through to the second half of the month. So it's the same stories. The sun will take your focus to your 10th house of career, versus money and career matters are on the docket of focus more so. And the work habits and routines and your health become a highlighted focus as well with Saturn moon energy. And you're going to pay attention to the cost of work and to your health and what the balance is in your work, health, and money story in the last week of July. On July the 29th, on July the 27th, the nodes will shift signs. This is going to be where new power and potency happens in the eclipse cycle. This is going to be the south and north node moving out of the 18 months here in your ninth and third house. And we'll be doing a big video on this. It's a big deal. And moving here around the 27th into a money house, you're going to rely less on money that you make and more on money that you save, invest, share with others, inherit, or get from spousal support. And over the 18 months that follows, you'll have a different focus for how you operate financially, including royalty income and ad revenue if you need that. And so I'll cover that deeper story, which is profoundly different than most South Node transits through Leo because of the co-presence of Jupiter, making it a more positive than the normal every 18-month story. So stay tuned. I think that Venus squaring Mars is good for romantic sexual energy anytime. And this is bed pleasures. What's going on? Are you traveling romantic getaways with somebody, having some sizzling love? Are you having some maybe some new romance for single cancers with somebody that you met because you're traveling abroad? Both 12 and third house can involve travel or just traveling in general, and maybe picking up a little romantic love. Venus is not in great shape. This is probably not something that will settle into a long-term commitment. I could be wrong. We'd bet that it probably wouldn't, but you may also be traveling with siblings and sibling travel related things going on. It may be quite fun and stimulating and exciting. And that will happen perhaps July the 29th, a day or two before and after. Have some fun traveling. And travel may be connected in this chart as well to traveling for reasons to do with somebody having a health challenge in a hospital setting, and you're going to travel to see them and make sure they're okay. Now, Mercury is direct as of the 23rd. And so now you're moving forward with new beginnings and ideas without being worried too much that you're going to have a false start. And Mercury rules the house of travel to distant lands or people in far off places. So it's good to travel anytime after July 23rd. You may be booking tickets or planning exciting travel opportunities around the end of July. July 29th, a few days before and after. On the last story, a full moon in Aquarius at 6 degrees, taking cue from an eclipse February 28th in Aquarius. Important energy as there's an illumination of what started on February 28th. Go back to February 28th, about a month before and maybe 3 months after. What was the new seed that was fated and destined that you planted in your chunky money house? This is taxes, revenue, inheritances, spousal support agreements, money from unearned income and shared resources, royalty income is included. You planted seeds here like last January through to May, maybe. Eclipse energy was rolling through here. And it also had a node still in the 9th house, which could involve a sibling too older, could have involved chunks of money connected to international sources, chunks of money connected to writing and book publishing, and your dharmic alignment. And you planted those seeds again, February 28th, the month before, and 2 to 3 months after. And now you have a full bright light shining right here. Okay, I'm not going to even move you forward. Just trust me. The moon will be up here at 6 degrees with Pluto for power, transformation, regeneration, and Juno for contractual agreements, business partnership deals, and marriage arrangements. Now, some of you could be looking at extricating yourself from a marriage, right? And the moon is shining a spotlight on looking at resources that you could have in parsing and separating assets with a spouse. Anything is possible. You know your life. So stay tuned for that full moon in Capricorn. We'll be talking more about that full moon, which happens to trine, shock, and awe Uranus in a separate video on my channel. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I got a lot of unchecked messages and ringing through my call with you. I apologize when you're waiting for a delivery and you're the only one home and you have to answer the FedEx buzz call. You gotta have your phone on. I'll see you guys in the next videos. Please come join me in Sky Reader. Come to my Patreon community. If you come, early access ad free for $10 a month, all of my content ad-free. Plus, I teach classes and you can meet me in a Zoom call there and have some more fun doing other stuff in Patreon, link below, and members only community here on YouTube. Come join me here for extended content for you every Monday. And I will start dropping some live streams once I get my act together and figure out how to fix my computer on something to do with live streams. All right, take care, guys. Ciao, ciao.
Lunatic astrology.
So the goddess of conception meets the goddess of god of children here in your sign. Is especially true for the rising sign, Leos, secondarily for the moon sign, because moon is parenting, and maybe least likely for the Leo sun. But pay attention because you're going into a fertility year. I don't mean just while Venus is here. Yes, it's more fertile before she leaves here on July the 9th. So watch out, right? The first 9 days for getting pregnant.
Lunatic astrology.
Hello there, Leo, sun, moon, and rising. This is July 2026, and this is your astrology forecast. We are having a month in which Jupiter is about to enter into your sign. Yes, you heard me right. You're going to expect this to feel good on you, and you're probably going to enjoy a greater sense of abundance, joy, and prosperity, not just in the month of July, but for an entire year. And there's a special way in which when he first enters your sign, speaks to me strongly of fertility. I mean, creative fertility, but procreative as well. You're going to notice that Mars is doing a lot of stuff in the sky that looks a little bit different. One is bending the nodes of fate, but also he's going to be changing signs into the sign of Gemini. This is going to have a major impact in some decisions you're making around career, gains in your career and friendship groups. And on top of that, Mercury's retrograde. Holy man, for the first 3 weeks, and Saturn ends up retrograde at the end of the month. It's a humdinger. The most important thing about this month for all of us is the Barbault Basket. In the second half of the month, we're going to see a basket forming in the sky that is extremely thousands of years old and rare. It's such a strange configuration because it's going to be about a whole energetic shift that the world will feel, but you'll feel it in 4 parts of your life, in 4 parts of your sky. We'll talk about that too. Already, I get your feeling. There's a lot to talk about this month. There sure is. I didn't even bring up the 2 lunations yet. One connected to an eclipse that happened last spring, this spring behind us. So I'm trying to be a lioness just for you guys. I got some blow-dried hair, and I got some big bobblies on my ears, and I've got this dress, and I'm doing you. I'm doing the lioness or lion on behalf of the Leos. All right, welcome to my channel. This is the Lunatic Astrology, Lori Lothian here. This is Western Tropical Zodiac, not sidereal or Vedic. We're talking today about your sun sign, moon sign, and rising. Rising sign, simulation, avatar, moon sign, your how you feel and think, and your sun sign is your true self, and it can be about career and purpose. I try to explain this in every video. Certainly, for sure, listen for your rising sign. Don't know what your rising sign is? Learn how to cast your chart and whole sign houses. Cast your rising sign below in my description box, my free tutorial. All right, guys, it's like the first thing I want to say before we talk about the month ahead, I keep forgetting to mention this in my videos. Sky Reader, my class that I teach every September, 7th year now in a row, it'll be this fall, is coming up. And if you want to join in to learn to time your best life, be your own astrologer, learn to read the sky read, learn to understand your natal chart and how to make predictions and forecasts based on 2 super simple timing tools. This is an intro level course to astrology. This is not for intermediate students. If you want to learn the basics of astrology and begin to time your best life yourself, come join me in Sky Reader, Q&As weekly, Facebook group and Discord group for meeting other students, teaching assistants helping me, 4 guest teachers teaching extra bonus classes for free, plus me right there with you, helping you learn. So if that's appealing to you, this deep discount code will end at the end of July. This is for the early bird, super early bird, right? In August, the cart will still be open, but the early bird discount, deep dive discount will not be there. So in the description box under the video, and I'll try to pin it to the comments, you're going to find information about either getting on the early bird wait list or by the time you watch this, enrolling in the class this September. Add 7 weeks, 7 weeks long. Zoom live. All right. I'm a little delirious. I'm recording a lot of videos in a short time. So if I seem like I'm delirious, that's because I might be, but I've got you here. I really do. I'm not going to screw you up. So we're going to show you the chart. And don't forget, when you like, when you subscribe, when you're notified, hit the bell for notifications. It tells YouTube that you like me, and then it wants to see if other people like me. And then I get more sharing of, abroad to other channels, and it helps the channel grow. So this is Leo, sun, moon, and rising. We act as if your sun is here or your moon is here. Jupiter enters your sign. This is the ascendant for rising. Jupiter enters your sign. He's going to do that on June 30th. He's not leaving for a whole year. It means that you are going to be lucky, expansive, growth-oriented, magnanimous, generous, wealthy, possibly pregnant. Jupiter alone can bring pregnancy for a female when he's in the first house, and a female egg bearer. And I'm sort of facetious there. And he also is being met by Miss Sperm and Ovum Venus. So the goddess of conception meets the goddess of god of children here in your sign. It's especially true for the rising sign, Leos. Secondarily for the moon sign, because moon is parenting, and maybe least likely for the Leo sun. But pay attention, because you're going into a fertility year. I don't mean just while Venus is here. Yes, it's more fertile before she leaves here on July the 9th. So watch out, right? The first 9 days for getting pregnant. But it's okay, because it bakes in her signature energy for the year, because upon his ingress, she is present. So it's now a kind of election chart. So this can bring a lot of fertility for you guys. And now if you don't want to make babies, okay, you can make other things. You can make artistic projects, creativity here in the muse-driven house, entrepreneurial business endeavors in your 5th house, trining your 5th house, ruled and owned by Jupiter himself. And this is very positive energy that also will bless your siblings in your life. They'll get collateral benefits. It could even indicate siblings in pregnancy for you Leonine folk. And it can also kind of collaterally flow or benefit your chunky money, as well as your career. There's multiple ways this combination spins out, but all said and done, it is a feeling of you feeling on top of the world. And so if you've been feeling difficult energies before the June 30th transition of Jupiter, because he's been hiding in your 12th house, making you do your soul work, like it or not, or alone time felt good. Now he's giving you a big boost, and anything you want to focus on, career, marriage, home, rental properties, money, everything you try to do, he's there to support you now and protect your physical body for the ascendants, really help you with your health. So that's a story. Mars is changing signs. As I mentioned, he's going to enter into your 11th house of good spirit. This is basically the overview before we break it down week by week. Good spirit Mars, but surprise, he's crashing into Uranus. We'll break that down in the first week while he bends the nodal axis. Eek. But having Mars in Gemini, which is kind of fun, if not, because Mars can be about the choice point in our life, and there's a fickle on and off Jekyll Hyde quality to mutable Gemini. So you might be changing your choices and not sure which way you want to go when it comes to career. and when it comes to your long range goals and plans and dreams, and when it comes to your relationship to your social groups, and this back and forth energy, or to your sibling one older, this kind of fickle choice point energy is in your sky June 28th to August 11th, June 28th to August 11th. So there's just that vibe. And we're going to talk about that first week, which is game changing. We also have the energy here for you in the month of July of Mercury retrograding for 3 weeks, all the way to July 23rd. That retrograde started back on the 29th of June. It continues to July 23rd. This is where you should be cautious of making any major decisions or whatever you would do here. Mercury retrograde means you will make a decision and change your mind often. And he's retrograding in the 12th house. So the 12th house is like, you know, you might be trying to figure out, should I take that trip? Mercury protects travelers on the road. Should I take that pilgrimage, that trip to the ashram? Should I make that foreign land journey? Is it worth my time and energy? Do I want to make changes in how I make money for digital income and borderless revenue? Who owns your money house? Do I want to shift my gears regarding my career goals, gains, and dreams for my life? And all the decisions he can make while he's huddled in the 12th house are circumspect and likely to change after July 23rd when he goes direct. So just let yourself sit with the unknown and don't make those major choices quite yet. That's my guidance for you. At the end of the month, around the 26th or so of the month, Saturn will turn retrograde. I'm going to cover that in a much more in-depth video, but you might go back to a place you've been before internationally. You might, things might feel easier when it comes to court battles and legal matters. And this is up here, Saturn retrograding at the end of the month for 4 months, by the way, or 3.5 months or so in your 9th house. We're going to cover that retrograde Saturn at the end of the month of, closer to the end of the month of July. If you want to get that information for your sign, please do make sure that you like and subscribe. All right, so let's get started. The beginning of the month, we have a new story. Chiron has entered at the 3rd week of June into a part of your sky. Right up here is the 10th house of career and reputation. Upside, you could become a healer, mentor, guide, or teacher. You might change professions over the next 7 years. He's testing the earth waters here, testing the earth here until September 17th. So you may be considered career changes that are chironic. You might want to go into a medical profession, for example, or healing profession, or mentoring, guiding, or teaching profession. These are chironic words, a shamanic profession. But in the meantime, he also wounds you in your reputation space. He wounds you in your feeling like you're on key to purpose, that you're targeting purpose properly in your life, that you're meaningfully contributing to the world. And because of that idea, you're sort of feeling maybe this summer, right? Chiron's up here through to September 17th, like, oh my God, my work doesn't feel aligned right now. Something's wrong with the way I'm doing it. All right, so but the beginning of the month on July 1st, Jupiter squares Chiron. Jupiter square Chiron is a truth moment, a truth bomb hits you about the wounds you're experiencing to your reputation and career, including wounds that might be about your marriage partnership as well, because of the angularity. And you suddenly realize the wound of the person you're with. Like you are like, oh my God, is this my person? Or do I feel like an outcast somehow in my marriage? Or do I feel like an outcast in my work life? Do I feel like a misfit? There's weird truth bombs landing on your doorstep around July the 1st. Add a couple of days to either side. Well, let's just say July the 1st and 2nd, June 30th to July the 2nd, truth bombs, misfit, wound, calibrate, marriage and career path stories. Then we're going to talk, and it'll be back again later in the month through the solar activity. So I'll tell you about that later. This is just your first touch point with this wound. And then on July the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, Mars is going to be in a square to the nodes of fate. Well, he is conjunct Uranus, but at the same time trining Pluto and Neptune. It's a mixed bag. So let's talk about the mixed bag. So Mars is going to be barreling into Uranus. You're feeling it on July 1st. It's pretty exact on the 3rd and 4th. Happy July 4th weekend. USA's birthday chart is gnarly. This energy comes into a kind of climactic shock or surprise that it's destined and fated. It may involve money for you and career matters. The gains of the career financially, 11. The earnings, the 2nd house, and the chunks of money, the 8th. This can be many different things. You may be asked to step away from your job. They're closing out your position. The division is shutting down. You're quitting your job and you're shocked that you just quit. I'm not sure what it will be, but there's pivots in work and career and money matters. Absolutely see that for sure. The other element, you're divinely protected by both Jupiter and Venus, and everything will always work out. Even if it falls apart, it will come back together even better. Trust the process. The North Node is being bent by Mars. There may be an inbound chunk of money coming your way with Sun in the 12th house and Jupiter benefiting you in all things right now. You could come into a chunk of money, like an unexpected, surprising windfall. It could even activate the house of lottery wins or unexpected money that feels like you just won the lottery. So there's that nice vibe too. That's coming as well as this critical juncture turning point that could impact career. You'll notice that he's also in a beautiful flow to Pluto and a beautiful flow to Neptune as he co-joins Uranus. So this energy is intensely positive. And there's something dreamy and wonderful on the side here, a little side sandwich of yummy, a little side appetizer of some powerful transformation and rebirth in your long-term committed love relationship in a surprising, life-pivoting way. It may connect you to your dream outcomes to do with weddings or marriages, or could even be something to do about a pivotal turning point in a relationship that involves distant shores and far off lands and foreign people and foreign places. It's not really a signature for starting a long-term committed love. It's something is happening in a long-term committed love relationship or business partnership. That's positive, even while the gears grind on destined money changes connected most likely to your career. When this Fatus shock and awe story is over, and if I was to keep it simple, breaking up with a friend, okay, having an ending, a fallout, a flashpoint with a friend, right? Friends belong up here. Quitting, ending, and severing and flashing unexpectedly out of a group that you belong to. I no longer associate or affiliate with this group of people, this network. A sudden flashpoint of change, maybe breaking free and through in the money story for you, but it would come as a chunk of money, not as a paycheck. And that story then leads itself to the next one, which is always the way the sky works. On July the 6th, in that first week of July, the Sun and Saturn give you a day of difficulty. Well, to me, the Sun and Saturn in a square is like one day in which something hard is happening. It's likely the 6th, but give it the 5th, 6th, 7th. There may be a difficult circumstance connected to a light that's shining in your house of addiction, self-undoing, bad habits, in the house of your private and alone time, and maybe connected to your legal matters. The Sun is the exaltation lord of your court case matters, legal matters, visas, passports, travel. Both houses can involve distant shores and far off places that can be foreign. There may be some light shining on a contraction or a delay or a halting of a travel plan that you had put into motion. And you're going, I'm not sure if that is going to work, okay? Mercury retrograde even says you might be going back on a travel plan and kiboshing it or changing your mind about it in some way. What could get in the way of that is work obligations, for example, under the sky as one metric only. Okay, moving into the next story, we could move past the solar square and we could talk about your trine from Venus to Chiron. That's the same wound that you felt on July 1st. Now Venus is trying to mop it up, but there's a bigger story. Venus on July the 9th will transit out of the sign of Leo. Now she likes Leo. She's a queenly queen there. She's been in your sign for quite a while. You might want to go back and think about how it felt when she entered here on June 13th. And now she's leaving here on July the 9th, because you would have felt more optimistic and attractive and positive. You might have got the best haircut of your life. My Leo's sister did that. You might end up with a nice feeling of your beauty shining through, your wardrobe shining through, your likability and charm effect shining through. You might feel like a starlet for a moment. But then we move Venus and she goes, oh, darn, I'm moving into my fall in a money house with a South Node. You may need to let go of a way of earning money. You may have an expenditure, an expense, something you need to put money out as. And it's from the past with Mercury retrograde as well, money that you needed to spend before but didn't. Now you have to spend it, for example. So there could be some feeling of a short-term feeling of financial deficit or loss or letting go, a downdraft in the earnings wallet pocketbook area of your life. But she's also healing a chironic wound to do with your work being aligned with true purpose, with your original talents and gifts, and that sense of alignment. So there's almost like two things happening here at once. Maybe it's okay that the money is downturning a bit. Maybe there's something better that you should and could be doing. But basically, Venus is also in a broad, sextile to Uranus. And so there still has an element of surprise, and it's going to pick up some steam later in the month. But also know that Venus here is not just about one day or two or three. Venus will be in your financial house in a condition of fall, where she's not very strong, from July 9th to August the 7th, with a South Node co-present until July 27th. It probably indicates July 9th to the 27th, you feel a financial stress point of some kind. The only other thing is your face. Your beautiful face, your nose, your teeth, your mouth, and some disappointment or difficulty, likely on a more medical front, the sign of Virgo. Okay. And you want to make that beautiful. You want to make it fixed, and you're working on fixing it. And you might take away food from your dietary habits and release them because they're no longer what you need. The things you change your food style under this transit. If you need to change your food style, you will change your food style. Mercury would do it for health reasons. So there's a reason to change your food style if needed for your blood work panels or something, and you just dive into letting go of those foods that aren't good for you. And it includes wine and cigarettes and things that you ingest like that, where Mercury sits in the house of addictions. Okay, release, surrender, let go, July 9th to especially July 27th. But it can last through to August 7th with these themes I just outlined for you. When we get past the Venus story and we take care of the next one, what is on our agenda? One thing on our agenda is that the Sun and Mercury will come together in a cazimi. Now, we're moving past that first week, right? We were at July 7th, and now we're in the July 7th to 14th window, Venus changing signs July the 9th. And then we have Mercury in the heart of the Sun cazimi reset button right away on July the 12th. Now, this happens 6 times a year, only 3 times retrograde. This is a reset button to do with things that are connected to your bad habits, addictions, and self-undoing, your alone time, solitude, and contemplation, your bed pleasures, what you want to do, ponder, and think about, as well as money generated from digital income, borderless revenue, far off people, places, international revenue. So now you've got a reset button. Now, this is going to take 6 weeks to give you the lay of the land, starting on July 12th, but likely July 12th, the day before and after, or July 12th, look for that email, phone call, text message, but also look for that dream at night. Mercury will bring that to you that illuminates what you must pay attention to. And it can also be a kind of illumination or insight from a meditation. It doesn't have to be a dream or a trance state or a vision where you get kind of a message from the gods. And it has a lot of impact on how you make money or your money situation in life, as well as your long-range goals and plans and dreams for what you want and the gains of your career. So really go inward and allow for that cazimi to honor that space that you may be in, which is contemplative insight yields great clarity. And that energy is here for you on July 12th. You may feel it beginning on the 11th, and it may trundle into the 13th. On July the 14th, we have a big energetic new moon, 21 degrees of Cancer. It is beautifully placed. Mercury's involved. It is going to bring a moon into a very solitudinous place for you, and it's new, fresh starts. This kind of moon is angular, for example, to your 3rd house, 9th house axis, new beginnings through the desire for learning, studying, educating, or traveling, new beginnings connected to as well your home base, where you live, and the way you handle your taxes or chunky money, trinal to the 4th and 8th. When this new moon is occurring, it also has a restart for your health, especially if you've been enduring with any kind of chronic Saturnian illness to do with bones or knees or ligaments. So you could have a real reset button, but with Mercury retrograde involved, don't forget, Mercury is retrograding here all the way through until July 23rd. And he's in shadow until like August 3rd or something. So, a lot of things are very deeply inward in those much of July into early August. And it's not a time to act on your insights. Let the insights drop and collect them, put them in like a little spot to keep, like, I had an aha, an insight. I know what I want to do. I want to learn, study, teach. I want to do this changes with my home. I want to change my tax structures this way. I want to improve my health this way. This is all fantastic. But I think that the retrogradation means to sort of collect the depth of the retrograde energy. And then when on the 23rd, when Mercury goes forward, you can begin to move forward on those insights. So hold off on making decisions before the 23rd because you'll change your mind again. All right. That new moon as a fresh start. And the retrograde Mercury embedded in it also takes you back to the past, right? So things you've considered changing. This is really a good one. If you guys have been working to corral health difficulties that you caused by your own habits, including food style and including things you put through your nose and mouth, this could be a real turning point, lunation. And it's going to take 6 months to show you the truth of it. But look for the first 1 month after the July 13th moon, the whole month unfolds to see if there's some changes there in the themes I've just outlined for you. This is a house of expenses. And I don't think that you're going to have a new expenditure because the retrograde Mercury says an old expenditure comes back and haunts you. But the moon's in dignity here, and it's probably not so bad at all. But you have to pay out some money on something that in this chart, it could look like a car problem or money for your home. The new moon shows you that, but it's also a new start and a new beginning, not in expenditures, but in how you save money and make money. Okay, that's a new story. This moon helps you flesh out. All right. Then we're talking about a surprise that Venus delivers on July 13th. This is the end of that second week. She's squaring Uranus for unexpected surprises that may be connected to money, earnings, resources, and career gains and money from your job and career, or perks, rewards, and awards, promotions, and raises, and unexpected changes. Venus is still a good girl, even when she's in detriment and with the South Node. And yet, at the same time, these are difficult placements for her. So good, but not great. Unexpected raises or promotions or changes in your career structure. A flashpoint around money that surprises you with a sibling one older, with a friend, ally, or benefactor. An unexpected windfall could happen, but then it's karmically destined for you. This is a house of windfalls. Uranus is surprise. Venus is money in a money house. The South Node could mean it's owed to you. It's your destiny. It's from a past life karmic merit. So there's that flashpoint of a windfall. So you might also look at this as a positive surprise around money. And that's on July the 13th, and give or take a day or two on either side. Moving into the third week of the month. The third week of the month is Barbault Basket, first in a lifetime, once in a lifetime. This basket energy is meant to be good for humanity, the beginning of our golden age, the end of the 7 years of, what do you call that stuff? That thing of the 7 years of the tribulation in the Bible or something. And I like it in terms of it's mostly good. This is a basket. You can see it forming around the 14th of the month. It becomes quite visible, 15th, and it's going to dominate the whole of the rest of the month. And energetically, it's anchored by this beautiful triangle. We saw one of these at the end of 25. This is also very, very rare, thousands of years. And so it's good things are happening in business partnerships and marriage agreements. Good things are happening. According to Uranus, there's change. It's exciting, exhilarating, connected to your gains of your career. Well, there's also a dreamy vibe in the ninth house of one's purpose. But then we get Jupiter bucking up into a basket here. And this is going to indicate from the basket tradition that you're going to draw things into the basket like a bushel of apples. And you're going to draw in fourth house, fifth house, and third house things most easily, which indicates good fortune, children and grandchildren, maybe. Things to do with home, property, land, and real estate, and things to do with the online world, marketing, selling, teaching, and learning, falling into the basket here. So look for those things that thrive in the second half of July, but also the basket's anchored by the good guy on your side. Okay, so you got the good guy, Jupiter, holding fort, Team U, but opposing Pluto and Juno. Where the difficulty is in the basket is it is also anchored by an opposition between two powerful planetary placements. And hey, guys, Jupiter, Team U, is opposite Pluto, who is opposing you with things to do with legal contracts or agreements. Where are you challenged with your marriage partnership agreements and vows if you are in a marriage or long-term committed love relationship? And how might you find ease in that challenge by the basket, tying up all of these loose ends to bring a positive result in a committed love and relationship challenge? For example, the mini trines are multiplied here. Jupiter flows to Uranus, happy, lucky surprises flows to Neptune that you've only dreamed of. But you might have to go through the grit here of oppositional energy. You're feeling this on the 14th. It's pretty exact, the 20th to the 22nd, when Jupiter locks and lows at 4 degrees. So stress and attention create positive outcomes and even luck. And certainly Jupiter sextiling Uranus could bring you an absolutely amazing sense of a lucky break or a windfall around the 20th to the 22nd of the month. And it just feels like ka-ching, right? You feel really good about it. Somehow, some way. And Jupiter rules your house of lottery wins, your house of good fortune. So this is a good one for you guys in July 14th to the 23rd, even to consider a gamble, a bet, bingo hall, casino, lottery ticket. You might win something in that window. All right. So the basket's playing out. Jupiter anchors it around the 20th to the 22nd. Mars will make hard work pay off. Any hard work you do, discipline, perseverance, ambition, forbearance is on July 19th, giving you a payoff or payout. So that's because on the 19th, in the middle of this basket, the Saturn, the disciplined one, and Mars, the hard worker and action taker, are aligned. And, this isn't work house. This is the gains of your career. This is like where you're applying your energy to succeed, to get a next level success professionally with a square from Saturn. I mean, a sextile from Saturn. And Saturn is like, okay, he's in fall. He doesn't like to go slow and patient. But if you're doing anything in your work that connects you to the themes of writing or publishing or legal court case matters, or you could, like, your discipline in a lawsuit pays off and you win. Saturn can be the judge favoring you. Saturn here could be your perseverance in your educational studies lead to a perk. You're working towards a meaningful, purposeful work path leads to a payoff of some kind. And because Mars is telling Saturn to work well with him and is in charge of him, there is a possibility this just feels like, oh, that was easy. I got something to work for me really well in terms of how hard I worked and what I received from the hard work. Because Saturn rules the job and the service that you do. And he wants to reward you. It could be human resources or behind the scenes in the red tape and the workplace, favoring you and the ambition and work that you put into something. Okay. All right. As we move on, which we always do, we move on and on and on and on and on and on and on. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the next story. On the 23rd of July, the sun will square Chiron and begin to activate the basket as well. So your sun energy is your ruler, and the sun in the 12th house, the ruler of you, is not always happy here. You can't really connect with your own planetary ruler. And so, the sun here shines in the dark light, in the darkness of meditation and maybe even sleep. Sometimes it feels like there's just too much light and a place where you want solitude. You want to go to the bedroom, turn off the light and meditate, but the kids keep running in with their flashlights or something. So the sun will cross the sign boundary. You'll feel better as soon as the sun shines in your house. So you get this 0 degree sun, moon, and rising Leo, 0 degree sun moving in on July the 23rd into 22nd, 23rd. And now you get the sun in your sign for a month. This is always a good time of year, third week of July to third week of August, where you really shine brightly and you really feel invigorated and revitalized as your ruler returns home to nest. And as the sun moves here, you see that there's a lot of talking with Chiron, just like Jupiter did on July 1st, 2nd, June 30th to July 2nd. So now you're back at this Chironic wound. Now that the light is shining in you, on you, as you, what are you thinking about that wound in your career and reputation? Maybe your marriage wounds. Chiron squares Pluto in the marriage house. And you're really getting a light on it. Like the sun will give you the information, the knowledge, and the understanding you need, the discernment and intelligence you need, especially coming into Jupiter, to see what your career and relationship choices should be, could be, and including any changes you might want to make eventually in where you live. Any changes you make to your home and where you live won't occur until after August 11th, add 6 weeks after August 11th, but you may be seeing the illumination of what you might want to change about where you live and who you live with. Now, the sun also, let's park the sun for a minute. Let's talk about Mercury and Venus. Good news, good news. Mercury is at 16 degrees on July 24th, stationing direct. So he's very powerful. And as he comes into a sextile to Venus, and you're going to see that on the 26th. Is it 26th? The 24th. Sorry. Day after stationing. He's now direct. And he talks to Venus. Well, we always think of good and news, positive, lucky news, good news. Mercury, Venus. Venus is in a money house. Could be good money news, good news about your face, your teeth, your nose, good news about your addictions and self-undoing and your health in general. And good news about expenditures. Like if you thought, oh my God, I got a bill and it's going to be $9,000 for the fixing of the broken roof. And then you get a new bill, a new estimate. It's only going to be $2,000 after all. Like there could be some like good news on the financial front, including expenditures that came back from the past to be redone. Can include dental work, as facial work, cosmetic procedures, and hospitals and medical and redos, or home-based construction or something like that. Now you're saying to yourself, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. Good money news here. Good health news. It's not as bad as I thought. All right. So now the sun takes up the Barbault Basket, this transformational basket, this once in a life, first time in a life. And the sun is now anchoring just what Jupiter did. So this is why this basket kind of goes on from July 14th to the 22nd, courtesy of Jupiter. And then the sun takes over July the 23rd to the end of the month and really reinforces the basket. With the sun being your ruler and participating with the basket with Jupiter, holy man, this is so important for you. This basket is opening up incredible opportunities, especially writing, teaching, communicating, traveling, home-based prosperity and success, and also matters connected to your children, fertility, pregnancy, and maybe grandchildren. So this whole thing is lovely for you. The sun is going to really shine a light with Jupiter's knowledge and wisdom on how you want to approach long-term committed love and business relationships, as well, perhaps, as career matters and decisions you're making here. And next, Jupiter and Venus. Okay. So Jupiter and Venus are doing some big stories. Venus is going to square Mars for sexy romantic love or something else. Probably not love, because second house is your money, your speech, your earnings. But this square between these two buggers is positive. You're going to feel it like really the last 4 days of the month. And it couldn't lead you in the last 4 days of July to want to spend some money on something that you're passionate or excited by, connected to your career. So buying your fancy computer or your better ring light or something like that, possessions for your career and excitement around those possessions. Well, just make sure you do a bargain for the best price. Venus is not a bargainer in Virgo. She does not, well, maybe she can be frugal there. Maybe she can. It's a sign of the Virgin. Who knows? All right. Maybe you could start a romantic love affair with a friends with benefits approach. If you want, that could happen here too. It might surprise you, but it could work. You might propose it. Let's be friends with benefits. The last 4 or 5 days of July. All right. Then Jupiter and the sun unite in a conjunction and the nodes change signs. And Saturn turns retrograde. So this is all happening at the last few days of the month. I'm not going to cover this in detail. He turned retrograde on the 26th. That's coming up for a special dedicated video. But more importantly than that is that Jupiter and Sun co-join together and the nodes shift signs. You've been living with the South Node in your second house of money, and it kind of meant money was hard or difficult, or you lost money, you spent more money, you had a lot of money going down the drain in your estimation, covering finances when it felt difficult, and you were asked to task yourself to other kinds of money. And that story's behind you now. It started in 2011, January. But as we go into the 27th, the nodes have changed in the sky, and you're beginning to notice that you are changing as well. This is an 18-month journey with a nodal change. I'll cover that in detail on my channel. I'm not going to cover that here. Too important, but you will feel a shift beginning at the end of July into August, where you feel more deep, spiritual, soulful energy, and you're surrendering what you don't need in life to let go, let God, while you expand into the marriage house to make changes in long-term committed love or to meet a long-term partner for life. So that's a new story for Leos. And the sun will conjunct Jupiter. So a synodic reset button on July 29th, the last 12 months. This is the beginning of the new you. You're starting a new sun, Leo sun career, Leo moon, home life, and maybe where you live, Leo rising, your whole character in the simulation, once every 12 years gets this lucky reboot. It's very fortunate. It's very powerful. It's going to be really, really, really good for you. You can get lots more chunky money, including spousal support, in-law money, inheritance money. You can really up level, okay, in your creativity, your entrepreneurship, your children, your fertility could bring grandchildren to you. And it's going to be the 12-month story, not a day in the life of. But you might feel very lucky on the day of the conjunction. And lucky things may happen on July 29th, including winning in a court case or positive developments around long distance travel or legal matters. Okay. And finally, the last thing to talk about is the full moon at 6 degrees of Aquarius. The moon is taking cue from an eclipse, which makes it even more powerful, Leo. In a sign of Aquarius, it's your marriage house. Go back to February 28th last year and talk about your marriage and money. The node was here. Shared resources with a business partner, shared resources with a romantic partner, financial considerations that were up for you probably as early as late January, epicenter February 28th, unfolding 3 months after. So that solar eclipse should have given you clues to what was germinating in a destined way. And it does impact your audience, marketplace, your significant long-term committed love and business relationships. And that reset button now has a spotlight on it. Jupiter's watching too, so you're protected. There's a big, bright spotlight on your someone other, okay? It could be a sibling 3 older or 3 younger, but then it could also be a marriage partner or a business partner or a particular audience, marketplace, client approach. Spotlight, eclipses, fated change. Do you know what this is? With Juno, the marriage goddess here, Jupiter is legal. He's also wise. Some of you might be getting ready to break away from an existing relationship. It can be long-term. Like, it doesn't be like, oh, here comes the bride. You might have been living together for 4 years, but you're cohabi or you're common law. And those Leos out there, you're looking across the way going, wisdom and truth, anybody? Let go, surrender, who and what? And you got an inkling of this in February. You probably already got a sense of this. You kind of knew. Saturn rules that moon and he's in detriment in the 9th house. It's the house of heaven. Maybe a spouse is going to heaven. Now, I know that want to rattle you if you're in your 30s. Let's be serious. For older people, is there a spouse that could considerably have a challenge to their health? That's the thought I just had. We shall see. But you may be having a gloriously wise way with knowledge, truth, and wisdom and luck benefiting you of getting through a difficult turning point, flashlight in a house of a significant relationship. And with Pluto here, death and rebirth, transformation, but Juno, commitment, divorce, and marriage, huge energies for all Leos in that flashpoint that started in last February and continues to illuminate your sky as a what are you going to do about it moment here on July 29th. No, it's not the best thing for a new relationship. Do not start something new under the sky. 100 ways to Sunday, I can tell you, stay clear. Okay. This is not for starting something new, but this could be for completing something old. All right. So that's for your story. And don't forget, when you like and subscribe, the notification bell. I go ahead and drink a martini. Every time you hit the notification bell, I have a martini. No. But just do. It helps the channel grow. The second thing I want you to remember or to be aware of is that my Sky Reader's starting. Come join in. My Patreon community gets every video here on YouTube early access ad-free. Do you want that? Why not? My members only gets extended content here every Monday that nobody else gets. That same extended content goes over to Patreon. Patreon is like $10 a month at the lowest tier. Includes a monthly Q&A with me live on Zoom. But I think it's only $3 US to be a member on YouTube. So you can always migrate up to Patreon if you want more contact with me, and then quit and come back here. It's up to you. See you guys soon. I'm going to be doing a little bit more live streams as a perk for my members only here. I just haven't had time with my classes to get that set up and to get this computer to do it in a way that it works for me. But stay tuned for that as well. See you guys soon. Have a wonderful month of July. And come join me in Sky Reader. See the description box for information.
Lunatic astrology.
There's going to be more desire for pleasures alone, like bed pleasures included. But, the archetype would be find the joy, find the pleasure, find the satisfaction in solitude, in contemplation, in alone, in ashrams, and spiritual questing. Maybe also you could get bounty and prosperity called inheritance.
Lunatic astrology.
Okay, guys, welcome. This is for your Virgo sun, moon, and rising sign forecast for July of 2026. What a month. We have a first in a lifetime rare configuration in the second half of the month that's going to really shift some dynamics in your reality. I see some amazing career changes that feel fated and destined, and work and career are definitely tilting on their axis. You're going to notice that you want to pull inward, take some time off, go inside of yourself, and get a little more chill on. And you might also find that with Mercury, the Lord of your sign, retrograde for the first 23 days of July, you need to take a break on making major life decisions. Underneath all of it, you understand that you have probably got a lot of things to choose on your plate, and that any choices you make now have to go into a more contemplative mode before you finally decide what you want to do. And so we're going to talk about how this month unfolds day by day, week by week, as we go through the month of July together for your sun, your career and purpose, and your deep soul essence, your moon, your thinking, feeling nature, but your home and nest and environment you live in, and of course, your rising sign, your simulation avatar character, totally who you show up as in the simulation matrix video game of life. So ascendant is very accurate, and so is the sun. Remember, this is general bell curve astrology. Of course, it's not going to all be true for you. That's not a personal chart reading, taking into consideration active time lords and dignities of your planets natally. However, should you want to learn how to do what I just said and be your own astrologer, please do come to my Sky Reader class. You can time your best life by learning how to read the language of the sky, by learning how to understand your astrological makeup in your chart, and learn how to use two very precise timing tools. I teach this class every year. This is my 7th September teaching. Deep dive early bird code below, and also go check the information about the whole course. It is literally Q&As, 4 guest teachers, Discord and Facebook group places to meet other students, and also connect with like-minded souls and have some fun along the way. This class has been tinkered with for years, so I'm extending it to 7 weeks instead of 8 this year to take that first class together a little more slowly for some of you who don't even know what a planet is yet. So you should basically know the general gist that the planets are in the sky, the sun is at the center of the solar system, and they move around and around and around. I've gotten people enrolling who have no idea, even the basic idea of astrology, jumping in. So get down with where you're at, basically. All right, so let's get started. My name is Lori Lothian. This is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. Welcome here. I put out a lot of content, always all signs, as well as world astrology. If you like this stuff, then please please subscribe, and hit the notification bell, and hype the video if you do, because it helps the channel grow. And it really makes a big difference, guys. You might think, oh, well, I'll like it another day. But if you watch 4 or 5 of my videos in a while, like the last while, and you like what you're watching, then please consider subscribing. Thanks. I appreciate that. All right, so here's the sky on July the 1st. Here is the Virgo sky, ascendant in Virgo, sun and moon. We pretend your sun is in Virgo, first house of moon, and we treat it like the first house placement called derived houses. So the first thing about the month is, of course, the big story. Jupiter crosses the sign boundary June 30th and stays for 1 year in your 12th house. I can just say, with Venus greeting him, there's going to be more desire for pleasures alone, like bed pleasures included. But, the archetype would be find the joy, find the pleasure, find the satisfaction in solitude, in contemplation, in alone, in ashrams, and spiritual questing. Maybe also you could get bounty and prosperity called inheritance. in the next year. And this is the beginning of that potential from an elder relative, Saturn in the 8th house of inheritance, Jupiter ruling legacy wealth, 4th house. But also Jupiter here brings gurus, teachers into our life and often activates a desire to learn. And some of you may go off to learn a skills-based learning in a college setting or community college, or you might even go off to higher education. Quite often, this propels people to go to school or back to school. And you might find a guru, a true guru, a Sat guru during this year ahead. But as soon as the sign boundary is crossed, which is really June 30th, you begin to feel the joyful expansion of your inner life. And Jupiter can protect you here from issues to do with health challenges, especially self-undoing and addictions, but just in general, he can find his gaze upon the house of sickness protective of your health. Now, when we also look at the other big story that you can notice is that Mars has crossed the sign boundary as well. Now, Mars is going to be in that 10th house, which is a place where you will work hard and be a go-getter and be driven or passionate about work, or conversely, decide you want to quit your job and leave or get fired if you really hate it. He'll be here in this part of the chart from May the 19th. So he's like sticking in there. Did I say May the 19th? I'm sorry, not May the 19th. Oh, from June the 28th until August the 11th. So big changes in the career space are up for you. And we're going to talk about the first week, which is game-changing, bone-rattling, destined-changing your career. And the other notable factor, of course, is with Mercury being the Lord of your sign. Yes, I said earlier, you're going to change your mind on major life decisions. These decisions may most be around work and career matters, friends and social groups, and your changes in your decision-making power in relationship to a sibling one older may all be a part of what you're up to during this 23-day retrograde. So Mercury headed retrograde June 29th and turns around on July 23rd. It's a very long retrograde. So be cautious of making major life decisions while he's retrograde, knowing that you might turn around and change your mind later on. Give it time, right? Give it time. And he's basically in shadow June the 12th to August 6th. So things that started to unroll in your life as far back as June the 12th don't really clear until August the 6th. And he doesn't even leave Cancer until August 9th. So there's a kind of vibe of June 12th to August 6th where everything is kind of in flux for you. And what Mercury would have you decide on most likely is your career path, your job, your reputation, whether you want to get married. This is weddings up here. And it also may have you make major life decisions, which is turning point action decisions. Oh, I shouldn't say turning point action. That's a company. Turning point decisions that require action to do with your health, do with your body, do with your character in the simulation, do with who you want to be. And so there's this kind of vibration there as well. Okay, so let's get talking about the story. And if you're a Virgo sun in particular, decisions about career, Virgo moon about your home life, and Virgo rising about anything in your life, those decisions should be on kind of pause June 12th to August 6th. So there's no, and it's certainly on pause June 29th to July 23rd when Mercury is retrograding through your 11th house. He's in a mute sign. He might prioritize decision-making based on motion, but that's not what you should be doing. So hold off. Okay, let's break down the month ahead. Month by month, week by week. Don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell, and all that great jazz. As we start off, Chiron has moved at third week of June, actually, into your 9th house, and we'll be here till September 17th, testing a new story. Chiron, the wounded one in the house of spirituality, higher education, God, temples, long distance travel, passports and visas, court and legal matters, and purpose and meaning of life. And a sibling to older. And Chiron is up in that part of your chart, and he's going to be in a gnarly square to Jupiter on July 1st. So even just before that, the day or two before, you might feel this tension of opportunity and grace and goodness and expansion squares Chiron. Now, Chiron can be a guide, a shaman, a teacher, and a mentor. This is the advisory hand of the king house. So if you have a therapist even or a healer you're working with, and Jupiter is squaring, there is knowledge or truth or wisdom coming at you that is hard to digest. You may be considering it to be challenging to face whatever the information or news is, especially if it involves addictions and self-undoing. Venus, the goddess of pleasure, is ruling that Chiron from a house of self-undoing. You're going to have to face some music around potential bad habits and patterns that undo you, because truth and knowledge and guidance is coming at you. Could even read a life-turning book, for example. So something wants to change around July the 1st. And then we move into July the 2nd and 3rd and 4th and onward. The major story after that is Mars. He's going to open up in a very tight conjunction, building up to Uranus, while squaring the nose of fate. This is a T-square. This is a major life turning point, and it could be in your business partnerships. It could be in your career. It could be connected to the way you deal with your audience or clients. But the North Node in this marriage type business partner house is being squared, and Jupiter's off duty and an aversion is being squared by Mars and Uranus. So maybe earth-shattering or surprising turning points. I can't tell you if the surprise is something you're welcoming or something that you're not welcoming. Squares are dramatic, but it's pretty exact here on July 4th weekend. So July 3rd, 4th, maybe 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Watch out for sudden shifts into the 5th, connected to major life turning point changes and actions and decisions. And it's angular, so it can be so many things. It could be a breakup with a significant partner. It could be a massive unexpected change in your career focus connected to contractual agreements or business partnerships that you've already made. But because it's on the nodal axis, it's out of your control. There's no steering wheel on that roller coaster of life. And so you will have to surrender to this turning point change that's trying to occur here. There could just be a flashpoint in the office with the boss or someone in the workspace, or a public blowout where people see you yelling and screaming. There could be unexpected being fired, let go of, company closing a division. There's changes you can't control here. So you have to roll with the story. Especially with Jupiter opposite Juno, if there's binding agreements in love or business that you've made, they may be unbound very quickly and very suddenly at this time. So keep that in mind, keep your head about you, see what happens. But some of this feels like you didn't sign up for it, but the universe is giving it to you because it's a part of your astrological code, okay? Mars is the ruler of your house of chunky money and shared resources with others, including severance packages and sign-on bonuses. Mars is the ruler of your 3rd house of the local neighbors and neighborhood. I doubt you're having a flashpoint with a neighbor under the sky, but you might be having a flashpoint with a sibling. That's another translation. Now, as we go forward into past the gnarly sky and we move out of the range of the intensity here for what is breaking through or breaking up, we move on. And we get past that story, and we're still in the first week of July. On July the 5th, Mars will trine Pluto. Mars trining Pluto is considered benevolent, and Mars is also sextiling Neptune. And so there's just something good trying to happen amidst the chaos. You can see it right here. And it can look like what you're trying to do is smooth out rough edges over a calamitous situation to your public reputation, your career path, or your relationship status. And the smoothing of the waters, which are really forming nicely here, may have you considering about, that job change, career path change. Maybe there's an upside. Pluto could be wealth, transformation, and reinvention. And maybe there's also some chunks of money coming at you, and you're not too unhappy with that. If you have debt, you could pay a debt off, but that could come through inheritance. So the other side of this could be inheritance money flash pointing from father figures in your life, eldering father figures in your life, blowing through the sky around that first week of July. On July the 6th, the Sun squares Saturn. So Saturn is some eldering or older likely person in the house of chunky money, or constrictions around shared resources, spousal support, shared resource, unearned income, money, constrictions, constraint, or difficulty. And the Sun puts a light on it. Well, the Sun's in the house of windfalls and pennies from heaven. So it's really the same story. You could possibly come into some chunks of money around this first week of July, but there may be an unexpected quality, and there may be a cost, an emotional cost as well, because this is emotional energy with the retrograde of Mercury in a mute sign. You could also have a turning point, difficult time with a friend, and it could involve secrets shared or spilled or money matters and a friend and a highlight on that challenge point. And it's really a short-lived flashing energy of solar light. So it doesn't last a long time. Okay. So pay attention to the vibe on July 6th in particular, 5th, 6th, and 7th. When we go on to the second week of the month, we're going to notice that the sun will square Saturn. Oh, I did that. I'm sorry. This July 7th to the 21st or so, 22nd. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff going on. But the first thing I want to bring our attention to, and we have a big moon there as well, is the idea of brain is frying. Oh, yeah, I know what I was going to talk about. Like, seriously, guys. We want to talk about Venus. Venus is always trying to her best to bring us love, pleasure, goodness, money, happiness, worldly pleasure. And she's not doing too bad in your 12th house. A lot of like creative projects and time alone might have been right up your alleyway, really benefiting you as she moved through that sign of Leo from about June the 13th to July the 8th. But then she's crossing into your first house. And she's in detriment. And this is happening on July the 9th. Okay. Just trust me on the time zones differences. July the 9th. And when she gets here, and she's going to be here for a bit of time, she's going to be wandering through Virgo, July the 9th to August 7th. Then she's in your sign. Good news, you feel more beautiful. You feel more attractive or charming or persuasive. People like to be around you, but Venus is also in a condition of fall, and she's with the south node of surrender, release, and let go. Don't care what degree your ascendant is, sure. Earlier sun, moon, and rising degrees, the first 5 degrees of Virgo, really feel it, less so the later degrees, but all of you Virgos feel the co-presence of this. What in your life are you needing to let go of? What is it time to surrender and release? Because you're going to feel that question mark, and you'll need to find the answer. And the answer will be hounding you July the 9th to August the 7th. Now, when you ask this question, she will be coming into certain alignments and give you clues. You might need to let go of something to do with the 9th house story, for example, where Chiron is in a trine. What this Chiron Venus trine is offering you as she ingresses forward is the healing of a life that has no meaning or purpose, or the real positive letting go under the guidance of a counselor, a therapist, a healer, a mentor, a shaman of some part of your life you need to release. Because Mercury rules you and Venus, and she's in the house of friends. Are there social groups and friendship circles that when you really think about it, they're not really your cup of tea? And do they disable you in some way in life? Do they debilitate you as well? Because if there are friends that aren't really good for you, or groups of belonging, you might be called to release, let go of those friends. But also because Mercury rules Venus on the south node, and he dominates your 10th house, career job situations that are not right for you also might be needing to be released. And Venus says, yeah, you might be getting the money. And Mercury says you might be getting the visible success, but is it really what you want? And so I think a lot of you are getting ready to release a job, an earning structure, or for some of you, a relationship that is no longer right for you. So pay attention to not just July the 9th, but the vibe through to August 7th as Venus. And well, let me make it more specific. I'm sorry, I should be more specific. Truly pay attention to July 9th to July 27th, where you still have the south node, true node, mean node with you. What are you needing to let go of? Who are you needing to let go of? What must be surrendered? And we're going to go forward. In the second week of the month, as I said, we've got the Venus changing signs and asking you to pay attention to what needs to be surrendered. We're already around July 10th on the chart. But the next thing to notice is definitely that the sun will come into a conjunction to Mercury called a Gazimi. This is a day of news or information on July the 12th. You will also consider it to be a new beginning or fresh start, and you'll see evidence for that in the 6 weeks that unfold from July 12th. A new beginning and fresh start in your long-range plans and goals and dreams for your life. A new beginning and fresh start in your friendship circles and groups, some belonging, and you beginning a fresh start in your relationship to a sibling one older, and on we go. And whatever this new beginning, fresh start is, Mercury will deliver information or news for you around July the 12th, give or take a day or two on either side. And I do think that the new beginning, fresh start energy here is going to be important because Mercury, of course, is your ruler. And so when he conjoins the sun 6 times a year, you're going to be paying attention. This is a retrograde conjunction. He does rule your career house. He does rule your house of your body and your identity. And he does form a broad square to Saturn. So you might be letting go also of things that are deeply karmatic and deeply embedded within multiple lives, or even patterns from your ancestors or childhood, releasing, letting go, and surrendering. But that's your ascendant. But in a reset button, Mercury says, here's some information, here's some news, here's a phone call, here's a text, here's a conversation with somebody in that 11th house. And usually it can be colleagues and coworkers sometimes, but usually it's friends and social groups or the sibling one older. So look for who has something to tell you in person or by email or phone call. Look for the messages around July the 12th. They've got a big potent sign for you to note and pay attention to. On July 14th, there is a new moon in the sign of Cancer. July 14th, Cancer new moon sets a re-beginning, new start, fresh start. Wholesome fresh start, anyone on the 21st degree of Cancer in the house of friendship groups? You see a symbol going on here? I'm seriously thinking some of you need to change who you hang out with. For example, say you are a heavy weed smoker and it's not good for you and your lungs don't feel great, but you only hang out with a bunch of potheads all the time. Or, you're trying to pare back on your drinking and you're hanging out with the booze hounds. Like, there's something about the friendship group not fitting you properly. And this new moon, new beginning, fresh start is going to try, with Mercury mashed into it, your Lord, to truly start something new here. New beginnings and career gains, long-range goals, plans, and dreams, friendship groups and circles, and new beginnings in relationship to that sibling one older than you. The moon in dignity is here, represents that sibling one older, and it could be a positive new beginning in how you relate to that sibling one older. So my Virgo rising daughter, her sibling one older is having a baby. And that's going to really change the dynamic of their relationship. And Mercury makes sure we change it in a good way, because Mercury is the Lord of your sign, right? End of story. And I'm babysitting the baby all of the time. All right. And so there's a new beginning. Look for the new beginning to be available and witnessed by you. And you can see the proof of concept in the first 30 days after the new moon, but know that it lingers and unfolds till the full moon 6 months later. And then the next story. All right. Venus brings a surprise on July the 13th. We're still in the second week. You don't see it coming. It's a surprise. Venus is squaring Uranus. Unexpected surprises about Venus stories. Well, Venus's conception, when she's in your sign, you're very fertile. Please be careful if you are a female or a male of childbearing age, sperm and ovum. She's a ruler thereof, the conception material. And because she's going to be in this sign, hanging there, doing her shtick, all the way from July 9th to August 7th, you are in a fertility window for conception. Okay. And while you or your partner in the conception window, we have a shock or awe moment. And, Uranus Venus squares are like unexpected pregnancy. So if you hadn't been planning a baby, now you may have a baby to think about. And also Mars is a guy of terminating a pregnancy. So you'll be making decisions whether or not in an unexpected pregnancy you wish to keep it or not. Now, a lot of you are not the right age for this, or you're not in a partnership where you think it's possible, but I would be really, really remiss if I didn't say watch for unexpected pregnancies during this time. Otherwise, the Venus unsurprise square could be unexpected, surprising developments connected to your career, human resources, LinkedIn, headhunter energy, and the 9th house is activated. Career guides and counselors lead you in the right direction for career blasts and change. Those things are there. And you might even have an aha and illumination. Like if you were to see a career counselor, guide, or mentor, and then you talked about career stuff, and then Uranus could represent a flash of understanding, a new understanding. You also could have a flash of insight that you need to go to school. You need to learn something new. But so it doesn't have to be all negative, but you're a little either illuminated, aha, or surprised, okay, around this energy field here that Venus is delivering on July 13th, give or take a day or two on either side. Now we're going to the Barbault Basket, once in a lifetime, first in a lifetime, rare configuration for the world. This is going to be very active from the 14th to the 22nd. We're in the third week. Take a look at the basket. It's going to catch stuff, right? It's going to catch 2, 3, and 4th house stuff really easily inside of it. That's going to help you get more money, get more traction in social media, marketing, selling, learning, get more traction in your home and life, home-based life and property and real estate. All of this will fall into that basket over time. But in July, notice that this basket is being activated by this story of the miniature trine. We saw that at the end of 25, and it's back at 4 degrees, 4 degrees, and 4 degrees. Houses 6 and 8 and 10. Well, first of all, houses 6 and 10 are Artha houses. This is a career house story. This is career and job and career, work and career, workmates, colleagues, coworkers, employees, and career, employment stories. Yeah, work, service. Whew, it's all activated. So means that there's some flowing energy mid-July that begins to pick up steam, could give you your dream chunks of money connected to your work and career, help you eliminate or pay down debts. There may be some turning point in how money comes to you in the career itself. And it also feels like wealth could happen. And Juno says a contract or agreement that's new and destined, maybe in a lot of ways. And then what also occurs under the sky is that you end up with Jupiter becoming a part of it. 4 points active is like a bucket or a basket. And you know now that something good is trying to happen. Health matters can dramatically change through changing harmful self-defeating habits and patterns with Jupiter's wisdom and grace, amazing grace. Turning points with health challenges, perhaps that it may be even life-threatening, Pluto. But at the same time, Jupiter loves to learn, find the guru, find a teacher, activates the educational axis. So this bucket could definitely bring you back to school, more likely skills-based learning, not ivory tower, but more like I'm going to school to learn a tool, a technique, a skill. So retooling your skill sets. And it also could bring you more money, and it certainly can bring you some positive directions in your home life. And it could bring you a new rental property as well, if you were looking for one. And it could bring you a pet in the home if you want one. Jupiter says, yeah, let's be happy with pets in the home. And again, we can see some ability to reduce debt that you owe or debt owed to you returning to you. Jupiter, however, activates your inheritance house as well. And I can't escape that money that comes to you could come into the basket through a pending inheritance. You may know about that, or inheritance from the in-laws. You may know about that. May become very amply evident to you around July the 13th, 14th to the 22nd, where you are aware of that kind of money being available. Okay. I see more father figures in the sky than not, because what happens next is later the sun joins the basket as well. The basket with Jupiter's support is most precise June 20th to 22nd. So that's where the bounty of the bucket is being filled. So keep that in mind. But because some of the bucket anchors your career house as well, and reputation, as well as father figures, there can be some nice turning points, especially July 19th to the 22nd, where you feel really lucky in pivot points in your work and career. I like the energy here of the next story as well. Let's get to that. You're going to find that the hard work pays off archetype becomes available to you around July the 19th, when Mars and Saturn become trine to each other, sextile to each other, I apologize. And this energy means I've been working hard in my career, maybe looking to find a new job, or working hard in the job you have. And the gains that can come from that hard work is money. And so a kind of money might be more like a commission check, a performance review check, just a chunk of some money coming at you. Hard work pays off is what I'm going to say. It looks like money. It looks like it pays off with money. And determination, drive, and ambition, and powerful pivots that you've been taking in your career space have a financial upswing for you as a result. And Saturn, while he's fallen, he does exalt your second house of earnings. It's more like a one-time payment of some sort, or a perk of some kind that you're seeing in your sky from all your hard work around July the 13th. Okay. Or did I say 13th? I apologize. You'll start to feel it building on the 13th, but it won't be exact until about the 14th, till the 19th. So the 14th to the 20th, look for this hard work pays off vibration, discipline, and perseverance lead to positive new directions in career and momentum in your money as well. When we go past that story, when we're coming towards July the 20th, Jupiter is now locked and loaded, as I said, on the 20th to the 22nd. And then the sun changes signs here on the 23rd, 22nd, 23rd, time zone dependent, I suppose. And now the sun wants to play with the basket, right? Now, because the sun is in its home sign, it's strong and Jupiter is good there. It's even more extension of what the basket wants to receive. Another element of this is as well, the sun exalts you in your 8th house of chunky money, unearned income, shared resources. And there may be a way that is like ka-ching, like a basketball goes into this bucket around the money being delivered to you, or the details being finalized for money to receive money here, including money from the 4th house, legacy wealth, or sale of property. Okay. And Jupiter would be your destined buyer from a worldly success standpoint of a property you wish to sell. So it looks like that's where the money comes into the bucket, so to speak. All right. The next thing to pay attention to, which I didn't cover for all signs, but I will for you, because I do see Jupiter and money. Well, let's get to it in our own good time, right? On the 26th of the month, I can hardly talk. On the 26th of the month or so of the month of July, we're going to notice that let's build it up. The sun squares Chiron as well, just like Jupiter July 1st, redigging into the wound of education, purpose, and meaning, or a wounded father figure, okay, ill or sick or something. So you felt it July 1st rippling, then you see it again July 23rd as Sun and Chiron also square around that time. But then also Mercury sextiles Venus for some good news. What is this good news? 5. Good news around your career gains, good news around your friendship circles, good news for your sibling one older. Good news around the actualization of a long-range goal and dream, especially connected to career. Good news around your health. So that's all happening for you. A little good news spark around July the 24th, give or take a day. And then we're going to talk about how the sun, I talked about how the sun angles into the basket and it gets stronger and stronger for the rest of the month. But also on the 26th, Saturn will retrograde. Now, because Saturn is connected to the house of that inheritance money or shared resources with a spouse, there may be a delay or pause around what you know is coming to you, but it may not come to you until he goes direct 4 months later. It's going to be a story that could take until later on for you to receive the goods, so to speak. But all said and done, it's just also easier when Saturn's retrograde. You feel less in a place of hardship. And if you're trying to undo an addiction, then all of a sudden it opens up as more easy for you, or self-undoing or a bad habit. You can say, oh my God, that feels so much more easy. This discipline and hard work to foretell or forestall or corral my addiction just got a lot easier. So, July 26th at about 4 months, things begin to feel easy for you in that regard. When we move into the energy of July the 29th, Venus will square Mars for really kind of a sexy, passionate, romantic vibe, full of attraction. But it's really, unless you're falling for a work colleague, coworker, or boss, right? That square that's building here, then you may instead be thinking of it as passion for your work, falling in love with your work, being turned on by your work or career path that you've chosen. That's the vibe. Okay, that's what I'm getting. And Mars is the ruler of the boss of certain parts of your life. And one of the places he's a control freak of is not just your chunky money house, but your 3rd house of travel and short distance stuff, or learning. And maybe I'd say you could even have a passionate directional change in your work connected to travel, change of neighborhood or city, but also maybe even connections to education and work changes as well. Maybe even just professional education. And it should feel a little bit of sizzle here. Okay. Venus is what you desire. Mars is taking action to bring it to you. And it's very fast energy. It's very turning point energy. Very pivotal. If you're not meant to be in a relationship and you've been thinking to get the hell out of Dodge, a committed long-term relationship could actually break under this, okay? Just have to let you know. And when is that square again? It's around July the 25th, 6th of the month. Moving forward to the next story is Sun-Jupiter conjunction, resetting your life. This is a new beginning that lasts an entire year. So from the conjunction, which will happen here on the 29th of July, add a whole year. There's a new beginning, reset in your 12th house. South node is allowing you to release and surrender, let go. It's a deeply spiritual story. The nodal axis changed on the 27th. This is going to indicate that you are now dealing with deep soul work, and you're improving your health, and you're making more success happen in your career, while at the same time, your alone time is sacrosanct. Some of you could get some career changes connected to distant shores and far off lands and companies, but also this is soul work, and this is going to put you in a position, if you have struggled with any kind of undoing, self-sabotage, bad habits, addictions, all that stuff, this is the beginning of the recovery for real. And Jupiter blesses it with grace, and you surrender here. And you could find spiritual gurus, ashrams, meditation, and teachers, shamans coming your way over that next year. We'll cover that in a separate video. It's a big deal. It's a once every 12-year synodic reset of your 12th house, okay? And we have a full moon at 6 degrees Aquarius on July the 29th. This full moon at 6 degrees of Aquarius on July the 29th is highly hooked up to the eclipse of February 28th. So new moon eclipse, February 28th in Aquarius. Happened in the house of health and work, looking at the house of hospital, self-undoing, and addictions, pets, rental properties, and job and debts. New beginning, eclipse on February 28th. I want you to take a month before, up to 3 months after, what unfolded from February 28th. Because that eclipse also had the node in the 7th house, it could involve major changes in not only your debts and health and work, but also legal contracts, agreements, and marriage partnerships. And energetically, I wonder if some of you, because this is a full light spotlight moon, it's in a health house, and it's anchoring, a sun and Jupiter in the house of self-undoing, you might start to really square away or opposingly look at a light that shines in the house of sickness and says, how are you responsible or not responsible for the challenge you face in your health, or the challenges you could face in your health? And so there is a story here that the 6 months that follow this spotlight at 6 degrees of Aquarius on the 29th could actually, in the long run, solve and relieve you of health challenges. Jupiter is fueling this energy for good outcomes. And Pluto is death, rebirth, and transformation. Saturn is the ruler of the lunation in the house of karmic stories and activating spiritual moksha houses, as well as chunks of money. Debts can be eliminated by father figures in hospitals, in your in-laws, or your own life. You may come into debt relief money as if money owed you is returning or coming to you. With Saturn retrograde, you kind of know it was going to come your way anyway. So now it's finally showing up. You see what I'm saying? All right, that's what I got for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. These videos are deathly long. I think I'm talking kind of slow. Check out my members only community here, extended version content every Monday. Talk about world politics more freely. To come join me on my Patreon community, where you get Zoom meetings, classes, a whole bunch of cool perks, as well as everything early access ad-free. Every single video early access ad-free for a mere $10 a month. And I put out dozens and dozens of videos. You got a ladybug landing on my window. I'm giving you the ladybug luck. You another sign I've gotten it so far. So congratulations on the ladybug. Don't forget to come and join me in Skyreader. The deepest discount code that will ever be available, expiring in July, is in the description box below.
Lunatic astrology.
As Jupiter will be with Venus here as well. More money, but more enjoyment. So you could get, raises and promotions in the month of July, but it could also bake in a year-long vibe of, I'm actually having a good time here, and I'm doing things, and I'm being successful in my gains and prosperity of my career.
Lunatic astrology.
Libra, sun, moon, and rising. This is the month of July 2026, and it is a big deal. Jupiter, the good Santa Claus, fairy godfather, goes into the house of his joy for a year, opening up great opportunity for you over the next year. But beginning in July, Mars will change signs and move into a house that aligns you with your purpose and meaning. Mercury will head retrograde or be retrograde for 3 weeks. And at the very end of the month, Jupiter starts his retrograde. Saturn starts his retrogradation. We'll cover all of that. I don't really talk about the retrograde Saturn because it's really taking place in really we feel the full brunt of it in August, September. But I will talk about it for you because Saturn is an occultation lord. And when he's going backwards, things are kind of interesting for you. So we'll bring that into the story as well. So Libra, this month ahead, you are going to love the vibe of Jupiter's new story for you. Yes, it's a year long, but I want to say prosperity, increase, and good fortune when it comes to your career gains, when it comes to even maybe some windfalls. So let's get started and talk about this month. Welcome to my channel. If you're new, Libra, Sun, Moon, and Rising, my name is Lori Lothe, and this is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology, not Vedic or sidereal. In today's video, we're going to break it down week by week, day by day. I'm going to give you access to the lunations as well, one coming off of an eclipse in February. So we're going to talk about that. There's a lot of content here. It behooves you to take notes. We have this really rare Barbault Basket happening, which is like for the world rare, but it hits you in 4 very important spots in your chart. So it's best to take some notes or download the video or come back and listen to it because we're covering 30 to 40 minutes of content because it is an important and life-changing, very busy month, life-changing for the world, life-changing for you. Just by the way, I am a teaching astrologer. If you're interested in learning, my 7th season of Sky Reader opens up this September, probably mid-September. The early Superbird discount code is active till the end of July. If you look in the link below in the description box, you'll either see the early bird waiting list, or you'll see the actual shopping cart to come in and sign up under a discount rate you won't see again. Live classes, 7 weeks with me to learn to read the sky, to time your life, to be your own astrologer. This is learning the basic language of astrology, applying it to 2 very easy and simple to use tools once you've got the language under your belt. If you want to come in and learn some astrology this fall, I'm your teacher, I hope, and it's a lot of fun. We have teaching assistants, we have bonus classes, to be announced, 4 bonus teachers teaching on top of my teaching, Q&As weekly, Discord and Facebook group. So there's a lot of support for you to learn astrology and use it to time your best life. When the world is going to hell in a handbasket, you can take astrology as a way to navigate it with grace and ease. Learn to be your own astrologer, please. Okay. I know I'm going to say something. No, I'm going to save that for another video. No confessions to you guys, okay? But when people in the comments say, oh, this didn't work for me, you said I was going to win the lottery. I'm like, guys, this is general bell curve astrology. It's just for a whole sign. If you're listening for your sun sign, it's your true self, and it represents career and purpose. If you're listening for your moon sign, it has to do with how you think and feel about your life, but it represents your home and domicile. Like an eclipse to the moon will likely move your home or have major changes in the life of your mother. The sun is father figures, of course, as well. The rising sign, your ascendant, the helmsman of the chart, where you're seemingly steering your life, that part of the chart is representative of the simulation character you're playing in this game of life. It's not the truest you. It's how you look. It's your personality. It's how you present through your reality into interface with this simulation. So, but it's very accurate for astrological prediction for most people most of the time. Let's get started. I'll be sharing the sky. I talk a bit quickly because I'm trying to cover a lot. Slow me down on the playback speed if you need to. Well, we start off with a few chironic stories this month. And I want to start with a very basic story, of course, of Jupiter's transition at the last day or two, June 30th of 2026, moving into a year-long stay in your 11th house. In ancient traditions, this is called his house of his joy. He's powerful here. He can increase dramatically and profitably your career gains. Second from the 10th is where you make the money from your career, where you get the raises, promotions, awards, academy awards, perks, influence, and fame. Jupiter can bring some of those your way. Expect last year's good astrology said good career last year minus some Saturnian bumps. This gets even better. This is also where you may find you enjoy your career more, especially true to begin to feel some enjoyment energy. Making money, prospering, and enjoying it will begin to be something you notice happening as Jupiter will be with Venus here as well. More money, but more enjoyment. So you could get, raises and promotions in the month of July, but it could also bake in a year-long vibe of, I'm actually having a good time here and I'm doing things and I'm being successful in my gains and prosperity of my career. So that's a positive story. Jupiter up here brings greater friendship groups and circles. And I'm going to be I've already done a video on Jupiter moving through Leo for your sign. Please go watch that video. But the gist of it will be, you can count, I think I have anyway, you can count on this to be a positive vibration for enjoying friends, expanding your reach in social circles, increasing your gains from your career. And you'll still see some of the beginning of that throughout the month of July. Secondly, Mars is changing signs, as I mentioned in the intro, and he's moved into Gemini. Now, Gemini for Mars is like trying to make a decision between Jekyll and Hyde, like, the good twin and the bad twin or something like that. He's very wanting to figure things out. And he's going to be in your ninth house of life purpose. He entered here on June the 28th, does not leave till August the 11th. That longer stay, those weeks there, he's going to help you cut away all that is not elephant. Master, how do you carve a perfect elephant every time from the block of jade? Master says to the student, I carve away all that is not elephant. All that is not your true purpose, that is not aligned with your dharma, will fall away. Major life decisions regarding education, higher education, pilgrimages, foreign land, and distant travel will be made in this month of July into early August. And when Mars is up here as well, he's going to be bending the nodes of fate, which is incredibly powerful. We'll get to that. And you're going to have major turning points in legal and court matters as well during July into August with Mars in the top of your sky. Watch for fights with a sibling too older. Now, let's get into the minutiae of the month. On July the 1st, we're going to start week 1. July the 1st, Jupiter will square Chiron. New Chironic wound over here, dealing up a new story after Chiron's longer stay in Aries for 9 years almost. Chiron here is kind of like, okay, I might have some wounds around deep sexual intimacy or around my psychic occult abilities or around my shared monies with others, wounded by the inheritance, spousal support, royalty income, banks, loans, and mortgage folks, investment monies. This is like feeling a little wounded. You're probably coming off the downdraft of the summer's financial crash and feeling it more strongly maybe than some other signs. And you might also notice that with Jupiter squaring this wound, this new and fresh, June 19th to September the 17th, this is Jupiter saying it's impacting your sense of your visions and goals and dreams and hopes for your life that you've held dear, your wish fulfillment desires, maybe getting a kind of wounded vibe here, most likely coming through a financial feeling of, I always wanted to do this, but now I have to pull back. Maybe there's a money story you're considering to put into place around more, measured goals for your life at this time. When I look at the energy of Mars wearing the North Node while conjunct Uranus, I am a little trepidatious for everyone in the world, but for you, it's a Dharma house and it's flowing to you in a trine. And it's not that bad, actually, but it can be a surprise or unexpected shakeup or breakthrough of something as Mars comes into a contact with Uranus. And, Uranus, we always stupidly say, expect the unexpected, making our job as astrologers pretty useless. But July 3rd, 4th, yes, that weekend in the United States, be careful. Not good for the USA. Not good for you if you are expecting something to be predictable in your court and legal battles, in your contracts for book publishing deals, in your foreign travel and pilgrimages, and just journeys abroad, and maybe even unexpected shocking stories with your sibling too older than you. Because at the end of the day, whatever this is, it will take you slightly by surprise. And it's happening, on the 3rd and 4th of July, but you'll probably feel it building up as early as July the 1st. And energetically, quite possibly with Mercury retrograde in your 10th house ruling it, there can be unexpected twists and turns in your career and professional direction as well as in your 9th house stories. So I want to say it's fated. There's no steering wheel. It's like, you're on a ride, like a merry-go-round or a Ferris wheel or maybe a roller coaster, because the nodes of fate are involved and Mars and Uranus will be bending the North Node. So that's your work house. So major turning points in your professional storyline that you didn't expect or you didn't predict or you didn't imagine would happen. And because they're unexpected and because they're sort of brutally shocking, you're not going to really enjoy this first week of July for the bending of the nodes, for the square, because what we don't see coming and it clubbers us, we can feel really ill at ease. Good news is there's a nicely flowing support structure here from Jupiter to kind of say, yeah, well, but it's going to work out anyway. So what isn't going to work out is for the best. Jupiter gives you what you need, not what you want. I can see some professional upsets here for you in work, career, and maybe collaterally money. Jupiter rules your income. So the company downsizing, a contract fell through, you didn't get what you expected in your professional capacity. Mars is taking away what you don't really need anyway. So take a deep breath. Business partners, colleagues, coworkers, or business partners, audience, marketplace, clients can also be disappointing or shocking in some way, or a deal that you're trying to pull together doesn't actually materialize properly. Some ideas. You'll live through it. You'll tell me. I'll hear from you, I hope, in the comments section. Moving past that square to the bending Mars nodes of fate storyline, we go down the pipeline to July the 6th. This is still our first week, obviously. And the sun will do a flashpoint square to Saturn. Well, Saturn is fallen in your house of marriage, okay? Saturn is falling in your house of business deals and partnerships. Saturn is fallen in your house of how you approach your audience and marketplace and public, if you have one. And that's hardship over there. But it may not be your hardship. It could be your marriage partner's down in the dumps, your long-term committed monogamous love partner's having a difficult experience, maybe to do with escapism, mental health, or addictions. There's Neptune, or drug issues. And what we see is the sun flash pointing in a square. So something around this time, something close to the 12th, go the 11th to the 13th even, indicates a spotlight on trouble in the house of others. So it can be many different things. I mean, I can't give you the exact answer to this. What day did I say that was happening on? July the 6th. Okay. So July 5th, 6th. Depends on where you live. Let's go back and look. 12. Yeah. So it's kind of pretty exact on July the 6th. So on July the 6th, spotlight. And it may also impact your visible reputation. And if it's your career, which is where the sun is shining brightly, then there's information and news from the past coming through your career that impacts your legal contractual agreements connected to professional business dealings. Okay. And it feels like a spotlight, and it feels a little bit difficult, especially with the sun ruling your house of career gains. It can also be not about your partner or spouse, but about your career and decisions you're making on the legal front around what you want to do in that career. And with Mercury retrograde in your 10th house, this retrograde on June 29th to July 23rd can bring back former colleagues, coworkers, bosses, or opportunities from the past connected to your work into focus for you. And you may change your direction or change your mind about how you want to work and who you want to work with and who you want to partner with in business and in love. This could be retracting a wedding proposal, for example, or an engagement. This is a house of weddings. Maybe you're changing your mind, square to the partnership house, about this relationship, if you have that, or even this business partnership, and changing your mind there as well. Okay, what about the story of Venus? Venus on July the 9th will trine Chiron, trying to smooth the waters of financial distress or chunks of money distress, shared resources, and inheritance money, and investment money, and royalty money, and in-law money, and shared spousal monies, okay? A chironic wound. And Venus will cross over into a place of her fall, but also try to work with the wounding Chiron's little 8th house money story. You could get some money from foreign people and foreign shores, or money situations with distant people and distant lands can be gelling to shore up a little bit of the wound you experienced financially earlier on. But also, I want you to consider that after Venus leaves her lovely stay in Leo and moves into Virgo, where she's going to be all the way through until August the 7th, July the 9th to August the 7th, Venus is in a condition of detriment, and she's with the South Node. In fact, she crashes right into the South Node July 9th and 10th. And this is very much about what we need to let go of and surrender. So you're letting go and releasing and surrendering, or being disappointed by, or voluming down something to do with the 12th house. It can be creative alone time, ashrams, pilgrimages, searches for truth and meaning, spiritual practices. You could be voluming down things to do with revenue you acquire from an international company, international clients, international sources, and that money is diminishing or going down in some way. So there's some like downdraft there for you to consider. But the chironic wound is being worked on, because ultimately Chiron isn't about your money. He's on the money axis. Chiron is going to be experimenting for 7 years until 2033, ultimately, with your values, self-worth, and self-esteem, and what you think money means to you. So there's a lot of depth here. but there's something going on that could also mean an in-law, money from an in-law, money from a female in a hospital setting, money from the people to do with, those kinds of things. Venus can bring money from women in those kinds of conditions, perhaps. Not the most obvious, not the most likely, but Venus rules your house of inheritance. And so I'm hinting at an inheritance maybe coming your way, either for your in-laws or for your own from your own family. With an exalted moon here on her ingress, maybe inheritance coming through the in-laws, maybe from your own family, maybe from a female. It doesn't have to be that someone's passing, but it could be like a female, an elder, like granny or grandpa over here, setting place. So an elder female passing your family or your in-laws could lead to, or your spouse's or your partner's family, it could lead to some money coming through the sky, perhaps healing the chironic wound of whatever's been bothering you there. We're talking about June 9th and June 10th, but this story could last as long as August the 7th, as long as Venus is in your 12th house with the South Node. Well, I'd say it could last until, let me be very specific about the inheritance story, July the 9th to about the 27th or so of July. Okay, that window, okay, because the nodes will change signs. Now, moving on to the next storyline. So much to talk about, guys. This is cray-cray. The thing I want you to pay attention to most next in the lineup is week 2. We're going to go between like the 7th of the month to the 14th of the month. And the major stories in that window of time, that 7th to the 14th, and kind of bled the July 9th Venus story already into it, is that you're going to experience this moon, this new beginning, this fresh start. That's a big part of week 2. And you're also going to experience some significant action happening in the sky connected to Mercury and the sun, called a cazimi. So in week 2, the first thing that catches my eye, besides the Venus transition into the South Node, is that Mercury and the sun will join forces together, and that will be around July the 12th. And when they come into a union together, it means a reset button, and Mercury's consorting with divine headquarters for information you need for your career. Technically, you might get a phone call, an email, a talk with a boss, a message from an authority figure in your work environment, news, information coming your way around the 12th of July. And also retrograde means things from the past come back to the now in your work and career and reputation zone. If you're retired, what are you doing in the world? Your golf score is coming back to you, Anyway, I'm always facetious there. And I feel like this is also connected in some ways, okay, this conjunction here, to what Mercury would like to deliver. And it may come through human resource departments, headhunters. You might be looking for a new job. It could come through matters connected to your aligning with purpose, or changes in professional direction involving travel and needs to reset a button and make a difference, change the direction, think of something new. Maybe a travel career plan story isn't going to unfold as you wanted it to. Those are possibilities. And Mercury also can translate this energy of his cazimi into your 12th house, which will be about, again, far off distant shores and lands, plans you might have had, especially if they had spiritual import, maybe having to be reset and rethought. But there's going to be news. So pay attention to the news coming through the 11th, 12th, and 13th to do with your career. On July the 14th, there's going to be a new moon, and it's at 21 degrees of Cancer, and it's going to mush up Mercury here. So Mercury doesn't escape it. New moon, 21 Cancer, Mercury right there beside the whole thing. It's Mercury in a mute sign. He likes to feel, not think, and there's a lot of emotion in this moon, right? The mind is in the sign of feelings and emotions, and moon is in dignity, of course, new moon in our home kingdom. And so that's not too bad, but you're wanting to reset and re-begin your career, but you're taking into consideration or new parts of your career, or start something fresh in your career and reputation zone. But you have to think about the retrograde Mercury. Is this a new beginning offset by having to consider directions, people, places, and things involved in your past career stories? Or maybe someone from your past is offering you a new reset button. New moon takes about 6 months to completely flesh itself out. But look, of course, to the first 2 to 3 weeks after July 13th to get a sense of what new beginnings want to start here with baking in a Mercury retrograde. You might not see the fulfillment of the new beginnings until you get Mercury in direct motion July 23rd to his leave taking August 9th of the sign of your 10th house. So be patient with that reset button, but it could be a new job, a new direction, a new career path, or a new position in the work that you do. I see headhunters, I see LinkedIn, I see human resource management, I see red tape changes in your career. Even if you're an entrepreneur, I see changes in your career. The new moon is one thing in the second week of the month, but another one is the July 13th square surprise between money and love goddess Venus and Uranus. Uranus, Coranus, call it what you want, never gives us what we predict. He's going to get into a square relationship to Venus, fallen with the south node in your 12th house. I don't know. If you had travel plans internationally or far off distant places, I wonder if you're pulling the plug on travel plans. I mean, the plans might not be for July. They could be for August, September, October, but the actual planning of things and the changing of direction may be what I'm seeing. If it's not pull the plug, I mean, airlines might be cutting flights back. Gas and oil prices are soaring. You may rethink an international journey or long distance trip plans. And there is this kind of moment of a flash where Uranus shows you what you need to do, or where you suddenly realize what is happening, that you have to cancel, or the airline cancels. It's going to take you a little bit by surprise. And with Venus in a condition of fall, if you make international revenue or borderless income, work for a foreign company, maybe if you have book publishing deals in the works, there's things here that kind of go, not what you planned. Pay attention. Mercury retrograde ruling that Venus. Things you planned in the past fall apart in the present, maybe. We're talking about around July the 13th, okay? Now, moving past that to the third week of the month. Okay, the third week of the month is going to take us into Barbault Basket, a once-in-a-lifetime, first-in-a-lifetime, rare configuration that's going to impact all of us. And it's meant to be harmonious and positive, but it also has tension. Let's take a look at Barbault Basket here. René Barbault, astrologer, now past, predicted this golden age of humanity basket. He predicted the pandemic. So this is like, well, you are having an experience here, aren't you? It's coming through that, third week of the month of July, around the 14th, the 21st, or really 22nd, you're really feeling it. Let's break it down. The first thing that this basket is made out of is extraordinarily rare, thousands of years rare. Uranus trine Pluto. Well, they are both sextiling Neptune. That's a big story. It happened at the end of 25 and it's back again. It was at 0 degrees or 1 degree in 25. Now it's at 0 degrees here. This is a beautiful flow called a miniature trine, and it's lucky. So where's the luck here? The luck is in your 5th house of romantic love, fertility, pregnancy, entrepreneurship, creativity. There's good spot energy here in the house of the audience, the marketplace, and the marriage partnerships, as well as business. There's a lovely flow here up to the house of long distance travel, foreign shores, spiritual communities, Dharma and life path, and Lakshmi, luck. And so all said and done, what isn't to like about this story, right? It's quite good. In fact, it's really auspicious to have Jupiter in his joy in the house of windfalls while you're anchoring in the house of good fortune. So you could come into like a financial win of some kind under the sky. But we also have the whole basket. And that is because Jupiter gets into the 4th position and you see the basket. And this is Jupiter opposite Pluto. So pay attention to July 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, as we see the formation of Jupiter. And by the time we get to the 18th, coming into a tight opposition to Pluto and Juno. Juno is what you've agreed to, contracts you've made, commitments you vowed to, business and love. And this is a romance house. This is also an entrepreneurial house. Jupiter's in his joy and he's in a powerful height in the sky and he's got your back. And so you're likely to have some kind of pressure point moment, turning point moment regarding your career, your creativity versus your career, your pleasures and joys in life and your romantic life versus your career ambition, falling out with friends who don't see things your way. Well, you're also harmonizing and stabilizing the marriage house, right? Jupiter's trining your marriage house. So, I mean, it can be something as simple as a falling out with a friend who doesn't like your marriage partner to be, or your partner you're living with, but it's deeper than one story. It's deeper than a lot of things because it's a basket or whatever. It opens up a catch point. It wants to really catch what he can catch, right? Like, what is it going to get into the basket? It's really going to open up a third house, second house, first house, 12th house, most likely to fall into the basket. So if these things are going to fall into the basket, and particularly like the money that could fall into your basket from the second house, right? The things that could fall into the basket here are money, are YouTube and online and social media opportunities. You could even have something falling into the basket to do with the fourth house, property, land, home, and real estate. Anything on this side of the opposition can fall into your basket. Okay. So we'll do another deep dive video on that. You'll see me doing a deep dive video on that on my channel, because I think you can catch stuff in this basket, just like you could get a bushel of apples. So it's going to take place in the second week and third week of July, but it also opens up a kind of epic, directional shift about what you prioritize and where you can reap and harvest rewards. All right. Pay attention during the second week while this basket is highly activated. Okay, to what Jupiter might want to translate the basket into. Jupiter is the ruler of, or the boss of, your work house. And there's a good strong possibility he'll try to up-level you and create new sources of income or better sources of income for your work path that you're on. Okay, he's going to try to drop money into your basket like alms for the poor. All right, that's what I'd say. And Jupiter also can be, as the exaltation lord of your career, exalting your career and dropping money and career monies into your basket. So those are some thoughts. Good for writing, teaching, publishing, and traveling in connection to your work, as well as marketing and selling, and dropping new baskets of opportunity, of storylines into your basket. So this is the second week of July, and it will continue to be pretty active, reactivated actually in the last week of July. We'll get to that. Now, one of the things going on here as the basket is basketing and Barbault is Barboing is that there's a sub period on July the 19th. Well, Mars will sextile on July the 19th, Saturn. So a formidable hard work pays off energy opens up here, discipline, structure, and hard focus and perseverance, and work and action and decisions collaborate. And so around the time of this sextile, you can feel a great amount of momentum in your life regarding your long-term love relationship, your business partners, how you approach your audience or marketplace through the vector of publishing, teaching, learning, traveling, preaching. And if you work for an international company, some of you may, this is going to be a positive, hard work with clients and customers pays off in your advantage, and may level you up in your profession in some way, may give you a turning point, new opportunity to level up somehow, some way. Saturn is the ruler of your good fortune house. If you're an entrepreneur in particular, you might come into some luck, a Lakshmi wealth turning point. It may surprise you, but it's connected to most likely your career direction and your career story. And if you have a significant other here that the person is going through some struggles or trying to deal with some Neptunian difficulties, I'd mentioned that earlier, love partners that are lasting, then you're going to find that there is some positive energy ongoing here. And maybe there is a possibility from around this time, July 19th, 18th, 19th, 20th, I'd say 17th, 18th, 19th, for taking a trip with a significant other to consolidate the connection between the two of you. Because ultimately you're going to get some sexual sizzle coming and bed pleasures as well. And that's going to happen once Mars becomes square to Venus at the end of the month. So planning or taking second half of July trips with a significant other, especially abroad, those trips can fortify romantic love. All right, so July the 15th, all the way through to about July, we're on the third week. Well, we're still on the third week anyway. So let me back it up a bit. Sorry, I'm just repeating the week I did. I apologize. I find that my brain and menopause isn't exactly how sharp as it used to be, but whatever, we'll work with it. Way menopause, guys, way menopause. I want to talk about one more thing before I go ahead. the energy of Mercury, the messenger in the 10th house, and knowing that he's going to turn around and go into direct motion on July the 23rd, you're going to change your mind about some career decisions you thought were solid. I want you to be aware of that. So, or even maybe decisions you thought you knew the lay of the land about weddings and proposals or stuff like that, or long-term love and engagements or business partnerships for career. There's likely a change of direction, a change of mind coming around the 23rd to August 9th. So keep that backdrop, understanding that any decisions you make about your career or your long-term relationship bonding stories at the end of June through to July 23rd, you're going to renege on. You're going to go back on those decisions. It's just classic retrogradation, including contracts and agreements, even accepting jobs. You may change your mind. So keep that in the back of your brain as these days go on. Okay, let's go ahead and move into the next week of July, the 21st to the end of the month. So as we move to the 22nd, that's when Jupiter locks and loads the cradle to absolute precision. The 20th to the 22nd, Jupiter's role in the basket, cradle, call it what you want, is exceptional. And this is when it's really happening. But on top of it, the sun will cross into Leo, which is very nice. Sun in Leo is very flowing sextile energy to your sign. You like the vibe for the next 30 days. But as the sun crosses into Leo around July 22nd, you also notice the sun wants to strengthen the basket as well as Jupiter being exact. So now you're going to see a basket intensifying from a solar perspective. And the sun is at home in Leo, but the sun exalts your marriage house, exalts your business partner house, exalts your client's house. So suddenly gains in your career connected to marketing, selling, business, clients, public, fans, or better flow and success in your marriage or long-term love relationship are highlighted because, of course, it's all flowing to dreamy Neptune. The dream is on, the love is spiritual, the depth between you and your partner increases. So it really bonds you and a significant love partner, or it fortifies success in business and business partnerships and client customer outreach. So there's that waiting for that to happen. Well, you can see it beginning to the 20th to 22nd, and the sun chimes in. The sun will be in that trine as well from about July the 22nd until the 27th. So now the sun is fortifying this basket and making it even stronger. And so we don't mind that at all, do we? Right. And then we're wanting to bring to our attention the end of the month. Three big things are happening, right? The nodes are changing signs. We have a last lunation in Aquarius, and we're going to also note that Venus will make sexy time happen with Mars. If you are looking for romantic love to sizzle, then I think you're going to be quite pleased around this time. This is a real highlight in the romance area of life. If this is bed pleasures, which it can be, then who are you bed pleasuring with? And we're talking about July. I'd say feeling it around as early as even July the 22nd is starting to sizzle. It hits a peak of sizzle dizzle in romantic, sexy love, passion, and attraction. It peaks out around the 28th. Okay. And it kind of falls away by the end of the month. So I'm going to say that you're really not imagining it. The last, 10 days of July, you could have some really great sexual energy rolling with a romantic partner and time alone and getaways and retreats together. This is also just Venus. I know she's in Virgo, but she's very kind of temple prostitute here. Could be quite exciting, or sacred magic love, sacred temple priestess love as well. So there's just a vibe going on. A very spiritual vibe could happen in romantic love, getaways, travel with a romantic partner, those vibrations. And also, if you're not with somebody, you're looking to meet someone, you could meet somebody that lives at a geographical distance from you, and you might be traveling when you meet, and you might have a tryst. I doubt this would be a lasting thing if it's brand new, based on Venus not able to witness your 7th house. On July, and Venus is the ruler of your chunky money house, could bring the inheritance in and the court battle case to get your share of some inheritance, or just legal processes to parse the probate or something could be happening here. It's dynamic. It's intense. It's critical turning point energy. We could involve inheritance money for some of you. All right. Going into the next story. The story is a story of the nodes changing away from this 18-month stay that happened to be in Virgo. And the nodes are going to change over around the 27th of July, time zone dependent. And this is mean node, not true. Okay, a little later for the true node, but you begin to feel a new energy at the end of July as the nodal axis will shift. and you're going to open up 18 months of change and transformation in houses 11 and 5. I'm not covering that here today. Watch, like, and subscribe so you get that content in the future. It'll be deep dives into this new nodal shift for 18 months where destiny has its handle on your steering wheel. On the full moon of the 6-degree full moon on July 29th in Aquarius, it's taking place after and from the new moon in February, the 28th of February, that was a solar eclipse. So this is a very powerful moon connected to a former eclipse. So when the moon moves into Aquarius and you get this energy going, and it will be at 6 degrees of Aquarius. So 6 degrees sun, moon, and rising Libra, feel it very strongly. This is a lunation that will fulfill some of the promise of February 28th eclipse. Take February 28th, maybe about a month before, and maybe up to even 3 months after, some unfoldments there, because that eclipse that happened in February is in the house of sex, romantic love, entrepreneurial business, and pleasure and enjoyment of life, your natural talents and gifts, profits from the sale of a property. There's a lot of meanings to the 5th house. And that eclipse began to unfold itself. And now you got the fulfillment spotlight on what it's all really about. And that eclipse happened when the node of fate was also in the 6th house. So for some of you, there may be combinations between work matters and entrepreneurial matters. There may be combinations between romantic and love matters and financial debt situations. You're going to overlap the beginning of the eclipse with 6th house, 5th house matters. If a pet would bring you pleasure, it could have been considerations about getting a pet even. But now there's a fulfillment spotlight that takes that eclipse and brings it to your acute attention. So pay attention, therefore, to the full moon of July 29th. Look for a couple days before and up to 2 weeks after for what it's trying to tell you. Destined, fated turning points in love, romance, entrepreneurship, creative talents, good fortune. This is increasing your fortunes. Good fortunes will increase over the next 18 months. However you define good fortunes, and with Jupiter in the house of windfalls and with the sun on the other side of that moon, this isn't a bad one to get rich, Pluto, by buying a lottery ticket around July the 29th. That's what I got for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, the 5th house is a house of pregnancy and children. Libra, did you think of conceiving a baby business or a child, or was there a grandchild being conceived in your family last spring, like anytime, actually really January, late January through to, February, late February into a couple months after? It could be a conception signature. You conceived a child, your children conceived children, you conceived a project, you conceived a book, you conceived, a baby, something wanted to be born, and now you can see the spotlight on what you wanted to birth. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Come to Sky Reader. I'd love to see you there in the fall. Learn to be your own astrologer and time your best life. Look in the description box to get the early bird deep discount code that ends at the end of July. Find me on Patreon community. Come join my members only community here. Everything that you get on a members only is also at Patreon, but Patreon has live Zoom meetings with me as well. So check out both Patreon and the members only section in YouTube. Thank you, guys. I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for hanging in there.
Lunatic astrology.
And you also could say with Jupiter up here in general, you're lucky on your health, you're lucky on where you live, you're lucky on many things in your life. Even your relationships can be lucky, long-term committed love. So you're going to kind of get an all-over umbrella effect of Jupiter at the top of the sky. That's the good news for you Scorpios.
Lunatic astrology.
Hello, Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising sign. July 2026 is a big game changer, and I'm not kidding. There is a rare first and once in a lifetime basket formation in our sky, including Jupiter with the outer planets. It's going to really shift your realm of reality in the second half of July. Well, at the same time as the month starts, Jupiter, the Santa Claus and fairy godfather of the zodiac, begins to love up your career and reputation space and starts a journey of a whole year, what will look like career prosperity, abundance, and success. And for some of you, wedding bells may be ringing in the next year as well. Let's break it down by going through the month of July, week by week and day by day, as I highlight the most important stories for your chart. And by the way, with an eclipse-fueled lunation in your 4th house that stems from February, some of you might be getting ready to make a change of home as well. So a lot to say, Scorpio rising. at your signature of your avatar, sun, your career and purpose and meaning of your deepest soul, nature, and true self, and moon, your home and nest and your emotional comportment. Ascendants are very sensitive to circumstantial change, so you might want to listen for your ascendant first. All of this said and done, this energy is going to be a game changer, as I said, cliched but true. And it's going to have sort of an epic impact on the way you want to move through your life after the month of July. You'll have more clarity. July is kind of like the opening act of a longer structure. So let's bring your sky into formation by looking at the chart together and going through it. Before I do that, welcome to my channel. If you're new, did I say this is Western Tropical Zodiac? My name is Lori Lothian. I am your astrologer today. I want you to think about timing your best month, but also timing your best life. And when you learn the skills of astrology, when you learn to read the sky, when you learn to read the time map that astrology is, you are going to be able to use astrology to make your own decisions and forecasts. So come to my Sky Reader class, my 7th year teaching this beginner level, learn the astrology, learn the language of astrology. In our 7 weeks together, learn to read your chart, read the sky, learn to make predictive stories from 2 very easy timing tools. And I have 4 guest teachers. I have Q&As weekly. I have a Facebook group, a Discord group. We have tutorials and teaching assistants helping me. And it is live with me in class. So if you like to learn astrology from the ground up from me, then come aboard this September's class, 7 weeks long. Information either on the waitlist or the enrollment link will be ready. The deep discount super early bird pricing ends at the end of July. And then if you want to grab that after, you can still enroll in August, but it will be a little bit more expensive, maybe a lot. All right. It's a very affordable course given the amount of content you're getting. So I hope to see some of you in school this September. Let's take a look at the Sky Scorpios and talk about your story. And we're going to begin with July first, but let me tell you about the biggest picture possible and then break it down week by week and day by day. Take pens, take papers. It's probably 30 to 40 minutes long. It's a busy, busy month. One thing you must pay attention to as we begin the month ahead is that Jupiter, the fairy godfather guy, is moving into your 10th house of career. And this up here is a good thing. You're going to see Jupiter here for a whole year until next summer. And this is going to bring you opportunity, expansion, and growth in your career space. It can also change your reputation. You could become married legally. You could actually become a parent. Jupiter represents your reputation is now attached to being parental, to being someone with children. And you also could say with Jupiter up here in general, you're lucky on your health, you're lucky on your where you live, you're lucky in many things in your life. Even your relationships can be lucky, long-term committed love. So you're going to kind of get an all-over umbrella effect of Jupiter at the top of the sky. That's the good news for you Scorpios. And then the other big story will be Mars is moving at the end of June on the 28th into Gemini. He moves signs every couple of years into Gemini, like every 2 years he comes back to Gemini. So it's not super rare, but Mars will move into a rare formation, bending the nodes of fate in a square. And this is important because you haven't seen this, and this is not normal. So it could happen every 18 years, but it doesn't have to happen every 18 years. So Mars squaring the nodes of fate, bending the nodes of fate from your 8th house of chunky money, business partnership money, shared revenue, and resources is important. And we'll talk about that as well. And I like the idea here of Mercury retrograde. I often don't like Mercury retrogrades for lots of reasons, but Mercury will retrograde in your 9th house. And this could indicate Mercury's backwards journey for the first 3 weeks of July. He started around the 29th of June, ends on July 23rd. Mercury's backward retrograde could bring from your past situations, people, and endeavors connected to foreign lands, international themes, educational directions, including colleges and universities, like you got accepted years ago at Harvard, but you couldn't go, but now that you tried again and you got in. I mean, there's weird back to the past here. And people who you would call guides, mentors, or advisors from your past coming out of the woodwork and coming back into your life at this time. This Mercury retrograde brings the past to the now, and possibly you might find that it's also going to align you with old pastimes, hobbies, and talents that you feel are purposeful and meaningful. The Dharma alignment of your life reignites the past. So where you felt on purpose in the past, that retrograde in the first weeks of July could make you feel more on purpose in the now. Okay, let's get going. Let's start off with the beginning of the beginning of the beginning of the beginning. You can tell that I have been talking a lot today because I sound delirious. When we begin the month, the very first thing is that you're going to get the first square of Chiron, and Chiron will be squared again later on in the month, third week down by the sun. The Chironic story is the wound in the house of marriage, long-term love, business partnerships, and the wound of what we want to commit to with other people. So it can be anything from a business partnership wound to a wound around, marriage and agreements with your marriage partner, or you may attract wounded partners, right? Your marriage partner has got challenges to their health or their psychological wellness. But this is a story that's happening for only a few months. It starts on, the 19th of June, and it ends on September 7th, because then Chiron goes back to the sixth house and reignites that wound of work not being aligned with work that you've had since 2019. I've got 2 videos out about Chiron moving into Taurus for all signs. Please go watch those. But all said and done, as you begin to work with this new area of your chart that could feel a little bit like you're on a big learning curve of the wounds that create the key to purpose, you're going to notice Jupiter squaring from the career house, or maybe wounds in your long-term committed love relationship regarding your career trajectory. There may be wounds in business partnerships agreements regarding your big, expansive, bold energy in career matters. And the wounds may be something subtle. They're not like, obvious sometimes, right? This is subtle energy sometimes, because you may be wounded in matters that Venus cares about. She's with Jupiter, right? So she cares about being liked at the top of the sky, being seen as likable, being popular, being wonderbar with the world. And maybe somebody in your audience, marketplace, business partner, client situation, marriage situation isn't giving you the visible love you deserve. You feel underloved, underappreciated, underserved. That's what Venus square Chiron will also say. She's in a broad square. Jupiter's digging his heels into it to make it bigger than it should be. Sometimes if you have a reputation deflation from your audience, marketplace, clients, business partners, or spouse, Jupiter just is amplituding it. It may not be as big a deal as you imagine. So if the spouse isn't appreciating you right now, take a few deep breaths. You're feeling this energy in the very first couple of days of July. Then we move on and we talk about Mars in a square to the nodes of fate. Yeah. Well, he also bashes into Uranus. Okay, so first of all, Mars-Uranus can bring a surprise in the house of chunky money. Okay, end of story. Just like a tax rebate, a shocking surprise regarding a stock taking off, money about spousal resources and a surprise, money about shared monies from business partnerships and surprises, and even unexpected surprising developments regarding money connected to property sale and inheritances, and even royalty income and ad revenue. Now, it doesn't have to be good or bad, but it's got a destiny flavor to it. And Mars is like, let's cut, let's change, let's bisect, dissect. And it enters into a square to both the south node in your 11th house of career gains and the north node in your 5th house of entrepreneurship or art or creativity or romantic love. But with Mars here, it's more likely about the angle of money. So if you're an entrepreneur or you're working in a business endeavor or you have gains from your career that have been leaking out here, you're not making enough money, the nodes of destiny are out of your control. There's a destined pivot and a major change. And I'll be diving into this in a separate video because Mars does rule your work house and your house of being employed or employing others. It's also connected to money. It's also connected to being entrepreneurial or trying to go in the direction of your natural talents and gifts and having a pivotal turning point happen here. Now, what that turning point is, I can't really tell you at this point because it's surprising because of Uranus. You may not have anticipated it, and even me trying to do that for you may be difficult. There could be entanglements with Mercury, the Lord of the turning point here, right? Where Mars is in a house of legal matters, courts, judges, visas, passports, international themes, and foreign lands, and Mercury retrograding, retracting, taking back, or working backwards, like maybe reversing course on something you thought was going ahead, like Mercury was going ahead, totally full steam ahead in your 9th house Cancer as of June the 1st. And suddenly you're hitting this retrogradation on June the 26th. What's backtracking? Sometimes Mercury backtracking in the ninth is legal issues, red tape, and bureaucratic things that are getting in the way of some kind of financial situation, whether it's your employment, your self-employment, whether it's investments, whether it's business partners' money, or even marital shared resource money. So there can be a lot going on here. Eek, that doesn't feel so simple or easy. This is going to be felt by you already July the 1st, really through to about the 5th. So there's nothing you can do about it. It is happening, right? You have to step back and say, this is where the fates and the destinies are working in the sky. I'm just an observer. I'm on a roller coaster, maybe. What is this about? And at least Mars is bending the North Node for increase and prosperity in matters to do with entrepreneurship. So the long game, well, maybe uncomfortable at first, could bring you a positive increase in creative, artistic, and entrepreneurial endeavors while releasing you from income gained through job and professional employment. You might be having a pivotal turning point too. And maybe at the end of the day, it's exactly what you need, right? Maybe. All right, continuing on. When you look at the idea that Mars is also engaging in the mini triangle that will become a part of a Barbault basket, Mars is trying to support flow to your work, to your employees or your employee status and pets, and flow to rental properties, and flow to home and property and real estate. Well, there are surprises at the same time. So you may also have some surprise positive agreements to do with property, land, real estate here. And maybe also surprise and positive agreements or contracts signed connected to rental properties here. So rental properties, agreements, money, these are themes that I'm seeing for you. Some of you could be looking at money from an inheritance with Pluto in the 4th house, and you might have some pivotal turning points that do flow around money, inheritances, and debt. So all of these things, Mars is trying to help pivot for you. And he does owe the house of debts, and he can have surprising debt relief as he bends the North Node. So how you could come into money may be what I'm seeing here as well. Now, let's keep going. On July the 6th, the sun is square to Saturn. This is not easy, but it is important because the sun is illuminating what Mercury retrograde is dragging out of the past. And think legal, think documents, think judges, think paperwork and red tape or something like that. Or because the sun is this joy, a former father figure or a father figure, someone from a leadership position in your life, a mentor or guide. Anyway, they're shining brightly, squaring Saturn, and Saturn is in your work house, employment, job. Kaboom. Although you could have the same situation could play out around July 6th as an ailing, aged, unhealthy father figure in your life, not being well, having an illness at this time. And so you'll see that maybe come through around July the 6th, a day or two before and after, okay? On July the 9th, Venus will come into a trine to Chiron. She's flowing to this Chironic wound, trying to heal it. What is going? Did I say flow? Did I say Venus? Oh, we got to move Venus on. So Venus has been in your 10th house, gracing your public reputation, career success, and visible people loving what you're doing in the world, looking up to you. Even if you're retired, they're all applauding your golf score, okay? You're looking good in the eyes of the world. You're looking attractive. You're looking successful. You're being appreciated. But Venus will get out of this part of the chart and move on the June 9th timeframe into a place of detriment or difficulty. Now, she's going to be in a place of her fall with the south node of letting go on June the 9th. Now we're moving into the second week. This is going to start a second week in which there could be losses or disappointments in career gains. At the same time, when Venus is here giving those losses or disappointments, she's also trying to heal something in the house of love, relationships that are committed, business partnerships. She's trying to soothe the wound, but there is something that's disappointing you here. Maybe you tried to reach a larger audience or client or market base, and there's a disappointment. The gains of the 11th are directly related to your professional career, but the gains of the 11th are not just that. They're what you desire, and they're your long-range goals and dreams. And there's a bit of a deflation in maybe a dream or a cherished goal that you had. and it seems to be losing a little bit of air in the tire. Do you know what I mean? It's not all as rosy as you would imagine it would be one code for that. Yet there's an attempt with an exalted moon and a Chiron to soothe the waters of audience and marketplace and clients and business partners, as well as marriage partners. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. You might have some disappointment with a sibling, one older, or a friend who lets you down. And in a destined fated way, it's meant to be. You may surrender a friendship. It may be time to let it go. And you may surrender a business partnership or a marriage relationship, because that's what Venus is ruling. But all said and done, it works out for you. Venus rules the house of international revenue and borderless income, especially digital. And maybe that is also something you're ready to surrender, some path that you had taken that may not be working the way you preferred. If you work for an international company like my Scorpio rising sun, he may be retiring from the company because he's no longer wanting to do that. He's having a baby, so he's taking paternity leave. So this could just be the paternity leave signature, okay, in July. But it's a surrender of earned income, direct income from career, could be also perceived as a disappointment as well. But Venus could also love up your creative artistic energies instead of that, as she witnesses your North Node, finishing up a 18-month stay in the fifth house of the artist, the creative, and the entrepreneur. You've been inflating entrepreneurial success for a couple of years now, 18 months. And so this is kind of her maybe witnessing that here and maybe supporting more success, possibly, but she is fallen. So good but not great would be the message there. Okay, let's move on. It is time to talk about the biggest story here, next biggest story. And that is going to be that the universe resets the button with Mercury and the sun every 6 times a year. This is a retrograde conjunction between Mercury, backwards moving, into the sun at 20 degrees of Cancer on July the 12th, right up here. When this happens, there's a reset button in the house of foreign lands, foreign people, foreign countries, international themes, book publishing, higher education, and on, court cases and legal matters. Reset button, fresh start, new beginning, but news or information. You get the visa in the mail. The passport is finally delivered. The higher education sends you a message you're accepted or not. But because Mercury's retrograde, it's the past coming to the now. These are things that you already have been working on, things that you knew about for a while. So it's nothing fresh, but there's the news, the information, the contract, the agreement, the papers with the lawyers, the judge's decision. These are things that may occur around that Kazemi of July the 12th. Don't forget, Mercury can translate this to business partnership monies, inheritance monies, and legal and court matters, or spousal support separation, in-law money, and legal and court matters, and decisions, as well as any monetary turning points connected to headquarters of, like, you know what I mean, human resource departments, and how much money you're entitled to in any given way. And there's a kind of clarity here on the Kazemi around this time. We can now move forward into the new moon that happens in your ninth house. It is happening on the 14th. It is 21 degrees of the sign of Cancer. The closer your ascendant in Scorpio is to 21 degrees, or your sun or your moon, the more love you feel from this new beginning, new fresh start moon. Because this new beginning moon is wedged in there, okay, with Mercury retrograde, there's things about this new moon that still say it's new beginnings, but it connects to things from your past. Visas and passports, legal standings and statuses, things to do with foreign countries and foreign people. The moon is in dignity. It is a good moon. Mercury is in there as well. And there's something about maybe the idea of legal matters connected to a sibling, one older or two older than you as well, rolling through the sky at this time. But it is, again, a new beginning, and it lasts for 6 months. Every new moon lasts until a full month. And so some of you may want to go back to school and re-educate. Some of you might want to change your country to somewhere abroad. Somebody might be working on a book publishing or writing a publishing deal. And that would work for you with Saturn, as you're working hard to write. And then eventually a new beginning can happen with the word publishing. International themes, right? New beginnings and themes connected to the globe or international matters, and new beginnings and being more aligned with one's purpose, one's natural gifts and talents. This trines your fifth house and the North Node there. New beginnings and entrepreneurial endeavors and artistic endeavors connected to distant shores, foreign people, and foreign lands. Fresh starts and new beginnings, or renewing things from the past in a new way in those areas of your life. All right, let's keep going and talk about the next story. The 14th of July to the 22nd is all about, the main theme is this rare, first in a lifetime, once in a lifetime cradle in the sky called Barbault's cradle or basket, because this French astrologer said the golden age of humanity. Do you see the basket? Right. Mostly it's important because it's anchoring outer planets, Uranus 4, Neptune 4, Pluto 4. That's this beautiful triangle. And then it becomes a basket because Jupiter forms a fourth point. Now, this means that you're trying to capture energy from houses like 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, but mostly even better. So 12, 1, and 2. So money, you want to capture more money. You want to be more yourself. You want to get deeply spiritual and move more into spiritual life. There's that kind of, those three houses can drop right into this basket with ease, right? That's the vibe there. And so a lot of ways this basket is asking you to receive something. Oh, it's not just about this month. It opens up new doors of opportunity that spin further out than July. But in July, you're definitely feeling the crux of it on the 14th to the 22nd. Let's talk about the basket or the Barbault's cradle or whatever you want to call it. Jupiter at the top of the sky. The guy is like Santa Claus, fairy godfather, wants to bring into fruition maybe some wealth, right? Jupiter opposite Pluto can be a wealth yoga, but it comes through critical turning points and matters to do with oppositional energy. It comes through tension. And it's from the fourth house of home to the 10th house of father figures, patrilineal line, father figures, inheritances, money. It connects to inheritances with Uranus shock and surprise in the house of inheritance. It connects to settlements from careers and sudden payouts connected to wealth. It connects to change in your debt status in the world, paying off debts, eliminating debt, shifting debt status, debts owed to you by finally being paid, right? And it's all about kind of the dream come true. Maybe it's going to align you in the long run with different work paths that are more satisfying for you, get you out of drudgery if you've been drudgering in your work, especially with Chiron going back into your workhouse September of this year through to next April, the last finale on being purposeful in alignment with work and purpose matters. And I do not see this as particularly negative, but it can be quite financial. Could be a raise in promotion and a sign-on, right? It could be increasing the money you make in your career through business partnerships in sudden, exciting, and turning point ways. And ultimately, because there's also Neptune and Saturn, you want a dream come true career path or work path. And you want to work in ways that, you feel like you're making some steadfast gains in a longer range goal or dream, right? This is here in the work you do, but you might need to take a deep breath. There'll be a power struggle and contractual agreements here to do with property, real estate, rental property, money from inheritance, money from business agreements, money from business partnerships. The longer game of the cradle slash basket thing is it's going to bring in more money, right? Jupiter rules your second house, and then when you want to drop money into the bucket. So the turning point intensity around the 14th of July to the 22nd of July ultimately can be more money drops in your bucket. Like, so take it or don't take it, but I think you should take it. That's the upside. Even Venus ruling the 12th house, that bucket money can come from international sources, international companies, international revenue, faraway people and places, right? And it can help you align very clearly with the key to purpose. So there's a lot going on in your story, but I think that this basket bucket cradle thing is going to serve your finances in the long run. And again, some of you could come into money that's more of an inheritance thing, and it can feel a bit like good fortune, even if it is an inheritance. In the middle of that bucket thing, basket Barbault's cradle, on the July 19th timeframe, we see that Mars will work really well with Saturn to support something good trying to happen. Mars and Saturn are hard work, basically, and they're working together. Hard work pays off in your livelihood, your job, what you're doing for a living, and it leads to increases of chunks of money, commission checks, bonus checks, royalty income, passive income, shared revenue. You know what I mean? Like your book publishing deal. You're sharing the money with the publisher. The royalties are coming in. You share the royalty income. So this is a good hard work pays off in that kind of money for you. And that's around July 19th. So expect it a day or two before to be very active. And you can feel something sweet because it's still a part of that cradle. So you're going to go, yay, here comes some pennies into my bucket, if you play that right. And then June the 20th to the 22nd, that's when Jupiter locks and loads the cradle and just says, we're game on all the way. We're fully engaged in the cradle. Here, 4 degrees, 4 degrees, 4 degrees, 4 degrees, right? We've still got this beautiful energy playing off each other for hard work pays off financially in surprisingly positive ways that feel like a dream come true in the job work, career sector, in the Arcta houses of 2, 6, and 10. So this is where hard work pays off and you're starting to fill your coffers if you want to fill your coffers. Or there's many ways you can get your coffers filled. You could get like a payout or a sign-on bonus or a severance package or some perks like that coming through as well. All right, moving down the line, further down the line. And we talk about the last part of the month of July. Let's start off with the chironic wound again, because everything about that wound that you felt around July 1st, 2nd, 3rd is back again on July 23rd, 24th. And that's just because the sun now does what Jupiter does, but you'll notice something else. The sun also does the cradle. So we get another wave of this energy playing out here. In other words, it's not over till the fat lady sings. You'll only know that if you're old like me. It's a stupid comedic expression. And by the way, there are no more fat ladies because we have Ozempic, and that's Saturn-Neptune conjunct. But we'll talk about that in another video. To me, the sun puts a spotlight on your career. And Jupiter says success. The sun says go back to heal a chironic wound with business partners and love partners and your audience marketplace outreach. That's all. Go back and deal it up again. First week of July comes back the third week of July. The first, second, and third of July is a bit like July 23rd, 24th all over again. But nonetheless, the sun wakes up this cradle as well and opens up more of that. And there's nothing wrong with the sun in the 10th house. It's happy there. It's literally the midday part of the chart in high noon. So now you're really seeing some kind of lift, like your career lift is high, or your reputation lift is high, or the esteem of others is high, or the boss is loving you is high, right? You're getting appreciation at the top of the sky. That's basically the code. Yeah, the sun is opposite Pluto and opposite Juno. There may be intensity in your home life versus your career success. Maybe some fractures with your spouse or wife about how much success you're having, T-square, in your career, and your home life is suffering. Or some contractual agreements with business partners or spouses are fraying in the light of what looks like a glorious uplift in your success in your professional, reputational part of the sky. Okay. And Jupiter just wants to drop money in your bucket, guys. That's what his job is for you here. And then we're going to talk next about Venus and Mars in a square. Depends on what you're doing in your love life. Venus, Mars, secret love affairs sizzle. Okay. Hidden love affairs sizzle. Infidelities and love affairs are sizzling. Venus South Node fallen. Be careful. It could also be some fraught tensions between money you're making in your career or money with a sibling or someone who benefits you, connected to shared resource monies and just tension, especially spousal shared resources and tension there as well, coming through as a bit of a crackling energy. Mars has the upper hand. So, yeah, there's just tension between money and spouse or money and friend or business gain money or secret love affairs that you're dealing up. Maybe with friends, you're like getting down with a friend. You're friends with benefiting somebody, or you're attracted to a friend at the expense of your marriage, by the way. So be careful for attractions outside the marriage bedroom if you're married, okay? If you're not married, then maybe your person's married and you have to keep it a secret. And it could be collegiate and work relationship, sexual energy as well. That's around July 29th, a couple days before and after. Then also on July 29th, there is a beautiful energy of a full light moon, big moon, and the nodes are changing signs. So the nodes are changing signs around the 28th in the true node, the mean node. Without getting into too much detail, there'll be a special video on that. But the north node, south node axis, excuse me. Oh my God, just try talking for 5 hours in a row. The nodes are changing axis. You're moving into greater purpose, greater enjoyment and pleasure, greater romantic life, greater success in entrepreneurial business endeavors. Oh, sorry, you're leaving that. That's where you've been for 18 months. And you're going to change the nodes to the 4th house, 10th house axis. Scorpio, literally, I had to stop and take a water break for you. And I've got my sunglasses on because I coughed so hard from not having enough water. I'm having a tickle in my throat from talking for hours on my recordings. So I put my sunglasses on so it doesn't look like I'm crying. This is just so funny. Okay, Scorpio, back to you. Oh, let's finish you up. Let's give you a happy ending. All right, what's going on here? I can't stop coughing. I'm all choked up about you. The final thing I want to tell you, 2 things. The north node here will move you, or you'll get a bigger home. You'll expand your home. There's destined changes in your home. There's wealth and prosperity from inheritances. This is coming to you soon, or from the in-laws. It's going to start activating at the end of July and will take place for 18 more months. Eclipses will rock your world, move your home, give you wealth, and change your financial status. You have to bear with me. It's the best I can do. And as on top of that, on top of that, you're going to notice that we have a new moon in Aquarius, full moon in Aquarius. Oh my God. I want you to go back to February 28th, 2025. There was a moon there. 26, I mean. There was a moon in February 28th, a month before, a month after what was going on, because this is a lunation that was an eclipse back then with a north node in the house of sex, romance, and pregnancy. Whatever was happening then, love, romance, entrepreneurship, pregnancy, you may have entertained selling a property, for example. You may have gotten pregnant in your home. But this is when my son announced he was pregnant, right? 3 months pregnant with his wife. So there's things to do with themes of fertility and home from the eclipse in February. And now there's a round 2. The full moon takes this for another level and makes something happen. Well, full moons with the north node will be a completion of one home and the beginning of another. As this lunation unfolds over the next 6 months, I expect some of you will change your home, get a bigger home, a better home, get legacy wealth or inheritance money coming to you. Okay. It's a prediction. Go back to the February eclipse a month before, a month after, what was going on roughly around then, because clues to the new beginning that was seeded here are now fulfilling here. And this is for most of you a shift in home. And you might get married in the home. You might move in with a marriage partner in the home. A dating partner becomes a marriage partner in the home. But this is also very apt to allow legacy wealth and family of origin transfer of money towards you as well from father figures at the top of the sky. That's what we got. Don't forget to join me in Sky Reader this fall. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'd love to see you guys in class. The deep discount, early bird notice, early bird enrollment ends in the end of July. So catch wave of this video and you wanted to learn astrology to time your best life. Don't wait till August. Enroll sooner. Take care, guys. Ciao, ciao.
Lunatic astrology.
So there's a way that things want to change by cutting away or separating something. And if you're in a long-term love relationship, like a marriage, it's possible that you'll have some geographical separation between you and a long-term partner during this transit of Mars. So get ready for evidence that might be true June the 28th to August the 14th.
Lunatic astrology.
Welcome to the month of July 2026, Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising sign. Wow, we have quite the month with a rare once-in-a-lifetime Barbault Basket. It's an incredible formation with outer planets and Jupiter in the mix that bring rare and eventful changes to your life. We have some significant shifts in your long-term committed love relationships, residence, and career. All are up for grabs, as well as some intensity with siblings that have very intense pivot points for you and those relationships. We'll be bringing this into focus as we go through the month, week by week and day by day, to cover everything you need to know, including 2 moons this month, one in the sign of Cancer and another lunation in Aquarius, and what that might mean for you as well. So welcome to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Lori Lothe, and this is Western Tropical Zodiac. Well, we are also talking about big epic events that track through the month. We're helping you time your best month. How you use astrology is like a map of time. And because I'm into astrology as a tool, not just a theory, and it works, I do teach people how to get their own astrological guidance system up and running. So if you want to learn the basic language of astrology, I call my course Sky Reader. It's my 7th year teaching. It only runs once a year in the fall. It's coming up this September. If you want to join us for 7 teaching weeks, 4 guest classes with guest teachers, a bunch of bonus content, weekly Q&As, and time with me in the Zoom room and Q&A rooms, you're very welcome to come aboard. Class year number 7 this fall in September. Date to be I probably will start mid-September this year, and we run for 7 weeks. And we have a Discord group and a Facebook group and more. In the description box is my deep dive early bird discount code, meaning that we only get that code. You only have that code till the end of July. So if you're watching this video and you want to get a very low price compared to the regular price, well, that's just your chance to jump aboard. So check out underneath the video in the description box, and I'll try to pin it to the comments, how to go read the website, find out more about it. And if there's any chance you don't see that link there and it's just an early bird discount wait list, then that'll work too. You'll get notification that the enrollment card is opened. All right, so let's get started. I may bring you to the sky, but let me also bring you some big concept stories first, just before we get going. And I show you the sky, get your pen and paper, 30 to 40 minutes long, settle in, come back and watch this video during the rest of the month, because people do that all the time and they're blown away by what has happened, has been predicted. You are going to notice that 2 massive things happen this month. Jupiter and Mars change signs. Now, for Jupiter changing signs, it's only once every 12 years that he does cross into the sign of Leo. And in your Aries, in your Sag sun or moon or rising, as if it's the first house position, this puts Jupiter moving into your 9th house, a Lakshmi house. Wealth, abundance, and prosperity, luminous light is here. And so Jupiter is happy here. He's going to support positive developments. And he first enters this part of the chart to even add more icing on the cake with Venus up there as well. So there's a feeling of, oh, thank God Jupiter's in my 9th house. This feels like I'm being blessed. That is a door that opens for you on June the 30th and lasts for a whole year. So you're really feeling the full beginning brunt of that. On top of that, Jupiter in the month of July wakes up the Barbault Basket / cradle activation, because he becomes the 4th element in the 3-point structure. I'll show you that, bringing a rare first in a lifetime event. And Jupiter is in a good place, and he's a good guy, and he flows to you in fire trine energy. And you also notice that Mars crosses into your significant business, love, relationship house, business partners, love partners. That's a big deal. Mars will be in the sign of Gemini all the way from June the 28th to August the 11th. And that's going to activate nodal destined turning points in home, where you live, long-term committed love, relationship, and career. A lot going on for you guys in this month ahead. You mutables, that Mars bending of the nose really brings a lot of potency of change for you. Let me bring you into the sky so we can look at it together, and you can get your pen and paper, take some notes. I know a lot of you don't prefer the ads. If you like ad-free early access content for these videos, come join me on Patreon. That's the best I can give you. I think it's a mere $10 a month, and you'll get these long videos without a single ad. Every video I produce on YouTube without a single ad to listen to. So Patreon's where you get the ad-free reality. The Google ads, I don't place them. Google does. They're my livelihood. So bear with me. I don't have big sponsors. I'm not Candace Owens. All right. So Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising. You're acting like Sag rising because that's your avatar simulation character you're born to play. But your Sag sun is your career and purpose, but also you're the real you. The Sag moon people, it's home, nest, safety, but also moon represents your mind, and so it's your thinking and feeling states. So with that in mind, keep those in the front of your mind as we get going. So I think I want to mention to you right away that as you enter into the month of June, at the end of June, you'll notice right away that Jupiter has crossed over into Leo. And also Mercury has stationed retrograde on the 29th. And so two things are happening at once. We begin the month with a freshly new started retrograde in your 8th house of chunky money. Jupiter has started to bless your 9th house, and Mars has crossed as well into the 7th house. This makes it feel very different than the month of June. So July has a different vibration, basically. Okay. So Mars is a separator. Mars will cut into anything he can get his hands on, a scalpel to split your skin into, a pruning shear to cut something off the tree. And so that way he chooses and separates. In reality, that's his job. And you'll notice that he is bifurcating, separating in a house of business partners, long-term committed love partners, the house of a sibling 3 older or 3 younger, for example. So there's a way that things want to change by cutting away or separating something. And if you're in a long-term love relationship, like a marriage, it's possible that you'll have some geographical separation between you and a long-term partner during this transit of Mars. So get ready for evidence that might be true June the 28th to August the 14th. In the meantime, your partner could be going through some really intense times as the beginning of this month starts. In the first week of July, Mars is going to bump into, on July 3rd, 4th, going to bump right into Uranus. Now, that is a shock, surprise, unexpected development in the life of a business partner or marriage partner, or in the relationship to those people. They may have some kind of surprise development that you are having to live through, or you are surprised and shocked by developments in your long-term committed love, business partnership, clients and audience house, or the house of a sibling 3 younger or older than you. All of those are true. All I can say is expect the unexpected. Now, as this is occurring around the July 4th weekend, and you're kind of going through it, you'll notice that Mars and the North Node are bending, Mars and Uranus are bending the nodes of fate. Indeed, on July 1st, all the way through to about July the 5th, you're feeling it. And there's some kind of fate play, some destiny play happening. It's not in your control. You don't have a steering wheel. Are you surrendering or releasing a contractual agreement like a marriage? This is the house of weddings. South Node says, let's go. This is the house of legal marriage. Maybe you're going to get a divorce. Maybe your partner's serving up divorce papers and you're shocked. Maybe they're going to want to move out of the home. Maybe you want to change your home. Maybe there's contractual agreements that suddenly flare up for you to change your home. Now, it's an interesting combination because everything about this bending of the nodes of fate suggests that these are elements of intense destiny. You don't have a way you can take control. You are being given a chance to take a ride. So take your hand off the invisible steering wheel that doesn't exist, Sagittarius, because what you're being asked to do is let go, let God, because you already agreed to this before you got here. That's kind of the vibe I'm going to give you. Good news is that Mars, as he's cutting and changing and bending your nodes, is also the actual exaltation lord of your money house, the ruler of your children and romantic house, and also the ruler of your far off distant shores and lands. North Node, do you want to move to a country that's not the one you're in, or to a far off distant place from where you currently live? Because this could indicate that kind of change in home that's fated and destined, but also surprising and sudden. Maybe it comes off of shifts in your life to do with your work as well as your marriage. Possibly even situations regarding your children are leading you to a potential shift of location and where you live. Maybe you need to or want to be closer to your children. Maybe they're going through some turbulence and you're stepping in like a partner in crime to help them get through what could be a rough ride. So there's changes in the lives of those people, places, and things that you are not in charge of. Your marriage partner over here, they're the one with the sword in their hand. They're the one with the snippers in their hand. So that's a little bit of a challenge for sure. They may want what Mercury wants, which is spousal support money, shared resources. They may want the house. You could be going through that kind of story, but it may surprise you. So don't say, oh, no, happily married. That would never happen. Yeah, you watched that first week of July. Unfortunately, it could. It could be one of your stories. You can get legacy wealth, but you'll have to go to battle for it. Somebody doesn't want you to have it. So there's another narrative here where there's money from inheritance coming your way or could come your way, or the in-laws, and you have a battle over who gets those resources, you and another person. And it could involve a brother or sister, one older, It could involve a sibling 3 older or 3 younger, and battling over financial resources from the family of origin and the parental storylines. Yeah, that's true too. On July 1st, by the way, Jupiter will square Chiron. As soon as we begin the month, I should have said that. And, Jupiter's like, this is going to happen later on in the 3rd week of July with the sun doing the same thing. You're trying to figure out what this chironic wound is going to be through to mid-September, connected to 3rd week of June to mid-September, wounds around debts owed or debts you need to pay or debts someone needs to pay back to you, wounds around pets and their health, wounds around your own work and livelihood situation, wounds around your rental property opportunities. Chiron is trining the North Node. You may have a glorious rental property opportunity, but you feel wounded by it. It's good, but you don't want it for some reason. The landlord wounds you and decides that you're going to have to leave and you want to go to court about it. These are kind of uncomfortable moments where there's a dig here. Jupiter's in the house of legal matters or foreign places. So rental properties, foreign places, opportunity with a downside, feeling wounded by need to change your home, rent a property or rent your property out. It's a lot going on for you guys. You might want to go on a pilgrimage, right? Jupiter in the 12th house, 9th house is like, let's do a pilgrimage to India or the El Camino. But you've got some kind of wound in the finances around debts and work, some kind of challenges around going on that adventure. There's just stuff here for you to consider the 1st week of July, and especially around July 1st and 2nd with that chironic wound and Jupiter in a square to each other. Then we move on and we talk about the next story. I do feel like that when the energy happens here of the, I'm speaking English, Mars trining Pluto, Mars sextiling Neptune, that you might notice, because this is a part of the beginning of the Barbault Basket here, that you might notice in that 1st week of July, even while there's all this crisis energy in committed love or business partners or something like that, that you're also noticing the flow is adaptable here. So there is some flow regarding your children and your love life, and there is some flow and openings of change regarding your neighbors, your siblings in general, your cousins, and there's a kind of collaborative flow. You might want to make a change of plan regarding a travel plan connected to a child or a romantic partner. And that in the 1st week of July can flow and seem somewhat capable for you to make it happen without a problem. Okay. Literally, sometimes Mars sextiles Neptune is where you're clearing an illusion and you're getting sober-minded and realistic about the romance, about the children, about the fertility plan, about the long-term relationship and the sexual capacity for that to be happy for you and things like that. All right, let's keep on with the next story. We're going to go into the 2nd week of July. And did I miss anything here? Almost. On July, I almost forgot July the 6th. So give it a day or two on either side. It's a flashpoint of solar light moving through Cancer, Sun at 14 degrees of Cancer on the dog star Sirius. Very powerful placement. So Sun here, squaring Saturn here. So 5th house and 8th house square energy. Usually this house here, and again, you're feeling it on the 5th, 6th, 7th. Usually this is something to do with chunks of money that don't belong to you. That spousal support, that inheritance money, that tax rebate, the royalty income, the Google AdSense money, some of shared monies with other stock monies, investments, dividend checks, that kind of chunky money. And we have Sun highlighting it. Well, Saturn wants serious consideration of realism. Be realistic about that money. There's a big light up here. Are you being realistic? With Mercury retrograde all the way from June 29th to July the 23rd in your 8th house of chunky money. Money issues from the past are resurfacing. Money issues connected to shared resources with other people. Yes, like a spouse. Yes, the inheritances. You might be backtracking to the past. Old money issues are returning. Old money stories are back in the news cycle for you. Like, okay, your tax accountant says we have to resubmit the accounts. An old stock opportunity and a stock you've invested in the past could resurface. You're going to reinvest again. You never know. Could be a house that activates those sorts of stories too. But Saturn wants realism. Because when Mercury's retrograde here, you could have contraction in gains you made in the stock market that are quite significant, June 29th to July 23rd. If you're in the trading or the investing markets, then this is a backtrack. And then Saturn is like sober realism about your good fortune, which may not feel so good. Sorry if this sounds a little heavy, Sag. I'm just giving you the story in its general bell curve astrology, not a natal chart reading. Please keep that in mind. If you had secret love affairs in the past, and former secret love affair people could be coming out of the woodwork to reignite a relationship. With Saturn in a sober, realistic, and falling condition, I don't think a reignition of old love stories for Sagittarius is a good idea, and Neptune might delude you into thinking it is. So watch for that reignition, the first 3 weeks of July of an old love relationship. And you might, if it was always a secret one, if you always kept it under wraps, no one else knew about it, then that would not be a good choice in my view. But there may be an attempt by the sky for you to think about the possibility of doing it. Speculative, risky stocks and investments in particular are backtracking. They're likely taking a turn for the worse. So yeah, that's a story too. Now, I don't have my water handy, and I'm honestly not going to stop the recording. Give me 30 seconds. I got my water, guys, and I'm right back. It took me 30 seconds to recover H2O from the other room. I want you to look at the first week then as a mixed bag of energy. Obviously, it made it sound like a difficult week. It has a lot of energy of tension with two major squares there. As I said, Mars will square the nodes of fate, and then the sun will square Saturn. Well, Mercury is also retrograding in a house of money and investments and other people's money. Can we say, particularly given Mercury rules the marriage house, our business partner, shared monies with business partners and marriage partners become a bit of a headache in the first 3 weeks of July, okay? You can get through it. Or money connected to your career and like severance packages or benefits owed to you and having to backtrack there as well the first 3 weeks of July if you have had that experience. In the second week of July, we're going to move into another story. We're going to move into the time of the sky where we end up going into the following narratives. On about July the 9th, Venus will cross sign boundaries. She loves it up in fiery Leo. She's there to greet Jupiter, where he'll be for a year, bringing you Lakshmi, good luck and fortune. And Jupiter here, June 30th, add 1 12-month cycle till next summer, can bless you greatly with things like getting into your favorite university, good luck with visas, passports, and travel abroad, courts and judges favoring you in legal determining outcomes, fortunate circumstances connected to gurus, teachers, pilgrimages, and spirituality, and fortunate circumstances also connected to a sibling too older, and fortunate circumstances connected to what Jupiter can bring you up here, wealth, prosperity, and abundance, and as well, better health for the Sag risings as he flows to your body, okay? There's a good vibe here. But let's talk about when Venus crosses a sign boundary is no longer supporting Jupiter. You get the luck of Venus here with Jupiter around, when Jupiter joins in June the 29th, 30th through till July the 9th. So that first week does give you double benefic blessings. And, it's good for feeling good about life. Even when bad things are happening, you're able to roll with it. You're able to find the silver lining and look for life to find the hope, in a higher order, that everything happens for a reason. You carry that vibe, trusting God and the divine intelligence and the big plan for the first 8 days of July. Anyway, then Venus see you later. We're crossing over. And Venus goes into her detriment in your 10th house. And on July the 9th, begins to wake up the South Node. There's a thing going on around July 9th to the 12th where Venus South Node can mean a loss, a release, or a surrender of something to do with your career, but also your career connected to your home life, your career connected to your earnings, your job, your position at work, your workhouse, your career connected to your gains of your career, your rewards, and your long-range plans. This is a surrender here. This is letting go. This is not fighting against the current. You need to let it go. You need to surrender it. It's the right thing to do. So if there's a layoff, or if there's a situation where you get demoted, or if there's a thing you wanted to have in the work and career and money space, right? 10, 2, and 6. There is probably, a best I could say, is a disappointment. Or an active choice to release or surrender or let go of something. This is a house of our social standing. I'm married, I'm separated, I'm divorced, I'm widowed, I'm dead, the funeral, the big rites of passage. And so what are you letting go of? And it could be anything, but these social standing situations are in surrender mode. I'm employed. Am I really? Something's letting go. Something's releasing. This is a workhouse. You owned your workhouse. Publicly declaring something to do with I'm leaving my job, visibly being seen to surrender a work position is not outside the bounds of possibility. Or because of Mars-Uranus in the marriage house, a letting go of your status in a relationship from married to unmarried, or getting in the direction of, together but separated, or something like that. We're going to talk about the next story in the second week of July, like the 7th to the 14th. So we talked about Venus crossing sign boundaries on the 9th, joining the south node of fate, and there's a surrender there. And then we move forward. And you've been having eclipses, south node eclipses anyway, for 18 months in your 10th house. This is like a final statement. Is that marriage over? Is that career path ending? Is it time? All right, when we move into the next story, in the second week of the month, we also notice that around July 12th, we have this new beginning, fresh start, new moon. And new moon energy starts afresh at the same time we have the new moon. We have the energy of the sun and Mercury co-joining together. So both things are happening. Let's take a look at how tight that looks. So the new moon and the Cazimi are co-present here. So Mercury will join the sun around July the 12th, and by the 14th, we're going to have a new moon. So the 12th is the solar conjunction. Something is going to reset in your house of chunky money, shared resources with a business partner or a spouse, money that connects you to your investments, money that has to do with land, property, sale, title deed, insurance, finances, maybe even money connected to legacy wealth, family of origin. And there's a beginning of something new. And Mercury retrograde means it's connected to the past. You knew this was coming. This wasn't a surprise. You've been thinking this was going to happen all along. And now Mercury tells you, here's the paperwork, here's the news, sign on the dotted line. Could be buying and selling home, renting property, could be changing financial metrics in your life, like transition and transfer of wealth to you, in-law money, spousal support money, etc. And whatever you're doing, it's a reset button too, right? So it starts something new, because Mercury in the heart of the sun, while dispensing information, is also a new start. And over the 6 weeks that follow, you'll see the paperwork or the details unfolding in a significant way. The other thing is that right after that, the moon will be in a conjunction to the sun. That's a new moon in Cancer, starting something fresh. And that will happen most actively on the 14th. So there's a new beginning and a fresh start. You're going to love it. Mercury has reset a button here in a Cazimi. Things from the past are re-beginning, rebooting, and restarting. There's a lot of that, sort of the past becomes renewed and refreshed, but it really looks to be mostly about money, unless you're an occultist and you're talking to dead people. Now, you'll notice as the time goes on, and we're now at the 14th of the month, have you seen or noticed there's a basket forming in the sky? This is what we're going to get into for the third week, Barbault Basket. But before that, just as the basket is forming, just as it's becoming really activated, on July 13th, Venus will square Uranus for a surprise. Now, Venus is always trying to bring you something good, but with the South Node, she's weaker. She's in her own detriment. The South Node can make her detriment less gnarly. She's fallen here, but she's not in great shape, okay? And she's going to square Uranus. Unexpected, surprising news connected to love, marriage, commitment, business partnerships, clients, customers, career, reputation, and visible social standing. Surprise. That's the best I can give you. You didn't see it coming. All right. or you are a little bit shocked, or something left fielder. I don't know that it's terrible. Chiron is trining the Venus story, so it could be actually a very healing shift, but still surprises you. Definitely connects to work, earnings, money, and maybe fractures of legal contracts in that regard. Whose binding contract is being fractured? Is it a wedding contract or an employment contract or both? I don't know, but you are surprised by this. You don't really, kind of takes you. Could feel like a breakthrough, could feel like freedom as well. I'm finally free of that contract or agreement. As we go through the 14th then to the 22nd, Barbault's cradled, rare, once in a lifetime, thousands of years old. Yeah, this is activated. Jupiter in the sign of Leo, opposite Pluto in the sign of Aquarius. Juno, commit, don't commit, binding agreements, contracts, treaties. All right. What kind of tension is this? There could be tension between you and a sibling, you and an extended family member like a cousin, or tension on the axis of travel, or tension on the axis of learning. This is at higher education, this is elementary education or skills-based learning. But this tension also brings us into the energy of the god and goddess houses too. So there's a spiritual dynamic in this metacosmos part of the chart where you're coming into guru territory with Jupiter up there, spiritual teacher, guide, mentor, maybe coach, maybe therapist, and tension. And the tension is in communication. You might be the way you are miscommunicating by writing emails and phone calls. That's the third house. Well, not even phone calls, more like writing and emails. Ooh, you could have a powerful wealth opportunity emerge through writing and publishing, or a powerful travel opportunity to transform your reality through long distance journeys and travel. But there feels like there's a lot of intensity around here as we move to July 15th, 14th, and this tension lasts until the 22nd of the month. Okay. At the same time, this basket is forming, and it's really kind of opening up doors to all of these houses, particularly houses 11, 12, 1, and 2. And I'll do a deeper dive onto that. And I feel like you want to fill your basket, right? You can fill it with money, self-awareness, spirituality, and spiritual breakthrough. You can fill it with friends and new career visions and goals for your life. All those things can fill this basket that's forming here, and even fill it with great career success if you want. There's a lot of basket filling going on from houses 10, 11, 12, 1, and 2. But you got to get through the idea that how rare this is. I mean, because what we have is Jupiter, and he flows to Uranus. So unexpected positive developments in legal and court matters connected to business partnerships and marriage. We got some flow between Mars and this Neptune. Jupiter's your Lord, so he's trying to help you win in courts here. But this could be decisions connected to what you want to accomplish in your romantic life, sexual life, your children's lives, your artistic and entrepreneurial endeavors connected to. This is kind of very entrepreneurial itself, the Neptune connection with Saturn to your third house. If any of you is an artist, a creative, an entrepreneur of any type, then this is going to be a lot of flow in that area and how you reach your audience and how you might even get international success on the third week of July. And you have to square away the Jupiter-Pluto tension here, which can be very much about there's something good that wants to happen, but you need to transform. And it's powerfully intense, and you have to put your whole weight of your transpersonal willpower into this lucky opportunity that wants to transform your life. So it's intense, but it can be quite positive. That Barbault basket is going to, it trails, it's the Lord of your sign anchoring the basket. Otherwise, we just had a mini grand trine like we did at the end of 25, right? No, this becomes a basket. And I think that you could roll with it because Jupiter is trining you and he's your Lord, making all of what seems like a hot mess quite serviceable and quite useful. And if any of you are in the book publishing industry or you write and publish things, this is very auspicious, could give you a powerful contract for publishing or agreements around publishing or international success and something artistic or creative that you're doing. Those are other themes in here as well. As we go into this a little more detail, I think that during the basket formation of the 14th to the 22nd, I do really like when Mars sextiles Saturn around the 18th and 19th. And this kind of energy is very powerfully positive. Mars wants to make changes and decisions in executive legal contracts, agreements, business partnership deals, and marriage situations, forming a flow to Saturn, who's in a superior position, saying, okay, I'm in your house, Mars, I got to do your bidding. This is your home of Aries. How can I help? So Saturn says, let's be realistic. Let's be serious. Let's be perseverant in getting what we want. And this could also involve situations with your children and your intersection in their lives, and maybe your ability to participate in some major important decisions that they're making as well. But there's a kind of sober realism married to a persistent patience that Mars is hooking up to. And yet Mars is in a sign that's cardinal. It can change your home. It can change your career path. It can change your relationship status. But there's a real serious energy and sober and realistic here as well. And Saturn is in the house of good fortune. Even when he's in debilitation, he's trying to do something useful for you here. If you sell a home, for example, Mars is the buyer. The North Node is the destined change of home. Saturn is the gains you make from selling a home. Saturn says, be realistic. This is all you're going to get in this market. Mars is saying, take the offer. You see what I'm saying? Okay, that's an example. All right. Also, as the Barbault Basket unfolds its story, it will be the 20th to the 22nd that Jupiter really locks and loads the whole basket as he reaches the 4-degree mark and becomes really tightly opposite Pluto, tightly trine Neptune and sextile Uranus. It's the whole story I've said coming to its finale energy. And certainly Jupiter-Uranus brings bounteous surprises about money, okay? You can be lucky here. And even Neptune in the house of good fortune, and the moon will end up moving through the house of windfalls. You could come into like a bounteous financial situation. It could be a legal decision or a court matter. It could just come to you in any way, a grant or a stipend from an institution, a government body, or educational institution. And it could bring you some good fortune on the financial front. As this fully finishes up on the 20th to the 22nd, and Jupiter locks and loads his participation here. All right. Remember I told you how we're moving on to the 23rd of July, and I told you how on July 1st, Jupiter squares the chironic wound, the new wound you're feeling in your 6th house, very existential, a lot of karmic debt, maybe health challenges could emerge, and you're going to end up with a secondary square. That's the sun saying, well, Jupiter, you started some business with Chiron back in early July. Let me finish up here and put some light on what we started. And so here we go again, the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the sun digs in to this lesson and wants you to readdress what this wound is. Is it a debt wound, a legal debt wound? You have to pay off things, your creditors and legal people after you, or is it a wound around your health? And you're looking for an expert authority type of doctor up here. Is it a wound about your pets and rental properties and your job? And this is the human resource department saying, here's your buyout, go and have fun. There's something that wants to go into 2.0 from what started in the first week of July, really coming back to you in the 3rd week of July with a spotlight on it, a big light on it. Power struggles, of course, it's sun opposite Pluto, but those are yearly. And this is going to just be an intense opportunity to further what began in the 1st week of July on the themes I've just outlined for you. On July the 24th, Mercury and Venus say happy news, right? Happy news. What is happy news? Anything that makes you happy, anything that feels good and pleases you. Mercury is in your Cancer sky. Cancer, what is that? That's your chunky money house. Mercury is no longer retrograde as of the 23rd. You're ready to start to move forward on money stories, chunks of money, tax rebates, insurance payouts, in-law money, inheritances, spousal separation agreements, and shared resources with your spouse at general. Mercury is now forward, okay, as of the turning point of July the 24th in this part of the sky. And now you can make these decisions with Mercury and Venus flowing together for the good news story. It can be very good news around career matters. You're really feeling the good news picking up some steam here. All right. I don't know. It could be really good career news. I like it for you on July 24th. I feel like you could get a vibe here of finally things are going forward in my divorce settlement, in my money and agreements with my career and my direction with my career endeavors. And it could also be very positive for getting a deal around real estate and property finally going forward in clear ways that are going to benefit you on the financial front, whether you're buying or selling or even renting property. So there's a forward momentum on money matters connected to those themes in a good news vibration for you. On July the 26th to the 27th, there's going to be solar energy fortifying the Barbault cradle. First, Jupiter locked and loaded on the 20th to 22nd, and then the cradle gets relit up like a candle between July 26th to the 27th when the sun takes the position Jupiter had. It's the same story dragging out. The whole second half of July is this rare once-in-a-lifetime formation. And so it just continually amplitudes what we've been talking about all along. Given that the sun is the exaltation lord of the fifth house, and you've got that Neptune formation, it really supports also positive, lucky developments in art, entrepreneurship, being on purpose, using your talents and abilities for the greater success of yourself and others, and maybe even opening up beautiful doors of lucky, good fortune in your life in any way that you would say, wow, I feel so lucky. I mean, whatever that means to you, because, you know, Neptune is a dream come true in love, in romance, in fertility and pregnancy. If you've always wanted to have a child, Jupiter's in the house of grandchildren. So there may be that like, wow, this feels really good. The sunlight in my house of grandchildren. My grandchild's looking great. My child's having a baby. I'm so happy. Gratitude here for sure. And that vibe is nicely, sweetly lit up like a candle, July 26th to the 27th from everything that's been happening since mid-July on this cradle development. Finally, the last three things of the month, let's whip through them. Venus will square Mars. That's going to be sexy lovers having a hot time or something else. It can be a big intensity between marriage and divorce settlement moments where there's conflict and terminations and disagreements, and Venus fallen in the house of weddings is like, oh dear. This is not fun. Also disagreements around how much money you should be getting, how many perks and rewards you should be getting in your career, 11th house. Maybe some conflicts that are publicly displayed with a sibling one older or a friendship clash. And whatever this is about, if it was about romance, then you're having a sexy, sizzling romance in an office career setting, maybe with someone in the workspace. This can be challenging. And this could lead to a feeling that, well, you're having a good sexual chemistry here, Venus has fallen and this will not go well. So you want to be careful for interoffice sex romance, especially around July the 29th. I'm just giving you my guidance. On July the 29th as well, the sun is also going to join Jupiter, setting in motion a year-long reset button in your ninth house of God. But it can reset you on spiritual path, dharma, life purpose. It can be a reset about your educational path for colleges and universities and beginning again and renewing that. It can reset you in book publishing industries. It can reset you in court cases and legal matters. It's a reset button. And you'll notice that the node of fate has shifted here around the 28th, joining this energy of Jupiter for a year. And this is also where you have destined and fated endeavors in everything I talked about. Sometimes when Jupiter's here, it's a coach, a guide, a mentor, an advisor, a preacher, pastor, rabbi. This is a sun in the house of its joy. Some of you are going to get God, okay? You're going to go into some spiritual path, some religious path, some kind of spiritual adventure. Maybe you want to travel the world. Maybe this is pilgrimages that are calling you. South Node says, go travel for spiritual awakening. Some of you are going to follow the path of the looking for the true guru, the sat guru, the good guru. That's what this is, the good teaching, the spiritual path that lights you up. This will also align you profoundly with destined, fated ways to be in life's flow, for being on purpose in your life and following the path your soul intended. This is a year-long reset. We'll be doing a deep dive onto that. And lastly, you might find that the full moon at Aquarius, 6 degrees, is taking a cue from the eclipse of February 28th. That full moon is important. The full moon is shining in a part of your sky that is sibling oriented. Most of your siblings here, cousins, neighbors, local kin, are in their third house. So there is a full light there. What went on with a sibling, if anything, in February 28th, at a couple weeks? What happened with travel plans February 28th at 2 to 3 weeks? There was an eclipse here. It's bigger than that, but there's a vibe there. What happened around February 28th, maybe a month before and a month after even? Was it about travel? Was it about siblings? Was it about your local neighborhood and where you live and your neighbors? Was it about your online social media life and writing and communicating, marketing, selling, and teaching? These are all third house stories, your daily life and routines and where you live. A big eclipse here in February. A lot of you, and February eclipse is complicated, but the North Node was in the house of home and property. That eclipse in February, which can run a whole year, okay, still not over until February of next year, will try to relocate a lot of you. A lot of you Sagittarius are going to want to move your home. And yet at the same time, this eclipse is fulfilling, this moon is lighting up what the eclipse started for you. All right, now this is a house of siblings, major changes, destined changes, fated changes in the life of siblings, including a sibling getting a divorce for, death in Juno. And this is what may unfold here on this moon on July 29th. Give it 2 to 3 weeks to show you what it's about, and understand that it will last for 6 months to give you the full Monty. Just for you, a ladybug landed on my window. You know that ladybugs are lucky, right? So you got ladybug luck at the very end of this reading, Sagittarius. Good for you. Don't forget, when you are wanting to like and subscribe and you forget your finger just has to push a button, go ahead and do it. And don't forget to check out Sky Reader. Join me for 7 weeks of study in September into October, where you can learn to read the sky, be your own astrologer, and time your best life. It is the first course I teach out of 3, Sky Reader, Mapmaker, and Code Breaker. Those are the 3 layers to study with me. This is the introductory level. These days, I prefer people come in after learning the language of astrology before jumping into exotic timing tools in my secondary level course. I'll see you guys around. Have a great day. Ciao, ciao. Have a great month.
Lunatic astrology.
Whatever you're cutting or ending or severing is probably going to work out for the best. It could impact quitting a job, but benefiting your finances. It could end up changing where you live. This could be the beginning of a new rental home or rental property, but it's all under the umbrella of something that's absolutely destined. And any changes you're making, say if it's a rental property situation or a home, you're looking for the dream home that lasts a long time.
Lunatic astrology.
Hello, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. This is your month of July 2026. And in today's video, we're going to talk about how amazingly big this month really is. Well, we don't even have an eclipse. We don't need one. We have a first and once in a lifetime formation in our sky. We're calling it Barbault's cradle or a basket, and it is so rare. It's going to make shifts in 4 parts of your life that are pretty darn important. But at the same time, Jupiter, the greater benefic, is getting ready to change signs as well and begin to dominate a house that you normally associate with money. This leads to more financial wellness in your life beginning in the month of July, as well as Mars changing signs, which he does every 2 years, and going into a part of your chart that can suggest significant turning points regarding your work and livelihood and your income, as well as some changes perhaps in your debt situation. Money you owe could be eliminated. We're going to bring this into focus in great detail for you today. Welcome to my channel. If you're new, my name is Lori Lothian, and this is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. And in today's video, we're going to break down your astrological story week by week during the month of July. It's a big, big deal month. If you're new here and you haven't subscribed, please think about doing that. If you've been watching 4 or 5 of my videos already in the last while and you haven't subscribed, why not? Subscribing is a big tip jar in the YouTube algorithm. Every subscription helps, and every notification bell and every comment and every hype helps my channel grow. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And by the way, I'm a teacher of astrology, and this is my 7th year teaching Sky Reader. Learn to be your own astrologer and time your best life by taking my course coming up in September. Runs for 7 whole weeks. There's weekly Q&As. There's a lot of fun. And we also have a Discord and a Facebook group this year as to meet other students and get to know them. And we also have, of course, the weekly Q&As that attend the course. Come join me. Come have fun. I have teaching assistants to help me run the course who are also professional astrologers. If you're at all interested in learning the language of astrology, it's like learning to read sheet music or just learning to read a language. We're going to teach you how to do it. We're also going to teach you how to use 2 simple but very effective timing tools as well, so that by the end of the 6-7 weeks together, you're able to do some of your own forecasting. So I hope to see some of you in class, and the information box below is likely the enrollment link for the super early bird discount price. It runs out at the end of July. This lowest pricing possible for early birds will never again continue. If by any chance you look below and there is no link to sign up, you'll instead be seeing an early bird wait list. We'll see where you are when you catch this video. Let's get started. All right, so Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising folk. All right, your sky is pretty steady in the sense that Saturn, the lord of your sign who rules you, is staying put in the sign of Aries, where he'll be until 2028. So you and Aquarians aren't having a lot of change in terms of the lord of your sign moving around and doing anything particularly important, just hunkering down in the sign of the warrior. However, you are being highly activated, as are most signs, by the planetary shifts of the month. The biggest news is the last day of June, Jupiter segued into the sign of Leo, the sign of kings. And in your sky, that represents a part of the chart that is called your 8th house of chunky money. It's unearned income. It's resourced money from banks, mortgages and financial institutions, investments, money from inheritances, spousal support, in-law money, money from your all kinds of things like Google AdSense revenue or royalty income from a book. Look at J.K. Rowling, a stellium in her 8th house. She's a trillionaire based on her book royalty income and other such things. So that kind of unearned income, not a paycheck, could come from like chunks of money, including winning money. That kind of money is where the 8th house can open up doors of opportunity. What is Jupiter? Opportunity. Lucky Jupiter, Mr. Opportunity, Mr. Growth, Mr. Wealth, Mr. Expansion, lands in that 8th house this month. Now, he will be there for a year. So it's not just about the month of July, but it is beginning to be felt by you as an activating presence, especially because he will be part of the Barbault Basket in the 3rd week of July. Do you have a basket out? Alms for the poor, or give me some wealth, or help me with my money? That's kind of the 3rd week of July in your sky. And we're going to break down how you might even come into some money luck or debt relief or something like that. But we'll get to that week when we get there. The second major planetary change of direction or anything important is Mercury retrograding and Mars moving into Gemini. Now, I'm going to be showing you the chart, but just know that Gemini is a house you associate with debts. You might owe a karmic debt, you might owe a money debt, but you're indebted here. And you're also indentured. So it's our job house, our work house. And so job, work, debts, pets, rental properties, right? Indentured servitude, you're renting the land or the property, are very activated by Mars. And he gets into this part of this new activation story for the first time, June the 28th, as you enter the month, but doesn't leave until August the 11th. So most of July is that Mars and Gemini in your 6th house story. That is also a part of Barbault Basket. So there's a big deal going on. Finally, the energy of your Mercury retrograde, which began to happen on the 29th of June, but continues on all the way until July the 23rd. Well, when Mercury retrogrades, it's like back to the past, or things from the past return to us. And Mercury will retrograde, Capricorn, in the house of marriage partners and business partners. So marriage partners and business partners from your past return to you by phone call, text, or email. New communication from people in the past. It was pretty the normative when Mercury retrogrades in the 7th house. So watch for that, hearing from those old long-term love partners out of the blue, in seeing what they have to say and what they're offering in that communication. That should be pretty, obvious to you in the first 3 weeks of July, what's going on with that story. So those are overview stories, but now we're going to talk instead. And we have a couple of moons this month as well. Of course, we always have moons, but one of them is in your marriage house, and that's a big deal too in the middle of the month. So let's get started. Let's break this down. Let me share the chart with you. And then like and subscribe, please. And let's get rolling. Oh, my mouse is complicated. It got stuck on paper. Okay, so here's the chart. We're going to roll through it together. I'm going to move week by week, and I'm going to try my best to keep the delineation kind of weekly, right? So you're understanding this week's main theme and the next week. We're here for 30 to 40 minutes. So settle in, take a pen and paper and do some notes. I got a cappuccino to keep me going today, recording on June the 10th. By the way, I have a Patreon community and they get everything early access ad free. So if that appeals to you, go ahead and check out my Patreon community. Oh, so let's go ahead. On June the 29th, we're already starting into the story of Mercury stationing retrograde. And then as we move forward in your house of marriage and long-term committed love and business partners from the past, wanting to reconnect in some way. On the actual 1st of July, one of the major stories is a new series of connections that planets are making with Chiron. You know, this is where we have a primal chironic wound that we need to heal in order to extract our natural talents, gifts, and our key to purpose. And Chiron entered into the Taurus sky, where he'll be for 7 years in a test run through to mid-September. He entered here in June the 19th. And so you're experiencing now a new tasting of the chironic wound in the house of romantic love, children, fertility, sexuality, creativity, and on we go. Now, you can go watch one of my 2 different Chiron and Taurus video type things to find out more for your sign. But in the meantime, the key here, the key Chiron, the key to purpose, is going to start off on July the 1st with a square to Lord Jupiter, who is now freshly moved into Leo. There may be a chironic wound around themes of good fortune and money, where you feel somehow you have to heal something there. Like, where is my good money fortune anyway? Why don't I ever have good money fortune? Or where I don't ever get big inheritances and lottery wins or something like that. However, at the same time, Jupiter is bounty and he will try to bring you big wins. And maybe the healing is you finally do win some money. I'm not sure. Jupiter Chiron is teaching you something important, and it will activate a part of the sky that also connects to wounds regarding love and long-term committed romantic relationships, perhaps as well. Jupiter prefers the legal deal, if you know what I mean. Put a ring on it, sign on the dotted line. And with Venus here at the square, like watching over it, it definitely has a signature of some wounds around infidelity, betrayal, secret love relationships, love and sex and romance disappointments coming to a healing arc around July the 1st. Now, on July the 2nd, on July the 2nd, I was saying it right, Mars will bend the nose of fate, squaring the nose of fate in a way that's extremely rare. Mars wants to make a decision and take an action. He wants to end and sever. He always cuts like a scalpel. He's in your 6th house of pets, debts, cut the debt, work, quit the job, rental properties. Are you choosing to execute a rental agreement ending or to pursue a new one? This is also your health matters. We're going to talk about health especially. Be careful here, please, because Mars and Uranus are coming together at exactly 3 degrees of Gemini. It's going to be really in your face around July 3rd and 4th. Yes, that big celebration in the United States. And because Mars rules fever, heats, rashes, and injuries, and Uranus is unexpected and sudden, and Gemini can rule the hands and arms or the lungs, be careful around those themes at this time. Take precautions around July 3rd and 4th. Do not injure yourself, and you'll be fine. Just be careful. On the other hand, because there's a nodal bending to the north node, backtracked to 0 degrees of Pisces, and this is the mean node. The true node is closer to 2 or 3. Either way, it's the same story. There is a nodal bending unfolding for destined fated circumstances over which you have very little control. This is debts. This is siblings. This is debts. This is neighbors. This is debt. This is cousins. This is debts. This is foreign lands, foreign shores, courts, judges, and legal matters. all said and done, anything to do with where you're indebted financially or karmically, you're coming into destined pivots of severing or turning or changing those stories in some unexpected, surprising, and radically inventive way. Maybe it feels like a breakthrough or a break free moment, another way to parse Uranus. But Mars, boy, is he on his like turning point pivot for you. And partly because this is going to be coming into part of the Barbault Basket that's coming up this summer, and already you see the mini grand trine flow. Whatever you're cutting or ending or severing is probably going to work out for the best. It could impact quitting a job, but benefiting your finances. It could end up changing where you live. This could be the beginning of a new rental home or rental property, but it's all under the umbrella of something that's absolutely destined. And any changes you're making, say, if it's a rental property situation or a home, you're looking for the dream home that lasts a long time because of Neptune and Saturn in the fourth house. So changing your home and renting a new home, for example, or renting your home out, these are all things that Mars-Uranus might want to do in the sixth house. Unfortunately, your pets may encounter a crisis, so be careful with your animals as well, especially July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Unfortunately, if you have pets, this would be a little bit of a dangerous window, and I wouldn't let them run outside, without a leash or anything like that. That's all I'm going to say. Keep your pets indoors July 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's a precaution, but it's better to safe than sorry, correct? Right. And if you have a fated desire to work in writing, teaching, learning, communicating, online, social media, pivot points that surprise you, bring opportunities, perhaps even for career paths that involve those particular orientations in your work. I'll be doing a deep dive into this Mars-Uranus conjunction. We're going to talk about the deeper meaning of it in a separate video. That's why liking and subscribing is, gets you there to watch the deeper dive into that story. Moving on. We get it around the bend here, and we notice that the sun is squaring Saturn on July 6th. So we're still in the first week. Sun, flash in the pan. It takes a day for this to happen. And Saturn in your fourth house. Sun in your seventh, Saturn in your fourth house. A break, a fracture, a difficulty, an illumination of something difficult regarding committed long-term love, business partnerships, and your domestic and home life. Now, the sun here, like most sunlight does, shines a light on a situation. In this particular, is something hidden from view. What could you not see in relationship to business and love partners that maybe you can now see more clearly, especially given the sun illuminates the eighth house of hidden things, such as infidelity, betrayals, and all of that. But hidden love stories are things that were not visible, maybe emerging, but it also has something to do with constriction and constraint, property and real estate. Finally, you think you're happily married, your partner stirs up a divorce papers. Okay, this is the energy of that. So you find out that you're not going to stay together. And I won't explain all the reasons why, but that's pretty clear that could happen just for a few Capricorns, especially you already know that the relationship was rocky. Jupiter tested your long-term love relationship for a year. If you're married, you knew the ins and outs and the ups and downs. He kicked the tires to make sure it was worth continuing. If your marriage has a cracked engine block, it is not going to be continuing on. So this is when you find out really what's going to happen here for some of you who are married. If you're not married, then don't worry. This is really, I'm talking to the married Capricorns. All right. The next story I would like to draw your attention to is the idea that as we move into the second week of June, the 7th to the 14th, one of the major activations is going to be Venus on the South Node. Now, Venus in Leo, she's good here. She's been in your eighth house for a while, June 13th to July 8th. June 13th to July 8th could have brought some sexual intimacy, almost tantric level spiritual communion in sexuality. It could have brought a few nice little touches on your stock investments or your banking or your loans or your finances. You never know. But she's getting ready to vacate that part of the sky on the 9th of July. And unfortunately, she moves into a hard place for her. It's her detriment. She's fallen here in Virgo, and she's going to be with the South Node of loss. Now, this is where you could lose in a court case around July the 9th. This is where you could lose a travel plan falls apart and, goes down the drain. This is where a career opportunity that you were hoping to take off on doesn't materialize. This is where you might find yourself disappointed that you didn't get into your favorite college or university through your applications processes for September. This is where the disappointment is here also to do with love. If there's love disappointment at all showing up here, because Venus rules romantic love in your chart, your 5th house, then it's because of something to do with foreign people, foreign lands, foreign shores, or even legal complications. So those things get in the way of love. You couldn't get the visa, or your faraway lover couldn't get on a plane because the planes were grounded. But it would be more than just a flash in the pan. It's a deeper layer of disappointment. It's a karmic turning point that's about letting go when it comes to a love story, but also letting go in many other layers of reality. You might even want to let go of an old career ambition or old career path that you realize is no longer true for you. You'll feel that conjunction of Venus in the South Node on July the 9th. On July the 9th to the 11th, okay? And then on July the 12th, the sun will become a conjunct or becoming one with Mercury. Mercury retrograde. I brought that up already. Which former long-term love partners are crawling out of the backdrop and coming into the present, or business partners as well, or maybe clients and customers that were important to you in the past, coming to the forefront. And because you are experiencing Mercury's sun conjunction here, there's a day of news or information that may emerge around July 11th, 12th, or 13th, okay? Maybe most likely on the 12th when the conjunction is pretty exact. This is information from headquarters, like God at Central Command, CENTCOM. CENTCOM has info for you to do with your marriage life, to do with marriage partners and the past, long-term committed love relationships and the past. And you're getting some news or information from someone else. And this information or news is going to be illuminating like a light what you need to understand, know, or see. Okay, it's simple. So pay attention to that. It resets your 7th house for about 4 or 5 weeks. It also connects to a lunation entering here. We're going to have a new moon, and with the moon already present at the Cazimi, it's kind of a divine blessing where the moon is holding space for this, like it's giving it a kind of a protective shield. But the news or information may impact location of residence as well. So pay attention to news or information that impacts past relationships, or place of residence coming through your sky June the 12th, a day or two before or after, but likely on June the 12th. On June the 14th, July the 14th, I'm sorry, did I say July the 14th? We have a new moon at 21 degrees of Cancer. If your Capricorn sun, moon, and rising is close to 21 degrees, the closer it is, the better. Remember, I talked about this in so many videos. Sun is your eternal nature, true self, and career. Moon, home, emotions, and nest, and mind and thoughts. And the rising sign is your character simulation avatar, which is highly sensitive as the game player avatar in the game of life. And this energy gets activated more intensely the closer the sun, moon, and rising is to 21 degrees. However, all of you feel it, and this is a new moon at 21 degrees on the 14th. The 14th new moon will be at 21 degrees, will open up a doorway for you of something connected to a new beginning in business partners, audience, marketplace, and client directions, as well as marriage. Now, every year you get a new moon here. Not every year does there some grand new beginning in a long-term love relationship. But because this has a Mercury retrograde squished in it, we're looking to business partners, business partners, customers and clients, or marriage type partners from the past, and starting over, new beginning, reset. And now every new moon takes 6 months to unfold, but every new moon shows you what it's about within 1 month after. So look for some evidence of that. Now, when I say starting over, you could even have an ex getting back in touch with you, but not necessarily getting back together with you. But there's a reset button involved in that communication. Something is resetting for you. All of this square Saturn, your Lord, in the 4th house, indicating an equal likelihood of whatever is resetting here new moon, new beginnings, within 6 months, changing where you live. There's an 80% chance that some people in your home leave, you change your home. There's shifting of who lives with you or where you live within 6 months of this new beginning lunation. The last thing I want to say, that should you change your home, Mercury rules your house of the foreign places and foreign shores. There is a chance you could move abroad, but Mercury also rules your work house, and any moves may be connected to livelihood opportunities or rental property opportunities or both. All right, so after the new moon, let me get some water. After the new moon on July 14th, and look for a couple of weeks to a month after for proof of concept. After the new moon, we move into the next week of the month. And we're going to start with the 13th, 14th to the 21st, around that time. And around the 13th, 14th, Venus will square Uranus. Now, Venus-Uranus squares are money surprises and love surprises. The only problem here is Venus is in detriment, right? She is not in good shape. And that could mean whatever the surprise is, it was not really welcome. You might feel like, thanks, universe, that I really don't like that, unexpected surprise. So the 13th, 14th, watch out for that. You can really nail it around the 13th, right here. But so 12th, 13th, 14th, yes, while we're having a new moon, there is a surprise. And it can be about debts and money and pets and rentals, but it also involves distant shores, foreign places, foreign people, academics, and court cases, because Mars is like Mr. Lawsuit, okay, or soldier in the 6th house. And this is courts and judges. There may be a disappointing judgment in a lawsuit, for example, coming through that surprises you. But there also could just be a positive surprise. If Venus can pull herself out of a funk, she can give you a positive surprise to do with a Lakshmi house, a prosperity and wealth, and luck house. And Uranus is also hooked up to Neptune. So it could be about your 4th house of home, property, land, real estate, and money, and an unexpected surprise. Venus rules the house of good fortune, including winning money, and Mars with Uranus rules your windfalls. Small case here, like maybe 25 to 30% chance you could win some money. This would be like government-like money, like a lottery ticket, money from institutional places and people. So if you're going to win some money, and it's a what do you call it? It's a long shot, but I would say go ahead and see what you can pull off here. Buy a ticket mid-July, so that July 12th, 13th, and 14th might be the reward. Lottery tickets, yes, okay. Unexpected shocking changes that you didn't expect, but still have a positive side to them regarding work plans connected to travel and changes are another thought I have about this. And unexpected surprises in your life connected to a sibling who is 2 older or 4 younger than you in birth order. All right, continuing forward. The sort of the 14th to the 22nd of the month of July, that 3rd week, is the Barbault Basket cradle, this formation you're seeing here. You see how clear that looks? I find that these have a funny way of being like, they want to be filled like an apple bushel, and it wants to be filled by what 12 is, houses 12, 11, 10, 9 can bring you. And I will cover that in a deeper dive video that's coming out for this. It's especially just for this story. We haven't seen this as once in a lifetime, first in a lifetime, in thousands of years. This is really a rare formation. Part of it is this mini trine that everyone's been talking about forever and ever. It began to form last year and this year into 27. You're going to see that the sky is saying something to you like this. Through an axis of tension between chunky money and earned income, money you have saved and have in your wallet or pocketbook, or money that comes from your spouse or inheritance or divorce settlements or royalty income or whatever, other types of money that come in discrete amounts and, you know what I mean? And they're like a commission or something, that kind of money. And this kind of money are in opposition. Now, normally Jupiter and Pluto is a millionaire wealth yoga, but in opposition, there's a challenge to acquire that wealth. And so you've got a money story with tension coming through the 3rd week of July. And at the same time, everything tries to resolve through the blue line. So here's some resolutions. Money axis tension with opportunity, but also intensity. Need you to resolve it from the house of debts and lawsuits, or that house of pets and rentals, resolve it through and work, resolve it through the house of, right? Every house is involved here, earnings and resources and making money, resolve it through the house of family of origin, mom or dad, people you grew up with, including siblings, resolve it through the family of origin and extended family in general with the Vedic approach. So money resolutions through extended family and family of origin metrics, yes. Also maybe through real estate property sale, buy or purchase, or move. And this energy opens up the potential for also resolving something connected to other people's money that's been holding you back. For example, you've been waiting forever for that spousal agreement to formalize for your divorce. And you're going to get some money, but it's been like really hard. Or money from inheritance that's been delayed or anything like that. There's a kind of resolution attempt here at money that comes to you in a chunk and how it can possibly come to you in a positive way. Now, the third week of July is where the cradle or basket is most intense, but you're still filling this basket through to kind of waning, but the end of the month of July as well. I'll be doing a deeper dive into this. There's so many layers I could cover that I'm not, but the only thing I'll say to you now is that one of the cradle baskets are anchored by Neptune, and Neptune is in the sign of Aries, but that's where Saturn, your Lord, is sitting. There's a lot of focus on your family of origin here and money issues and or connections to your home and where you live. And a lot of the changes around money and habitat and debts and family money, including sibling money. So there's a big story for you to chew on, all right, as this story unfolds for you. Mars can indicate some of this involves a sibling, one older, and I'm just looking at the specifics for you. And and also a sibling, 3 younger or 3 older. Those are the places where you could see activation of sibling, family, origin, money, resolutions, inheritances, whatever else is going on, land and property, things like that. Ultimately, I'll be diving more deeply into it, but I see legal contracts and agreements being signed here as well. And some of those will produce more money for you or consolidate challenges financially. This is your third week of July, first in a lifetime story. So it's a whole third week. Really take it from the 14th to the 22nd and let me know how that unfolds in your story. In the middle of that Barbault week, we have July 19th. And you'll say a day before or 2 days before, maybe a day after, on July the 19th, Mars and Saturn are in a creative harmony together. Typically, Mars and Saturn can work really well together. Sometimes there's frustration, but other times there's actually movement forward in ways that stabilize situations in your life, give them more form and structure than they've had before. Form and structure, home and land and property and real estate, Mars changes and moving. Maybe moving your home. But again, Mars is in a house of debt relief. Mars is in a house of debt payments, mortgages. Mars is in a house of rental property opportunities, suddenly. So look for changes of home, but in ways that stabilize a situation that needed to be stabilized. Somehow it was wobbly. It was a tripod with 3 legs, and now you got a good 4-legged structure here coming through around this time, July the 17th to the 20th, epicenter 18th and 19th, okay? And it can stabilize the situation in the home. Like, let's say you have a elder parent living with you or grandparent, and they need to be rehomed somewhere. This would be them moving out, them finding a new place, you finding them a new place, that kind of thing. Right. Definitely stabilizes your money in general because Saturn rules your income house. So there's a new contract, like you could rent a place that's, going to be good for your money somehow. You're going to spend less or find a place that's closer to where you need to be. So you're not spending money on commuting, something like that. So money stabilizes as well under this July story around. Yes, I can say this out loud. My brain is now melting down around July the 18th, 19th. Put it on your calendar, see what stabilizes. And the last week of July, we're going to talk about next. There's a lot going on. Most of it's interesting and good. But we're going to take you through the last week of July and break it down bit by bit. So first of all, when we get to around July the 20th to the 22nd, Jupiter gets really busy, right? Now, Jupiter hanging out here, doing his thing, no big deal. But watch what happens as we move time forward and we get to around here. And we're starting to notice that Jupiter around July the 20th starts to hook up and very specifically, very accurately in the Barbault cradle to a perfect energy of being opposite Pluto and also sextile Uranus and also trine Neptune. In many ways, what we could call this moment in time is Jupiter's full participation in the Barbault cradle that really activates by the 20th and begins to wane by the 22nd. But just Jupiter being the greater benefic who brings good things to us, this is where the most magic happens in the cradle that you start to feel on the 14th. So just look for this as like to be the super duper kind of finale energy of the thing that's been building here. And Jupiter can also translate his participation to bounteous surprises connected to not just chunky money, but maybe also to things that are third house and 12th house. So financial situations, a resolution connected to distant people, foreign shores, and far off lands and people, or to travel opportunities, for example. All right, or royalty checks coming from a book publishing deal, or a sign-on bonus and severance package connected to publications and writing. These kinds of cross references here may be activating around July the 20th to the 22nd. As we move into July the 23rd, the sun will square Chiron. Well, you know, I told you we're going to get a series of these windows where the new Chironic wound in the house of love, romance, children, fertility, pregnancy, creativity, art, and entrepreneurial endeavors will be squared. First, we had the Jupiter square around July the 1st. Now we're waking up a square from the sun who participates and repeats. So look for July 1st to feel a lot like July 22nd, 23rd. It could be a bookend. The sun is in its home kingdom. Jupiter is powerful and supportive, and Chiron wants to heal. And it could be a really big healing of a love wound, romance wound, sexual wound with your children and your relationship to them. Your children may have some healing in their own lives at this time, kind of good but intense, being forced upon them to confront this. And knowing that Jupiter always brings the best out of everything, you know, Jupiter is here to bring benefic energy. It's not the end of the world. It's just a touch point. Are you wounded in your muse or artistic or creative endeavors? Are you wounded in your romantic life? And Jupiter's sun square here are trying to find solutions, trying to find ways for you to shine a light, sun, into the darkness of the hidden realms of your psychological apparatus, the 8th house, to unwind where the wounds really come from. And some of them in this chart come from past lives, and some of them come from childhood. Both are true. It's a little bit of a soul work energy here for you to consider, already around this time frame of July 22nd, 23rd. Now, the sun is getting into a beautiful, as I said, connection to the Barbault basket. And so as the sun moves forward, it becomes more a part of the basket that was really activated on July the 14th to the 21st. Sorry, I'm recording in June, so I keep saying June. I'm recording on June 10th. So I think that the sun just fortifies what Jupiter started. So the basket continues to activate with the sun reinforcing the good directions Jupiter tried to put into play. So through until you just keep on going, all the way through to about the 27th, the basket gets deepened by what the sun is offering. What Jupiter started, the sun reinforces. And finally, we have Jupiter joining the sun in that conjunction that resets your life for a whole darn year. So for a whole year, starting around the oh, come on, Lori. Sorry. Starting around the 6-degree conjunction, you know, around the 29th of the month. There is a energetic fusion of two planets. Well, at the same time, Venus squares Mars. Two important stories co-present. This is a new beginning, a fresh start that lasts a year. You haven't seen it for 12 years. It's a new beginning in your chunky money, your occult magic, your spiritual liberation from the dream. With the South Node there, this could really bode well for Jupiter ruling your full moksha house for a spiritual enlightenment breakthrough coming into this year that follows a Jupiter conjunction, though you can look for lucky, positive things to develop, of course, around the 29th of June as well. It's not an either or, it's an and. At the same time, what about the two lovers in a square? Well, they're not always lovers. Sometimes it's about other factors, but with Venus in the ninth house of courts and judges, or long distance and foreign places, and Mars in the house of sometimes dating, you might start dating someone from a foreign country under this, and it could be quite passionate. On the other hand, there's another code for this as well. Mars rules your fourth house, and he's in a rental house, and Venus says foreign places and lands, and she rules what brings you pleasure and romance. Some of you might be recalibrating where you live, connected to romantic love, and it may relocate you to somewhere new, and it could be to another country, or it could be to somewhere where you need to travel, right? Like you're not going to buy the house next door or rent the place next door. It's like a distance from where you currently have your main residence. So I can see residential shifts connected to foreign places, visas, passports, local environments as well. Venus is the exaltation lord of your third house. So it looks again like it's a bit more of the same story, just taking another turn, really. Then we move on to your full moon, 6 degrees of Aquarius, happening at the end of the month on the 29th. The full moon in Aquarius is taking cue from the eclipse of February 28th, new moon behind us. And now we have a spotlight on what the next story is in that eclipse. February 28th, until now, there has been eclipse energy activating your money, earnings, resources. And also that eclipse in February activated your third house, siblings, money from siblings, money connected to siblings, money connected to neighbors, cousins, aunts and uncles, money connected to travel, money connected to the online social media landscape, money, money, money. This money story that kicked off in February, because the node was still in the third house, in eclipse land now becomes constellated as a normal full moon. A full moon is lighting your way to see more clearly where power and wealth exists for you, sometimes in marriage, sometimes in contractual agreements with others. And it wants you to notice and see the destined increase you're capable of creating, because the nodes of fate on the 28th of the month have moved backwards into your second house of money. And it's pretty well guaranteed you're going to make more money in the next 18 months. So starting in the end of July, at 18 months, get ready to increase your pocketbook, savings, wallet, and wealth. And this earnings money is coming your way. And this is an eclipse in February that started the ball rolling, February 28th. It's now a connection to an increase of your savings, wallet, pocketbook, or earnings connected to the full light. So a fulfillment of a seed that planted here in February. It's many different ways it can go. It can be family money, legacy wealth money, sibling money under your chart, but it can also be job and earnings money as well. So there's a lot of different possibilities, but it's beginning to tip you towards financial increase at this time. And some of it can also be spousal support separation agreement monies. It can be termination of spousal support agreements so that you don't pay that money, because Mars is activating the spousal support house. So the South Node means release one's spousal support. Either you stop getting it or you stop giving it, but you're going to make more money anyways. So you see this sea change coming through at the end of the month. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification bell. Now I'm hot. Don't forget that you could join me on Sky Reader. I'm hoping you will if you just want to learn the language of astrology enough to time your best life. I am your teacher. I've taught it 7 years and I keep getting better. We have 4 guest teachers every year teaching bonus content. I give you bonus content. There's live Q&As. My God, I give you a lot. It's priced really well. I hope to see you guys jump in at the deep dive early bird discount, okay? By the end of July, that's gone. So you want to jump in now instead of waiting to the last minute. We start in September. Date is coming. It should be below, probably mid-September. Stay tuned. See you guys around and enjoy the month of July.
Lunatic astrology.
You may heal a profound wound that may stem from childhood connected to committed long-term love. Childhood wounds about lovability, commitment, marriage, even partnering with others in business. At the same time, you may heal a deeper wound connected to your ancestral line. Welcome, fellow Aquarians, to your month of July. We have some beautiful energy for us, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising, as Lord Jupiter enters into a part of our world that can bring major positive directions in long-term committed love and romantic engagements. We can also take cue from this month's sky that we have a once-in-a-lifetime event, which will be called the Barbault Basket in the last month, half of the month, and it's really a powerful shift for every single Aquarian because it's going to hit us smack dab on the axis of our ascendant descendant, bringing potential changes in where we address romantic love, entrepreneurial stories, creativity, where we can address the power of our ability to communicate to the world at large. And for a lot of us, this is one of those kinds of times where the combination of rare factors, especially for Aquarius, can be absolutely game-changing. So although we normally talk about eclipses as game changers, this sky in the month of July is the exception. It is game-changing for so many reasons. We have also the planet Mars doing his once every 2-year new journey through a part of your chart that you associate with passion and romance, and he is the god of passion. So things could heat up in your love life for sure, but also your creative and entrepreneurial energies will be at a peak. Let us get going. Let's break the sky down and talk about it week by week. If you're new here, welcome to my channel. My name is Lori Lothian. We're using the Western Tropical Zodiac, and this is your month of July. And we're also going to bring your attention to the idea that we have a couple of moons that are going to kind of knock your socks off, particularly the Aquarius moon, which is your moon coming up at the month's end. So let's break this down week by week, day by day. Let's get started. Let me show you the sky, take some notes, settle in. And if you're new here, thank you for coming. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my regulars who've been here for forever and ever. Thank you for being part of this channel and helping me reach 150,000 subscribers. And so I'm so jazzed about that. I also want to mention that if you want to time your best life using astrology, I have a course that I teach every single fall, starts in September, runs 7 weeks long. This is called Sky Reader. It is a beginner level astrology course to help you learn the language of astrology, but also to time your best life by using a couple of divine timing tools that are very simple. But we go through learning the basic language of astrology over the 7 weeks, along with teaching you how to time your life. In the description box under the video, you will find either the super early bird discount that is only going to be truly active until the end of July. You'll either find the enrollment or you'll find the wait list. Either one depends on when you watch this video. Some of you will see it in the end of June, some will see it in July. At some point, that will move on from the early bird discount wait list. It'll turn into an enrollment link. So I hope to see you guys coming to class. We'll have a Discord group, Facebook group, weekly Q&As. It's live with me and my teaching assistants, and it's a lot of fun. All right, so let's get rolling. Let's get into the story. This is my 7th year teaching. Crazy, I can't believe it that I've been teaching this class this long, but that's how you get to be an old astrologer. All right, so welcome, fellow Aquarius. I have a rising sign. To listen today for your rising sign, you're listening with the idea that the rising sign is your simulation avatar character. Your rising sign does represent who you are in the game of life, what you look like, and how you participate as a fictional being, like in a movie character. Your rising sign is accurate. But if you listen for your sun and moon, they're also useful. Sun sign is how you approach life through the lens of your spiritual essence and who you really are, and often leans towards focus on career and purpose-related matters, whereas your moon sign is how you feel and think about life, and often subsequently also connects you to home, domicile, safety, and where you live. So try listening for all three. And today, Aquarius, this is your sky. We've set the sky up for July the 1st, and hit the like button, subscribe, please, and the notification bell. Share with friends and family, hype the video, help it grow. What happens as we begin July? The first most important thing to point out to you is perhaps just July 1st, because Chiron will come into his new position in Taurus through to September the 17th. The wounded healer has been here since the 3rd week of June, and he comes into a square to Jupiter. You may heal a profound wound that may stem from childhood connected to committed long-term love. Childhood wounds about lovability, commitment, marriage, even partnering with others in business. At the same time, you may heal a deeper wound connected to your ancestral line. Something very magical and wonderbar happens when Jupiter and Chiron square roughly on July the 1st, maybe a day before and the day after. Let's see how that plays out. Let me know in the comments after, how did it feel for you under this kind of a sky? With Venus ruling the Chironic wound, also with Jupiter in the marriage and commitment house for long-term love and monogamy, I bet you any money that's the kind of wound that's starting to heal. When we move forward past the July 1st Chironic wound healing, we notice right away that Mars and the North Node will be squaring. It's called Mars at the nodal bendings. It's a fated destiny story. It's not usual, right? It happens to be that Mars can only be here every 2 years. In your 5th house. It happens to be the nodes can only be here every 18 years. And honestly, I have to go check how long ago this happened, but it wasn't even true 18 years ago. So it's like you want to understand that destiny is pivoting you when it comes to your money, both the money you earn and the money you get from other situations like royalty income, ad income on Google, money from inheritances and spousal support, separation, in-law money, tax rebates, just money like that. You don't earn it, but also money that you do earn. So the money story axis is getting highly wakened up by Mars squaring the nodes. And this is also with Uranus holding his hand. I don't even know what to say. We're going to feel it July the 1st for sure. You might even notice that it's kind of activated as soon as we finish June, like June the 2nd. I mean, June the 30th. So like June the 30th to, I don't know, July the 3rd, when Mars actually crashes right into Uranus. I think you're going to see a major, major life turning point. Well, it's so simple and it's so difficult to predict what it will be because Uranus is the guy that we always jokingly say, expect the unexpected. But July 3rd is the epicenter. So 3 or 4 days before, a day or two after, Mars squaring the nodes of fate, conjunct Uranus, fated deaths and unexpected turning points that have a lot of excitement, but a lot of intensity. You're going to make changes in the way you operate financially. It may connect to entrepreneurship. It may connect to creative and artistic endeavors, and it may connect to pennies from heaven, windfalls, and good fortune like that. What I mean is you could even win money unexpectedly here, which of course will pivot your finances dramatically. Of course, not everybody will win money. Some of you may, especially with Jupiter trining your house of windfalls. Let's talk about that for just a minute. Okay, let's go back and take a deep breath, because even though we're already into the first week of July, it behooves us to mention that Jupiter moved into your 7th house on June 30th, will not leave until late June, early July of 2027, indicating a year of very powerful, positive expansion and growth and prosperity when it comes to how you reach your audience, marketplace, clients, how you fare in long-term love relationships. For females, this is often the beginning of a love of a lifetime. Jupiter represents the ideal spouse for a female in Vedic astrology. And with Venus greeting him as he enters, it really codes for the possibility of new love forming or big love forming or existing love taking a new spiritual turn. And this energy will be really exciting. So keep that in mind. With Mars, sexy hot Mars moving here into the sign of Gemini, I'm wondering if there's something going on here that's going to basically want to heat you up. Passion is sprouting here around commitment and romance. And there could be some really sexy times with your hubby or wife, or if you're single, someone new coming in. And you'll feel that energy to be true as long as we have Venus still in Leo. And Venus doesn't leave Leo until July the 8th. So that first week of July with Mars in your Gemini sky, where he landed on June the 28th, all the way through until July the 8th, could be very passionate, very romantic with you and a significant other. Could even involve travel, leisure travel, and romantic getaways. Okay, so back to the basics. The energy of the nodal bending is Mars making a pivotal decision regarding money, right? The nodes are in the money houses, and it can have to do with money and children, money and romantic relationships and money and your entrepreneurial and creative business endeavors, or with Uranus, a spark of good fortune of some sort. Now, the spark of good fortune can come through your career, 10th house, or the spark of good fortune that's destined for you could come through your 3rd house of siblings, writing, communicating, marketing, selling, and social media landscape and platforms. So there can be someone lights the match. There's a spark of change, but there's a spark of good fortune. The good fortune 5th house is such a positive place. On the darker side, or the challenging side, is major pivotal turning points in the life of one of your children that is fated and destined, and may also be impacting the areas of their life over which you have no control, particularly where they live or their career direction. And then we move on to the next big story. So the next thing we notice in the sky, still in the very first week of July, is we're going to pay attention to how you will notice a kind of glowy, divine, positive flow between what you're trying to accomplish in your online social media landscape, local environment, to do with writing or learning or communicating or teaching, also connected to siblings or neighbors, and how this energy is activating something like we have some visionary ability, and we're propelling it forward in our creative ways, our creativity, our artist, our muse, our entrepreneurial instincts. But that could also be that leisure trip or romantic getaway that I alluded to earlier. So you're feeling this energy really picking up strongly around July the 4th. Now, a lot of people travel. So there's a getaway, a trip, but it could be, again, inciting some romantic passion, or it could be some dreamy outcomes in your online social media biz or creativity or teaching, learning, and your ambitions when it comes to your competitive instinct in the entrepreneurial house. You're winning at the game of entrepreneurial competition. Okay, we can go with that. And as we continue on that very first week of the month, we'll notice that Mars will also trine Pluto. So this is going to open up this mini grand trine. So it's kind of like this mini grand trine is so beautifully rare in so very many ways. And it's like, oh, okay, how am I going to be powerful and renewing and regenerating myself from the inside out as I transform my very essence of my sun, moon, and rising? And I go into visionary dreams of what I want to make real in my relationship to my communications, my teaching, my learning environment, and breakthrough insights or breakthrough changes of direction when it comes to creativity and entrepreneurial stories. That said, if you were single and looking for love, you might just be also having a flashpoint of new love coming through at this time, but it may be because you are busy in the online world or you're traveling. So those are ways, or sibling introduces you to somebody, or you're just hanging out in the hood, and new love may sprout during this first week of July. On July the 6th, Sun and Saturn come into a combative position of a square. And I think that there is going to be a day here. It's not a long time. So it's flash in the pan, but it's important. The Sun is trying to highlight things connected to both the 6th house and perhaps your Leo sky, employees, employer relationships, work and health matters connected to business partners or long-term love partners or legal agreements. Now, there's a spotlight on something here for you to pay attention to at this time. It's like, look at what the flashlight is showing you and ask yourself what your takeaway is on July the 6th, okay? July the 5th, the 6th, spotlight on the things I just mentioned. And what does Saturn offer? Sober realism, being realistic, being grounded in a kind of eyeball that isn't dreamy, but has a practical stance. So the practical realism around what you do in your writing, teaching, communicating, online social media, short distance travel, sibling and neighbor relationships, and debts, and payments, and employees, and partners in business, and partners in love. They're all entwined, for the Sun spotlighting the 6th house is still the ruler of your 7th. So there's a kind of a bracing realism moment, okay? So look for that bracing realism moment around July the 5th. Let's move on to the second week of the month. And we're going to talk about July the 7th all the way through to about the 14th. And let's break it down bit by bit. First of all, you'll notice on July the 9th, Venus leaves your Leo 7th house where she's been traveling ever since June the 13th, giving you a lot of attention in the public appeal, if it's in your business endeavors to be publicly appealing to others, bringing positive directions in your life regarding long-term committed love and relationship, while also favoring your significant other who has benefited from this glow up, if you have a significant other, and maybe bringing someone in new as well, as I said, from basically June 28th to July the 9th. You could start a new love story, kind of sizzling hot energy between you and the other person. But the other thing you want to pay attention to with Venus is that she's now going into a condition of her fall, and Venus is not in her best shape here. And as she crosses that threshold on June the 9th, she bumps into the south node of fate to release, surrender, and let go. Let go of what? It happens to be let go of money that you don't earn directly, because it comes from other people or it's unearned income in some manner. Kind of royalty income, passive income can be here, stock investment money, money from the in-laws, spousal support, inheritance monies, whatever, releasing, surrendering, letting go of something here. It is very strongly connected to Venus also owning your 4th house. And there could be some real estate situations that revolve release and letting go. So it can be about a situation in the home with someone in the home, money in the home, and releasing, surrendering, and letting go. You know, Mercury will retrograde, as I should have mentioned, at the end of June, on the June 29th, 30th timeframe. And he'll be still retrograding all the way through July until the 23rd. You'll notice that his retrograde all the way through to the 23rd of July is happening in your 6th house. And I want to bring your attention to that, because as Venus now moves into your 8th house and stays here, guys, all the way through to August 7th, the Mercury retrograde works with her in some way. It's like, it could be about debts, paying down debts, paying off debts from your past. But if debt is owed to you from the past, like there's money you should have had, particularly if that money is coming from a spouse and like a separation agreement, or even money from widower or widowhooding, I have to say, if money, that kind of money, legacy wealth, marital wealth is due you, that money could be coming through. It could be positive despite Venus's stability. So there is another story there too. So Venus, South Node, a little bit of intensity around letting something go, ruled by Mercury in a debts house. This is also the house of employees if you have them, and there may be a need to release an employee. Maybe you need to cut back on expenses or something like that. Or there may be a changing here in some situation connected to pets and some health challenges for a pet. But that would be an old health challenge that a pet had returning, not to worry you, but it could look like your pet could pass. So, and what we're looking about that time frame that I've already mentioned, around July the 9th. On July the 11th is when Venus is exactly on the South Node by degree. Depends if we use true and mean nodes. So the 9th to the 11th, the debts, the pets, the money, the house, the real estate, these things are all playing out all at once, everywhere, all at once. I'll be covering that a lot more. Venus does exalt your earnings, but she's unfortunately downdrafting in your chunky money. So it could be a source of money you rely on is going to leave. Like, you know, you might rely on spousal support or inheritance money or book royalty income or Google AdSense. So that's not good. And maybe that source of money doesn't work anymore. Oh my God, the US-Canada trade agreement, right? That Trump's trying to sign with Canada and Mexico, maybe if that falls apart, I won't be able to use Google AdSense anymore. So that's an example of an unforeseen circumstance that could change the way I make money. Eeks. All right, moving forward. Also in the second week of the month, we're going to notice that the sun will become one with Mercury, called a cazimi. Mercury retrograding into the heart of the sun is very magical, and it's a reset button. And this Mercury reset button happens on July the 12th or so. And what you can get from Mercury in the heart of the sun is a beginning, restart from a divine intelligence, but also information and news can come through. What kind of information might that be around this time? Well, it certainly could be something to do with your cosmic agenda regarding employees, employer situations, and job situations. And so there may be a news flash here for you of something you need to pay attention to. Now, Mercury retrograde could bring job opportunities, colleagues, and coworkers from the past back to you. So you may be finding that to be true, that even though this is the cazimi moment for information, that the retrograde phase from around June the 29th until July 23rd means all of these coworkers, colleagues, employees from the past return, and maybe Venus South Node could be a pet from the past returns to you, but this would be like a reincarnation story. The new puppy looks just like your former puppy or something. Those are themes I could go for as well. The cazimi occurs with the moon supporting it in her domicile. So it's a very divinely protected cazimi, and it's probably going to offer something positive. But look for your emails, texts, and phone calls for some important message around the time of June 20th. And it could involve money, chunks of money, and debts as well. It could also involve good fortune in some way. Even though it's a house of debts, you could have a turnaround story on your debt situation financially around June the 20th. Rightio, let's move into the next story. It feels like when you begin to notice Venus trining Chiron, there's a first in a lifetime chironic healing of wounds connected to Taurus. This wound healing that Venus is capable of giving you is really all about this narrative. You feel it beginning to open up on the 9th of July, and it begins to fall away by the 12th of July. And it may be healing something to do with a childhood wound around money, family money, around wounds in your ancestral line and childhood about magic, occult abilities, and paranormal talents, and including past lives in which you have wounds around those very same themes of occult talent and ability. And so there's this chironic psychological, psychospiritual healing available to you at this time. And even a chironic wound that might have something to do with someone who's died in your family system, someone who's passed on, including a mother figure, and healing that wound as well. Wouldn't be a bad time to go to a seance or seek the advice of a psychic medium, because a parental female or female in your lineage may come through to talk to you and help you heal wounds that mostly seem to be about your self-worth and value and money around this window of the 9th of July until the 12th of July. There's an unexpected surprise to do with maybe finances. Thank you, Venus. It's around the 13th. Venus is going to come square Uranus, a little shock, a little awe, a little unexpected, something or other. Now, it's still Venus, and even in a square, she's trying to deliver something good. Even when she's fallen, she's trying to help out. So it can be an unexpected surprise to do with money and good fortune. Now, there's no reason why that couldn't be winning a lottery ticket either. So I'm not going to hold you back from that, because good fortune of that kind resides in the 5th house. And Venus is able to deliver some surprises financially, according to the 8th house of chunky money. And the South Node can simply mean fated destined circumstances around that kind of win. So if there's any major lottery ticket purchase available for you around July 13th, a day or two before and after, this could indicate being a pivotal turning point winning situation for you. Otherwise, it can be major turning point changes that surprise you connected to long-term love and romance, money and debt, in-laws, and or your children and money as well. We will pass forward into the future, into the Barbault cradle or basket. This is beginning a very rare, very once in a lifetime event predicted by astrologer Andre Barbault to be the beginning of the dawn of the golden age of humanity, when things finally get better, the end of the 7 years of tribulation, right? And this beginning is happening this summer. And you're going to notice the energy coming into action by the 14th of July, and certainly through to the 24th is pretty intense. Do you see the basket? So this basket is positive and powerful. Blue lines bring flow, ease, and grace. The opposition is where the intensity is. Jupiter opposite Pluto, and Moon and Jupiter opposite Pluto as this really heats up on July 14th. Wow, I'm going to be doing a deep dive video into this, but Jupiter is in the house of committed long-term love opposite Pluto in your sign. And Jupiter can be like about a power struggle between you and some other person, a teacher, a guru, a business partner, or a love partner. You're Plutonian, Jupiter's Leonine, especially if it has to do with work partnerships. At the same time, the moon being absolutely opposite with Jupiter, Juno, the goddess who committed love, your whole eyeballs in life over this year, Aquarius, through to the end of the year is, should I stay or should I go? You're looking for a committed love partner, right? You're out there hunting for it, or you're getting ready to walk away from an existing one. And we're talking about like the marriage level commitment. So as you're pondering all of that, there is tension here. And with the moon involved, the moon is a natural ruler of your sixth house of employees, work situations, colleagues, or all of that. So there may be tension in that environment as well, translated to agreements, contracts, even legal ones, and maybe fracture. The energy of Jupiter is benefic. He will give you what you want, not necessarily. He'll give you what you need, not necessarily what you want. And you're ready to transform anyway, because you're carrying the Plutonian archetype with your sun, your career, Aquarius, your moon, your home and nest and emotions, and your rising sign, everything about your character in the simulation. Yet look at the rest of the flow to the basket. This basket is the story for the third week of July, from the 14th to the 21st. It is all about the basket. This basket wants to catch the goodness of the top of the sky. It's opening up doors of success in your career space, your public reputation, and your career goals and your career gains and your influence. And this basket anchors itself in the nighttime sky and offers up a lot of power in what areas of your life. Well, this is a code that's going to take you years to unravel, but it is generally speaking going to begin in the third week of July. Look for options for the following themes. A new sense of bounty and good fortune. New love, romance, and connecting to long-term committed love. New and powerful, positive, dreamy developments in writing, teaching, communicating, social media landscape, marketing, selling, and also short distance travel. And because all of this is also anchored by your ruler, Saturn, next to Neptune, humdinger energy for you. It's kind of like, okay, Saturn supports the Neptunian piece. If you're a social media beast, great, keep going. If you're not, it's time to set it up and get going. Entrepreneurship, social media, sanctioned, double yes for you. And there's a possibility that your natural gifts and talents that you were born to express begin to emerge fully in surprising and exciting ways as you level up the top of the sky. The basket is pointing to like letting this energy flourish as this basket is holding space for that down below. One more thing about this sky. If you are looking for a relationship because you're not in a relationship, also look to that third week of July to potentially constellate a new love story. But if that happens, it's going to be unusual, unexpected, and surprising, fast moving, could connect you to someone with a significant age difference, younger and older, could be a connection involving the social media landscape or the landscape of your local environment, like the neighborhood, the city, and the town you live in. But this could also bring that new relationship. A little extra edge would be Jupiter being able to bring you a new person through friends and benefactors, allies, friends, and social circles, introducing you to somebody new. So it's good for new love for those of you who are single. Otherwise, for those of you who are already partnered, it's really not a big change energy other than whether you want to have a fight with someone else in your marriage house. Well, Jupiter isn't necessarily your marriage partner, okay? Technically, that's complicated, but lifelong, it's the sun. So it's really not marriage partner story necessarily. This conflict with other is somewhere else, I believe. I think this is a person with great promise and bounty and goodness and guru and teacher. And there is just a tension that needs to be resolved, basically, in that third week of July. Jupiter rules your friends. You could have some tension with a friend, a social group setting as well. And Jupiter rules your money house and earnings. So some of the tension may be about money. And the moon tells us employees. So there's a lot going on there as well. Okay, so that's the basket in the third week of the month. But also we have on July 14th, the beginning of that third week, a beginning of a lunation, a new moon on the 14th at 21 Cancer. The new moon happens here just before this crosses over on the 14th. A new beginning and a fresh start. You'll have a Mercury retrograde wedged in the middle of it. So it can dredge up the past, but it's a new beginning in your health routines, a new beginning on July 14th. Add a couple of weeks to see it play out. A new beginning in your employee-employer structures, your work and office space, a new beginning in your habits and routines around work, a new beginning in the way you make money and your livelihood and your career path, all the two houses, 2, 6, and 10 get activated. But Mercury retrograde also activates the past. It's both a new beginning and it dredges things up from your past at the same time. So a new beginning in work could be because you're going back to a type of work you did before or to an actual job you've done before. So there's kind of a return and a beginning at the same time, going backwards to go forwards. And when it comes to health, you can improve your health. It's a new beginning. But Mercury says tests and knowledge. So maybe, or information, maybe you're getting a bunch of test results and it tells you what direction you need to go to improve your health. Or test results from the past are finally delivered. And now you know what direction you need to go to improve your health. That's the vibe I'm getting here for this new moon, fresh start, new beginning on the 14th. Don't forget that new moon, new beginning, Mercury retrograde is also in a sextile to Chiron and whole sign sextile. So there will be chironic solutions to any health problems should you come up with one. And that can include chiropractic, acupuncture close to home, and other such possibilities. All right, let's continue forward. So as I was saying, that whole Barbault basket is opening up in the second week. That is the primary focus, but we also have Mars on July the 19th. July the 19th, 2 days before and after July the 19th, 2 days before and after, an auspicious flow to Saturn, the Lord of your sign. You are Saturn ruled. Now, Mars is flowing to Saturn from your fifth house of good fortune, from your fifth house of children and romance, from your fifth house of entrepreneurial and creative projects and endeavors, to Saturn in your house of social media, local environment, neighbors and friends, and siblings. Well, whatever's happening stabilizes long-term gains, drive and ambition, forcing you to move forward this way with a stable background from Saturn. And a lot of times Saturn here is very cautious and conservative, but he's also trying not to be reckless and a daredevil, because that's not how he operates, but that is the energy of the Mars ruled kingdom. Mars is telling Saturn what to do. Help me out here, guys. Saturn is saying, what do you want from me, Mars? And Mars says, let's move forward in a measured, structured, disciplined way with our projects that are creative and entrepreneurial and artistic, that involve marketing, selling, teaching, learning, or writing, social media landscape. Or let's plan a very cautious and measured paced way to take a trip domestically that might involve siblings or might involve romantic getaways. So that's a nice little feeling in the middle of the month. It flows very nicely for you. All right. And again, I think I gave you the date, but I repeat myself, July 19th, a couple of days before and a couple of days after. So the Barbault basket just flows all the way through until about July the 23rd, 24th, even. You're still feeling the basket activate. But let's move on to the next stories at the end of the month. So one thing to say about Mars being in our fifth house from June 28th to August the 7th is there going to be passion and drive and ambition and competitive spirit going on around our art, our creativity, entrepreneurial business, and passion for long-term love and romance. And the reason I say long-term, although Mars here can have hot flings at parties and short-term love, he is operating under a Jupiterian energy, and Jupiter, it wants it to be legal and lasting. So very unlikely to fling with Jupiter in your seventh house after the 29th of June, as much as to experience passionate romantic engagement in with the qualifier, you're looking for the lasting story. Okay, you're not going for a fling here. All right, now, when we move into that last week of the month, we're going to start, I guess, around the let's go from the 23rd to the end of the month. The Sun and Chiron square, a flashpoint around a Chironic healing to do with home, nests, and childhood matters. And we're flashing from the 7th house. I don't know if this is really short-lived, but because the Sun is moving so quickly, right? But when we get that Sun forward, and let's move that Sun forward, this Sun, benefic Jupiter protection, squaring Chiron, healing a Chironic wound from childhood about how you wish to engage in long-term committed love would be a normal way to parse that story. And I brought that up earlier as well, because we had this same event happen earlier in the month. So just from Jupiter on July 1st. So maybe July 1st feels a little bit like it's repeating and rinsing itself all over again around the second wave of July 23rd. See if we can connect July 1st and July 23rd to childhood wounds, Chironic healings about marriage and long-term committed love, for example. Also coming up in the very last week of the month, Mercury will flow in a beautiful way to Venus for powerful, positive, good news or good communications on July the 24th. Now, Mercury always wants to deliver all the news that he can that is fit to print. And he's now direct, right? He turned direct on the 23rd. And on the 24th, he is going to flow in a beautiful collaboration to Venus. Good news about money, good news about debt, good news about health, good news about colleagues in work, good news about chunky money, good news about your pet and your pet's health. So if you have a health challenge and you've been waiting to see the results, you will get good news, basically, positive news, basically, around July the 24th. So don't worry and bite your nails too hard. And Venus is in the domicile that Mercury owns, his Virgo land, and he's delivering the news from a health place. So, and I think you're going to be relieved at some kind of prognosis that turns out fine, even to the point where the moon, which can connect to health challenges, rules the house of sickness and is being trined by Jupiter. So it looks like good news around health matters for anyone worried about it, or pets and health, or debts and debt elimination stories, financial debts. It looks like some good news forming here on July the 24th. Take a deep breath, shall we? On July the 26th to the 29th, the Sun is busy as all hell, opposing Pluto, trining Neptune, and sextiling the Uranian story. Obviously, this is activating the Barbault cradle, right? Or basket, take your pick, same thing. The Sun is doing what Jupiter did earlier in the month, third week of July. Now, at the end of July, we're moving into the new story. So around here, around July the 26th, the Sun makes the basket come alive. The Sun will be opposite Pluto. That's a power struggle. Who are you struggling with? An authority figure, somebody who wants to boss you around because it's a Leo Sun. And yet at the same time, the Sun is in its own domicile. Jupiter is strongly activating protection. So there's some kind of thing that's going on that could just be a temporary flash in the pan for Aquarius rising, a feeling a bit of a power struggle heating up around July the 26th. But at the same time, the out of the power struggle is flowing to unexpected positive good fortune, as well as activating dreamy results. A business contract, legal agreement, client audience, marketplace situation that can feel a little intense is going to flow to dreamy, dream come true, make your dreams real, good fortune unexpectedly. And it may involve the following themes: unexpected good fortune regarding your writing, communicating, marketing, selling, dreams coming alive and showing up as a realistic endeavor where it's sober realism meets big dreams, where also at the same time your artistic, creative, and entrepreneurial story is getting breakthroughs of some sort, breakthrough. And could this be about romantic love? I know a lot of people will wonder, well, sort of, yes, it could bring a new romantic love story into your life. And the intensity is the intensity of this flashpoint of soulmate love, dreamy soulmate love coming through solar masculine energy. And so this could be a Jupiterian, larger than life person that has a lot of masculine current attracting your gaze over here. There may be delays in its actual becoming a relationship, it probably wouldn't likely do that until Mercury moves into Leo, and that's after August 7th. So after August 7th, any flashpoints in the last week of July that feel like, oh my God, who is this person that I might romantically be attracted to that has something to do with my local neighborhood or online world, you won't probably see any real results from that until after August 7th. We want Mercury in your 7th house, not in your 6th house for the romance to spark. Okay. But there's a beginning here, perhaps, of crossing paths with a potential life mate or partner of destiny or romantic love story. Then you will feel a sizzle. You will feel immediate attraction. You will feel like thunder, lightning, bolts of excitement around it, but it may not be happening right away, especially with Saturn trining the Jupiter Sun. I mean, yes, time, slow, incremental. Even if you know it's the one for you, it may take some time to unfold. All right. What about Venus squaring Mars? That's sexual chemistry. And Venus squaring Mars this way is secret love. So maybe you do meet somebody, but you can't announce it to the world for reasons of logistics, right? Somebody's married, somebody's getting divorced, somebody's inappropriate. Maybe they're the boss. Saturn rules the workhouse. And so it's not, you want everyone to know you're having an amazing, sexy tryst with your boss, but there's something going on where you might keep a lid on it here, but you might be having some sexual sizzle and fun and bed play here around the 29th of the month of July, a day or two before or after. Also some exciting developments where good fortune and chunky money. You could even win some money too. On July the 29th, the sun will conjunct Jupiter for the beginning of a year-long reset button, a synodic cycle. This is more than about a day, but it indicates that over the course of the year that follows this reset button, right, the 12 months that follow, this 12 months that follows July the 29th can involve new beginnings of luck, prosperity, growth, and expansion in legal contracts and dealings, audience marketplace, and client outreach, or things to do with gurus and teachers or marriage and long-term love relationships. All of those are now in a renewal and a reset button phase, okay? And if you work in the online social media, you write, you communicate, you market, you sell. This is an exalted sun that opens up doors of new opportunity. And you might be meeting powerful, wealthy, and even famous people who want to support you in your third house of writing, communicating, marketing, teaching, selling, online world, whatever you're doing down here, maybe even your brick and mortar business. Full moon, 6 degrees of Aquarius. I saved the best for last. Of course, a full moon is a fulfillment moon. It's coming off February 28th eclipse, right? New moon that started the situation in the Middle East with Iran, but it is for you, not that. It's like a fresh start happened in February 28th. It's a fresh start that you want. You had Juno here as well in February. So were you looking at life for new business partners, new love partners in February, making thoughts and decisions about keeping or not keeping relationships? And now you're going to have a fulfillment light that shows you the way to go. Quite often, this is just like a flashlight of self-awareness on your Aquarius sky. And so now you know, okay, now I see more clearly under the lunation that's full how I want to choose one way or the other when it comes to beginning or ending long-term committed love stories, most likely, but ruled by Saturn. Also choose clearly around projects connected to your third house of communicating, marketing, teaching, writing, and selling. And the full light shows you the way forward. But you also have to go back to the February new moon, add 2 weeks last year, which was an eclipse, to also see more about it. The last note is, of course, the changing of the nodal axis is happening. The nodes are now sliding backwards around the 27th, 28th of the month into a new axis. And for the next 18 months, you live under this south node, 7th house spell, north node in your sign. We'll be doing a separate video on the nodal change. It's going to be a big, big deal, but it means you are expanding your worldly footprint and worldly success and changing your identity in the simulation. And if it's your Aquarius sun, it's your career. Aquarius moon, it's your home life gets bigger and better and more worldly. And your Aquarius rising, you are striving to become something important, powerful, and influential in this world. Whereas the south node through the 7th house can end a marriage that's no longer true for you, and it's time to close it out. July 27th, 8th, at 18 months, or it can bring you soulmate, destined love as well. Both are true. And so let me know how that goes. I think July is not too bad for new love, but consolidating new love won't really happen till August, where now you can really dig into a new love story should you be looking for one. All right. Thanks for listening. Don't forget, this is taking me a while. It's a busy as hell month. Don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing, please. And don't forget to check out Sky Reader. Either you're going to see an super early bird discount wait list below, which is probably what you're going to see, or you're going to see by the time you see it, the enrollment link. That early bird discount, deep dive discount only lasts until the end of July. So no matter when you watch this video, make sure you grab it because in August, we're not going to continue that price point. I love to see you at Sky Reader. It's a fun class to learn the language of astrology, be your own astrologer, time your best life. It's in my introductory class, taught it for 7 years. And after that, you can always sign up for my next one. I'm going to call it Map Maker, but it used to be called the Divine Timing Masterclass. And you can continue your learning with me next year. So it's a starter course for how to start learning with me. I'll see you guys in class. Take care. Bye-bye.
Lunatic astrology.
Destined fated change in where you live. Okay. And so changes in the home, changes in your reality, changes in long-term love relationships are all intensified that whole first week of July. Put it on your calendar. What the heck is going on? It is intense. It is rare.
Lunatic astrology.
Welcome to the month of July 2026. This is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What a different energy field we have for you this month ahead. It's like nothing that you had last month or even the month before. Jupiter, good guy, Santa Claus, is moving into the sign of Leo while Mars is also changing signs. This is going to really shift a lot of variables in your life, particularly around your home life, where you live and with whom you live. As well, a first in a lifetime rare, thousands of years old formation happening in the middle of July is going to light your sky up and potentially bring financial changes. We're going to dive into how that Barbault Basket hits you and where you might find new prosperity directions forming as a Pisces being. Welcome to my channel. If you're new, my name is Lori Lothian. This is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. And in today's 30-minute video, we're going to cover some of the highlights week by week and day by day through the month of July. Use this as a navigational tool to time your best life or to time your best month. By the way, I am all about using cycle repetition and pattern recognition through astrology to do exactly that, to find the best way to navigate our own lives with ease and flow. And if you want to learn the basic tools and the building blocks of the language of astrology, in order to time your best life and be your own astrologer, maybe you will join me this September. It is my 7th year teaching Sky Reader, and I love it every single time. So come aboard for 7 weeks this year. We're adding an extra week to slow down the learning pace, where you're going to learn how to read the sky. And from that, I'm going to teach you 2 very simple and enjoyably fun, but deadly accurate timing tools for using this astrological guidance system as your own navigational device. So come check it out. It's the deep discount code that ends at the end of July for the super early bird rate. After that, this will not exist again. So the deepest discount you'll ever get for my course live with me, Zoom calls, weekly Q&As, etc., is before the end of July. Check the description box below. If you're at all curious, the website will explain more about this course. So the first thing I want you guys to know is, as a Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising, you are literally activating the energetic field of Jupiter. You are ruled by Jupiter. He's the boss of you. And Jupiter is moving into the new sign of Leo. Yes, he's been there before. Every 12 years, he moves through the sign of Leo for 1 whole year. But because he's your ruler, this makes the month of July exceptionally important. It's a sea change energy. You have to notice it because he is your ruler. He's going to improve your health. He's going to protect your health. He's in your 6th house. He's going to give you pets if you want them. He's going to help you eliminate debts if you need to. He's also going to help you with job and work matters. If you have any desire to find staff, hire employees, get a job, be employed, Jupiter also rules not just you, your Sun, Moon, and Rising, but your 10th house of career. Now, I always remind you that your sun sign is your true nature, and it represents career and purpose. Your moon sign is how you feel and think about life, but represent your home and nest. And your sun sign and your rising sign is you, the simulation avatar character in the game of life, very circumstantially activated by the fates and the planets. But listen for all three and see what fits the best. As you listen today, you'll over time choose where your happy place is. Now, Jupiter, I'm going to show you the chart. We're going to go through the sky. Jupiter is your good guy. And when Jupiter moves into your sign, it is a big deal. So I did cover a whole Jupiter in Leo video already out. So go check it out for your sign, where we go into a lot more depth about that. So I'm going to show you the chart, and there's some garbage day outside my window. I don't know if you can hear like what sounds like big trucks moving, but if you can, I apologize. I can't change Canada's my city's garbage day. That sounds like I'm listening to the recycling bin being dumped outside my window. Maybe you don't hear it. So let's get started. I'm going to bring us right away over to your sky. And this is a week by week. There's a lot going on this month, guys. I can't possibly cover it all, but I'll do my best to give you the highlights, including the Cancer lunation that's very impactful in a positive way on you, happening in the middle of the month. So let's get the share going. Let's bring up the sky and let's get started. See, this is you, Pisces rising. Now, it is a big deal that you've had the North Node in your sign since January 11th, 2020. And this is going to end around July 27th, 28th. So there is another massive change of direction for you as well. And let's get us back just a little further so that I don't run out of space in the ascensional times. Okay. That's just, I'm moving the ascendant back. Okay. So before we start, yay. Now we're early ascendant in your sign. Living with the North Node here means you live with eclipses. So for, 18 months or really since September of 2024, technically, you've had eclipses going through your sign, and there is an eclipse in August. So you definitely want to like and subscribe if you hadn't done that already, because that August eclipse at 5 degrees or so of Pisces is the last grand finale, nail in the coffin of a cycle of change that you've been going through for almost 2 years. So you'll feel this energy shifting at the end of the month, Jupiter moving into Leo. Again, health and pets and rental properties are there, debt elimination and new job opportunities, or expansion and growth and prosperity through work, money, and career. This is a new story that begins this month. It happened to change signs on June the 30th, and you can count on Jupiter's 2 thumbs up for you all the way through until June of 2027. So you've got a year-long transit here. So we're going to go through it a bit by bit. Itty bit by itty bit, but do remember that big changes like Mars now moving into Gemini means major change. It's only every 2 years you have Mars in your 4th house. Now, one way to explode here would be to have fights with the people you live with. So please be very careful, because in the month of June, Mars will actually bump right on into Uranus around June the 3rd, that first week of June. And that can be a massive explosive blowout with somebody that you live with, a domestic chaos moment, a major upset. So this is where those domestic things feel very unstable, very electric, and very shocking. So that first week of July, epicenter July 3rd, be very cautious. But knowing that you have Mars here in your 4th house, June the 28th to August the 11th, could indicate a move. Now, every 2 years he goes through here, but not with support from Jupiter, meaning a very positive move that may involve the opportunity to become a renter, to lease a property, or to move and lease out your own home. And so you could also move for job and work opportunities. All of that is the long job of Mars and Jupiter covering you in this way. So the majority of the month of July, all right, into August 11th can indicate relocations. Sometimes here you might hire laborers or workers to construct or build something in your home, and you'll find the best ever laborers or construction crew or renovation crews or whatever you're doing with that construction Mars home. Otherwise, a lot of you might either have those disconnects, endings and severings and blow-ups with people with whom you live, or some of you, as I said, maybe thinking of a relocation. We'll be blessed by Jupiter. You'll find the most beautiful, auspicious new place to live, particularly if you're looking to rent. Now let's break it down a bit more week by week. As we enter the first week of the month, the first thing you notice is that there's a bit of a chironic healing. Jupiter wants to help you heal the wound with Chiron. It can be a sibling wound. Any wounds you've had with siblings and debts, you're trying to heal those wounds, cousins and debts, childhood friends and debts, siblings and debts in general. That's a theme that may be opening up doors of deeper healing, karmic relief, and also the removal of a debt. If you are owed money by somebody or you owe somebody money, that debt removal and elimination can occur in the first couple of days, really, of the month of July. As we move forward, Venus will trine. Nope, we're skipping that. As we move forward, Mars will square the North Node. This is called Mars bending the nodes of fate. In this regard, you can't really, well, let's not use that because it's out of sign. I apologize. I hate when my software, there's two different ways to do this, and this is really not what I wanted to look at. So yes, we're going to look at that. What's wrong with me? Yeah. So just before the nodes change signs, we do have that bending happening. I do apologize. That's the mean node. We can also use the true node. It's more exact at the time. I apologize. During my first video, I'm going backwards today. Something karmic and destined is changing. It has to do with what you want to do to increase your worldly success in the world personally, in your career, in your livelihood, in worldly success in and from your home. That was Sun, Moon, and Rising Pisces, connected to destined fated change. Destined fated change in where you live, okay? And so changes in the home, changes in your reality, changes in long-term love relationships are all intensified that whole first week of July. Put it on your calendar. What the heck is going on? It is intense. It is rare. And on July 3rd, in particular, but up to 3 or 4 days before and a day or two after, explosive, dynamic, intense change regarding your home. This is ruled by Mercury. This change impact is like detonation energy. And Mercury happens to be hanging out in the house of your children. So there also may be massive changes in home regarding long-term love relationship partners and children. And with Mercury retrograde as of June the 29th, all the way through until July 23rd, this can indicate changes of home as former romantic partners, lovers, and or committed love partners return to your life, and you make a decision maybe to have them come back and live with you or go move closer to where they are. So long-term and short-term romantic partners from the past are making appearances, and they could upset the apple cart in your domestic environment, but it could also have you want to move. So that's that first week of July. When we move into the energy of the second week of July, getting close to it around the 5th and 6th of the month, we're going to see that Mars begins to flow to Pluto, which can be extremely positive in a lot of ways. Pluto is where we have power and transformation, and Mars is where we have change and new directions. And so I think some of you might want to think about a move connected to long-term love partnerships or business partnerships connected to foreigners, foreign places, and foreign lands. So keep your eye on that ball. And the sun will square Saturn as well around the 6th of July. So we're just finishing up that first week. That can just be a short-term day in the life of tension that you experience regarding money. So if you do feel like your wallet, your pocketbook, your finances, and your resources are strained, the strain could come from something going on in the life of a child or in the life of a romantic partner. And if you're thinking about relocation, maybe as well for children or romantic partner reasons, and then there's also just a feeling of pressure around your finances. So you're going to feel that around July 5th and 6th, but it doesn't last very long. It comes and it goes, and then you can release it. You could find yourself as we move now into the second week of the month. So take note, we're now in the second week of July. We're going to notice that Venus will trine a Chiron. It's a beautiful healing of a wound of some kind of money or love story. Now, because Venus will have moved into Virgo, okay, the whole first week of the month of July, Venus is finishing up her June 13th to July 8th travel through Leo, where she was giving you a lot of better health outcomes, better debt situations, real and monetary and karmic, better options regarding your health. I think I said health, maybe even work opportunities and job opportunities that first week of July. But now she moves into the long-term committed love house on the 9th of the month. And as she does that transition, she's going to talk with Chiron. So what you heal here, Chiron's newly latched himself on into the sign last month, and you're going to be feeling like you have a chironic wound to heal. And it has to do with love, most likely, because this is committed monogamous love. This is Chiron. This is where your marriage partner is. This is Chiron, the wounded healer. And especially if love is connected to formative experiences to do with your siblings, okay? And how you parse love based on like familial love or sibling love. And now you're making a shift. You're healing something here. Love has a new lease on life as you are restoring something to proper working order, primarily around commitment. Okay, how we commit to others in love. Oh, how do I lovely? Let me count the ways, right? What commitments do you make in love? How solid is your commitment to a partner or to partnership as a concept? Now, I know you see this, and I do too. Where do you need to surrender? Where do you need to let go? Because when Venus and the South Node come together, there is a need to volume down or to release something. You're releasing something to do with romantic love because of Mercury's position. Retrograde, you might release a relationship from the past, or an old relationship is being karmically healed, or there's just some releasing in love. You may recognize it's time to unbind and unwind yourself from a karmic relationship that has been a part of your life over the last 2 years because of the nodal axis telling us that story. And it's time to undo the connection, to let it go, basically. It can be an ending, a parting of ways, or a breakup. The only thing I'd say is if former love relationship partners come back from the past, you may be dealing with the past and the wounds you experienced together to heal the wounds of that past relationship, whether it reestablishes itself or not. And that story does run through the first and second week of July. That could even be a former marriage partner coming back wanting to work things out with you. There's a lot of ways this can go. When we continue forward, which we're known to do in astrology, we doth trumble forward through constantly looking at the future. When we move to the July 12th timeframe, we're in the second week of the month, the Sun and Mercury come together in a cazimi. Now, Mercury's retrograde, so it's very magical, full high synchronicity, super powered retrogradation. Don't forget, with Mercury retrograde here, all the way from June 29th to July 23rd, you know, things from the past to do with love, creativity, and romance, even creative projects are being recalibrated, readdressed, and revisioned. And as Mercury goes into the heart of the Sun and resets himself with the divine intelligence of the solar system at 20 degrees of Cancer, on July the 12th, it's going to mean a reset button of magnitude where you're going to find yourself wanting to redo, restart, and renew committed long-term love, fertility, relationships with your children, and even committed love. Mercury rules commitment. So to recommit or newly commit, and maybe to commit again to a relationship that is from your past, returning to you now. Because if your ascendant is at 20 degrees or so, or your sun or moon in Pisces, it does really flow to that reset button. And you may reset or recalibrate a relationship with one of your children at this time as well. Now, look for news coming through, phone calls, text messages, or anything from your children or from former love partners from the past around July 12th. That would be a very strong information communications hit at that time. Now, there's a surprise. It's unexpected. It's the same time as the cazimi, and that would be Venus, the goddess of love, squaring in a difficult relationship, but a surprising one, Uranus. Unexpected, surprising developments. Expect the unexpected around the 12th, 13th, 14th. not only with the new reset button, but the square from the goddess of love and the house of commitment to Uranus. If you were single, a karmic love relationship could unfold that shocks you. You're like shocked by this new development. If you're not single, then a surprising, exciting, exhilarating, unexpected turn of events regarding your home life, your property, your real estate, where you live, or with whom you live, especially if it comes to romantic love and committed love. It's a surprise. It's still Venus. She's trying to bring you something good, but she's in a condition of fall or detriment here. So she may not bring you what you want, right? So it could be a sudden end to a relationship that shocks you, may impact your living situation as well. So the best I can say is it is the sky, I didn't make it up. It just is happening. All right. We have a lunation that's quite beautiful for you. And this is going to be a 21-degree Cancer new moon happening on July the 14th. So we're just coming to the end of the second week, July the 14th, brand new moon here. Let's try to get the moon over there for you to look at it. Okay. It'll be exactly at 21 degrees when it happens. It will be on the 14th. I don't know if I can hold your sky, but let's see if I can. Just trust me. So on the 14th, brand new moon in your fifth house, something along the lines of a new beginning and a fresh start with fertility, with romantic love, with creative projects, with entrepreneurial endeavors. And this fresh start, new beginning is something you can count on to be quite positive. And the reason is that Mercury is right and bundled into the middle of it, and Mercury is being ruled by Jupiter, your Lord. So I wonder, exaltation, Jupiter's exalting Mercury, your Lord, in this kind of intense reset button. Because of the embedding of a retrograde planet, which is Mercury here, there is something about the past. So you're in a contradictory mode here of resetting your relationship to romantic love. It connected to matters of the past. So it's just why I think a few of you may find yourself getting back with someone from your past. But if there was a relationship that had not quite fulfilled its potential of any kind, then this could reset the button for a redo or restart in love, a do-over, so to speak. Or do-overs in the life of your children, reset buttons in the life of your children, or your relationship to your children, or abandoned creative projects, something you started and never finished, and now you're going to reset and renew it. And if you've tried to sell your house before but couldn't get the right price, this could be a relisting of a property because you know that you're going to get the money that you can really expect from it. That could happen here too. And again, wouldn't be a bad time for that. If you listed your house for sale in the past and relisting it around July 14th, new moon is okay. You might get a better deal this time around in what people offer you, the gains of the sale. We're going to go ahead and talk about the third week of the month. Now, this is André Barbault, the French astrologers, beginning of the dawn of the golden age of humanity, a renewal and a reset for the world at large in a positive way. This is a miniature trine not seen. We have elements not seen for thousands of years, okay? 6,000 years ago for some of it. So it's thousands of years rare, but the idea of the Barbault Basket will be alive and well as we move into the 15th of the month to about the 22nd. And so we're beginning to feel a rare story here. Do you see the basket here? This is called Barbault's Basket because he foretold, French astrologer, this was a pivot point for all of humanity. So as we go into the 14th of the month, you'll see Jupiter is moving closer and closer to hitting 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees, and Uranus at 4. And embedded in the basket is a mini grand trine. So all of this is positive. This blue lines mean positivity, but the axis of opposition is intensified, difficult energy. So here's what I'm going to say for you about the third week of July, the 14th to about the 24th-ish or 21st-ish. We'll kind of keep it at that. We'll go to the 24th. From the 15th to the 24th, this basket is very alive. Look for turning point changes in your 12th house, 6th house axis that have a golden flow to them. So money, earnings, and resources. And we also love the flow of home, property, land, and real estate connected to work, job, and career. connected to far off lands and foreign shores. There may be a golden wealth opportunity when Pluto and Jupiter are in communion with each other, connected to livelihood or work, contracts and agreements. However, there is another element. For example, Jupiter rules the house of your career and your house of weddings, and this is the goddess of marriage. So there may be a turning point commitments phase going on in a relationship around separating and divorcing or marrying or staying together. While at the same time, we can see money here. We see a Saturnian go the distance, take your time, work on it, don't rush, consolidate, save your money. And Neptune says dream money, dream job, Jupiter says. This is Artha. Artha houses are all about your money, your career, your work. That's enlivened within the basket itself. Look for people from distant shores and far off lands, that's Mars with Uranus, to open up doors of opportunity for you. Whether those doors of opportunity connect you to a new job or a new relationship direction, I think both are possible as well. You can also notice that because you have this Jupiter energy here, ruled by the sun, some of this may translate as new beginnings in life professionally, connected to your children or romantic partners from your past, as well as relocations as connected to your children and partners from your past. The Barbault Basket won't come back again. It's once in a lifetime, first in a lifetime, like my thumbnail probably says, and it's going to transform your reality. I will be doing a deep dive video or two into Barbault's Basket, where I go much deeper into your sign. Those are just some ideas for you to consider. If you have a planet anywhere at 4 degrees, near 4 degrees of Aquarius, 4 degrees of Aries, 4 degrees of Gemini, 4 degrees of Leo, you're really hooked into this story. A sun, moon, rising, midheaven, IC, descendant, or planet, or a node of fate, you're really hooked into this basket. Alrighty, that's going to be a deeper dive that you need to listen to my videos for, or maybe I'll do a webinar in July. All right, besides Barbault's Basket, which is dominating the sky in the month of July, in the third week of July, we have some sub-stories playing out. One of them is Mars sextiling Saturn, just a pleasant, steady energy here for you. Mars and Saturn come into this nice little sextile most accurately, Mars and Saturn around the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th of the month. It can consolidate financial situations that have been difficult or hard because you're making decisions around property, land, home, and real estate. Now, I didn't cover this, but I'll bring it up. Where Venus is sitting, siblings and money and you, and change and consolidation and home, somehow, some way may be intertwined. So look for connections in those themes as well. But it can consolidate money through things you're doing in the home, from the home, at home. Yeah, that could include the sale of a home. That can include moving home. That can include having possessions of money that allow you to change your home, rent a home, or purchase a home. But home changes and financial consolidation in a steadfast, incremental way beginning to happen here for you. Maybe just decisions around which direction you want to go with where you live and whom you live with. That time frame again is around here, July 17th, 18th. You're really feeling it. Few days before and after. And we also notice that Jupiter, nope, that's all a part of Barbault's Basket. So that's what we got for the third week. Barbault's Basket has been described already, so we will move past it. Now, on the third week, or the last week, the very last week of the month, we're going to go the 24th to the 29th. There's a few stories to pay attention to. Now, one thing I will mention before we get to the last week, we talked about Venus moving into Virgo at the beginning of this video, and it's not a strong place for her July the 9th to August the 7th. And I would be careful about what you choose to do in business partnerships or love commitments at this time. Her proximity to the South Node suggests it's about letting go, not grabbing onto that committed love story or that business partner opportunity, or letting go of an audience-client relationship, because it is going to be a fall in Venus and a releasing energy, not an adding on. So through to August 7th, be careful about the choices you make regarding other people in your life that are like your marriage partner. And there's a potential for in-law money also showing up here, but being disappointing for you at this time, and falling outs with your significant other. And so we're talking like July 9th to August 7th. And those falling outs can be about finances and money you share together, including, for some of you, the beginnings of divorce, separation, communications. Keep that in mind if you're thinking of the end of a relationship. Now, on July the 26th, so give it a day or two before and after, feeling into the idea that the sun at 4 degrees of Leo will be actually right away opposite Pluto. So when the sun and Pluto are in opposition, and the sun, of course, is the center of the solar system, and it's bright and it shines a light on everything it touches, this begins to be noticeable. But by the 22nd, 23rd, it's pretty exact around July 26th. Jupiter protects this for you. This is Jupiter's protection, but there can be a health issue. There can be an issue connected to debts and money you owe, and a crisis energy, or need to address something. There can be a big challenge in your life regarding a work situation in your job and livelihood. And there can be a big challenge regarding things to do with an animal or a pet. And yet at the very same time, Jupiter is protective and the sun is in its home kingdom. So there's a lot of things about this that are not going to be as difficult as it could be. Jupiter does rule your 10th house of reputation and career. It may translate to work, job, money, and career intensity, but with solutions forthcoming, right? Solutions forthcoming. You'll notice around the 26th, 27th, the North Node, depends if you're using mean or true, and the South Node have changed their axis of influence. And you'll be coming into a time where, we'll talk about this in August, eclipses begin to dominate the story, and you're going to feel a lot of rock and roll through your life at that time. So there's a new energy, a new eclipse part of the sky coming up in earnest, where the nodes are participating in the Aquarius Leo eclipse cycle. So just stay tuned for more about that in August. And I'll be doing a video also at the end of July about the nodal axis changing. So we'll dive into that then. Also, the sun is very busy playing nice with its neighbors, okay? Which we don't really mind when the sun plays nice with its neighbors. So it will flow to Neptune, the sun will flow to Uranus between July 27th and the 28th. So watch the sun. Well, you're feeling it the 25th to the 28th. The sun flows to Uranus. The sun flows to Neptune, creating a miniature grand trine and anchoring more of that basket that we still see playing out here. So if I was to simplify this, I'd say, look for positive, exciting opportunities connected to work, job, debt, homeland, property, real estate, as well as money. So money, home, property, land, income, resources, possessions, finances, job, work, debts and debt elimination or debt servicing or debt returns. People owe you money and income's the money. These themes are very powerful here. Certainly the surprising energy of Uranus with the sun can be a surprising job opportunity with you. With that opportunity or that work opportunity comes more money, but a surprising change in the home. We still have Mars saying, do we want to cut away from here and move? And this can be a golden rental property opportunity that you say is a dream rental property. And damn it, Janet, it's very affordable. You say to yourself, I can afford this. Jupiter likes bigger and better, so a bigger home. Some of you might purchase a pet in a surprising, unexpected way as well in that last week of July. Mostly consider July the 25th to the 28th to be about what I'm talking about here. At the very end of the month of July 29th, they have two more stories. Venus will square Mars, and then we'll have the Jupiter conjunct the sun, and then we'll have a full moon. So we're talking about the last 3 days of the month. Let's start off with Venus and Mars in a square. Okay, the cosmic lovers, romantic love are the combination here, sex and romance, and square, difficulty, hardship, and difficulty, but can be also sexual passion as well. So it can be sexual passion or difficulty in love relationships connected to domicile, home, where you live and who you want to partner with. Now, there can be some issues here. Venus is in a fall and Mars can indicate separation geographically, or just the idea of distance, especially if the person lives in a foreign country. Up here, that's Mars's domain, right? Or there can be money issues in an existing relationship, according to Mars's priorities of what he wants to fight over. So money, domestic issues, financial issues, difficulty, committed love or business partnerships, friction. I wouldn't get into this as sexy, hot romance, and I wouldn't start a new love story under this. Squares invite infidelity over time, and Venus is fallen. So this is not the ideal time to start a new relationship. And remember how Mercury was retrograde and he was going to bring someone back from the past? Well, now he's direct, yes. So as of around July the 24th, or 23rd, he went direct. So now that past blast from the past may not be around. That hookup from the past may have left you. So you may not be engaged with that. Watch out for, though, difficult home, domestic, love, business partnership, money challenges may be happening at this time. It's really intense on the 29th. You'll feel it from the 27th to the 30th. Sun will fuse energies, become one with Jupiter. This is not about the day. Unfortunately, it would be so simple if I could say this is what happens July the 28th. It's the beginning of a synodic reset cycle for a whole year, but you might have some positive developments around July the 28th. It could be like a new beginning of a rental property, pet situation, bounty with your health, better health, debt elimination. At the same time, the South Node suggests what you need to let go of makes you healthier. What you need to release makes you feel better. Karmic debt repayment plans, both physical, money, or karmic energy, unfolding here as well. And especially with siblings, given there is a square to Chiron in the house of siblings. At the same time, there is a whole sign trine to money in a Neptune house. Neptune in a money house, which could be very positive for your work, money, and home life as a reset button that is being offered up. That could be a kind of a code for the year ahead. New home, new rental property, new pet, new job, new financial situations emerging. The full moon is coming through at 6 degrees of Aquarius. Did I say Capricorn? Of Aquarius. 6-degree Aquarius full moon will be opening up a spotlight on your 12th house. And you had 6 months earlier a new moon here. February, March, April, May. Yeah, in February. So that actually, February was an eclipse, I believe. That was the February eclipse in Aquarius. So February 28th. So what was going on February 28th until now? Because this is a new moon energy. It's inviting in, a full moon is inviting in a kind of what do you call it? Like a flashlight or a torchlight into what this eclipse energy from February 28th is trying to offer you now in your life and how you want to expand on that energy. And it's 12th house moksha, spiritual liberation, self-undoing, far off lands, foreign people, and far off shores. And this is the goddess of marriage. Some of you could be getting involved in a long-distance, long-term committed love story for sure. But I want you to go back to February 28th or so, the couple weeks that preceded and followed that, and see if you can find themes that are showing up again here on July the 29th at least a month after, to see what is being opened up like a spotlight here. Anyone on a spiritual path looking for liberation, good for you. But because this is a full begin moon shining a light in the ruled by Saturn in a money house, this can bring you into financial spotlights as well, particularly how you handle your money. If you make money online or from distant shores or foreign companies, or you live in another country or making money abroad, this can really shine some light on your finances as well. And the role of money versus spirituality, charity versus hoarding and saving. These are themes that come up for you. Maybe a very deep karmic healing around deeper money wounds than you even knew you had, as this full light shows you where money and spirituality intersect and how you may have miscoded something there. That includes how you learned about money from your childhood and maybe need to recalibrate from lessons that don't serve you. All right, that's what we got. Don't forget, come check out Sky Reader if you want to learn to read the sky like you read sheet music, right? Learn the language of astrology with me live, 7 weeks starting in September. The date will be put in the down below. I have recording early June, so I'm not sure what date I start this year. And I love teaching the class, and it's fun. And there's weekly Q&As and everything else, and a private Facebook and Discord group to meet other students. It's not certifying you to be an astrologer. It's teaching you the basic language, how to time your best life, be your own astrologer. And I'll teach you a couple of very accurate timing tools that you can use once you basically learn some of the fundamentals of language of astrology. We always have 4 guest teachers every time teaching. I'll be rounding up the guest teacher list, so hopefully that'll be available by the time you see this video. The super early bird discount ends on end of July. That price will never return. So if you want to jump in way ahead of September and get that super discounted price, this is a time to join. I'd love to see you in class. You'll meet other students. You'll have a blast. You'll walk away with a usable tool and a skill set as well. All right. Take care, everybody. I'll see you soon, and have a wonderful July.
Lunatic astrology.